Everyone, welcome to Proxima What If. On these channels, we reimagine the Harry Potter in way you have never seen before. I hope you enjoy the today magical story.
Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What If. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter was summoned to Gringotts at age 7 and discovered he was the king of magical Britain. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Letter in the Flames. The cupboard under the stairs smelled like dust and forgotten things. Harry Potter had catalogued every scent in his small world, the mustiness of the old blankets Aunt Petunia had thrown in years ago, the sharp chemical bite of cleaning supplies stored on the shelf above his head, the faint sweetness of wood polish that seeped through the door from the hallway. At night, when the Dursleys had gone to bed and the house settled into creaking silence, he could smell something else, something older, like the walls themselves were breathing out memories of what this space had been before it became his. He was 7 years old. He'd lived in this cupboard for as long as he could remember. The spider in the corner had built a new web overnight. Harry watched it work in the thin strip of light that crept under the door, its legs moving with mechanical precision. He'd named it Charlotte, after a book he'd read in secret at the school library. Mrs. Patterson, the librarian, let him stay during lunch sometimes. She never asked why he didn't eat with the other children, and he never told her that Dudley had made the cafeteria a hunting ground. "Boy!" The shout came from the kitchen, sharp and impatient. Aunt Petunia's morning voice, the one that meant breakfast was expected to be on the table in 15 minutes and any delay would be remembered. Harry was already dressed. He'd learned years ago to sleep in his clothes, Dudley's hand-me-downs, 3 sizes too large, held up with a belt made from an old extension cord. Getting dressed in the cupboard took too long, and taking too long meant consequences. He pushed open the cupboard door and stepped into the hallway of number 4, Privet Drive. The house was aggressively normal. Harry had figured this out early, the way children figure out the unspoken rules of their environment. The Dursleys didn't just want to be normal, they needed it, the way some people needed air. Every picture frame hung at precisely the same angle. Every cushion sat in its designated spot. Every blade of grass in the front garden grew to regulation height. And Harry was the thing that didn't fit. He moved through the kitchen door, already reaching for the apron that hung on the hook beside the stove. Aunt Petunia stood at the counter, her thin lips pressed together as she reviewed the day's schedule on her laminated planner. "Eggs," she said without looking at him. "Bacon. Toast. Vernon's taking clients to golf, so he needs a proper breakfast. Don't burn anything." "Yes, Aunt Petunia." Harry had been cooking since he was 5. The first time, he'd burned his hand on the pan and Aunt Petunia had sighed like he'd inconvenienced her by getting injured. The second time, he'd been more careful. By the third time, he'd learned to move around the kitchen like a ghost, present enough to work, invisible enough not to be noticed. He cracked eggs into the pan with practiced efficiency, watching the white spread and bubble. Outside the window, the sun was rising over the identical rooftops of Little Whinging, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. It was going to be a hot day. Harry would be doing yard work, then, probably trimming the hedges again even though he'd done them last week. Uncle Vernon thundered down the stairs, each step making the house shudder. He was a large man, not just fat, though he was certainly that, but large in the way that some people took up space even when they weren't moving. His mustache bristled as he settled into his chair at the head of the table, snapping open the morning paper. "Coffee," he grunted. Harry had it ready. He'd learned Uncle Vernon's morning rhythm the way sailors learn tides: predictable, dangerous if you weren't paying attention, survivable if you were. Dudley came down last, still in his pajamas, his blonde hair sticking up in all directions. He looked at Harry the way he always did, calculating, waiting for an opportunity. Harry kept his eyes on the stove and didn't react. Reacting was what Dudley wanted. "I want pancakes," Dudley announced. "You're having eggs," Aunt Petunia said, but her voice had softened the way it always did for her son. Maybe pancakes tomorrow, Diddykins. I want them now. Harry flipped the bacon, listening to the familiar rhythm of Dudley's whining and Petunia's gradual surrender. In 5 minutes, he'd be making pancakes. In 10 minutes, Dudley would complain they weren't as good as the ones from that restaurant they'd gone to last month. In 15 minutes, Harry would somehow be blamed for ruining breakfast. He'd stopped being angry about it years ago. Anger was a luxury he couldn't afford. Instead, he watched. He listened. He learned. The Dursleys thought he was stupid, they told him so often enough that they'd clearly convinced themselves. But Harry had discovered something they didn't know, he had a perfect memory for certain things. Not everything. He couldn't remember what he'd had for dinner 3 days ago or what chapter they'd stopped at in history class. But conversations, plans, the way people moved when they were about to do something cruel. Those he remembered like photographs, clear and permanent. So he knew that Uncle Vernon had a meeting with Mason the drill buyer next Tuesday. He knew that Aunt Petunia was worried about the Hendersons' new car because it was nicer than theirs. He knew that Dudley had stolen money from his mother's purse last week and blamed it on that Potter boy, and that Petunia had believed him even though she'd been home all day and Harry hadn't been anywhere near her purse. He knew, and he filed it away, and he waited. For what, he wasn't sure. But waiting felt better than surrendering. The living room fireplace hadn't worked in years. Harry knew this because he'd been tasked with cleaning it every month since he was 6, sweeping out the decorative logs, dusting the brass screen, polishing the tiles until they shone. Uncle Vernon had called a man to seal it properly after deciding that a working fireplace was too much bother, and that central heating was perfectly adequate for civilized people. So when Harry walked past the living room that evening, carrying a basket of laundry to the utility room, he stopped dead. Green light was flickering behind the brass screen. Not orange. Not yellow. Green, the color of summer leaves, of gemstones, of something that had no business being in a suburban fireplace that had been professionally sealed 3 years ago. Harry set down the laundry basket very slowly, his heart suddenly pounding. He could hear the television from the kitchen, the blaring sounds of Dudley's favorite program. Uncle Vernon was laughing at something. The sounds felt very far away. He approached the fireplace like it was a wild animal, carefully, ready to run. The green flames danced behind the screen, casting impossible shadows on the walls. They made no sound. They gave off no heat that Harry could feel from 3 feet away. They simply were, burning in a space where fire couldn't exist. And then, with a soft whoosh that Harry felt more than heard, something materialized in the heart of the flames. An envelope. It hung suspended in the green fire, rotating slowly like it was waiting to be noticed. The paper should have been burning, was burning, technically, the flames licking at its edges, but it remained whole. Untouched. Harry could see a wax seal on the front, dark red, pressed with an emblem he couldn't quite make out from this distance. His first thought was, I'm dreaming. His second thought was, no. Dreams don't feel like this. His third thought was, if I scream, Uncle Vernon will come. And then. He didn't finish that thought. He didn't need to. He knew exactly what would happen if Uncle Vernon saw this, the accusations, the punishment, the endless lectures about freakishness and ungrateful wretchedness and all the other phrases that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat. Harry glanced toward the kitchen. The television still blared. Dudley was demanding more crisps. Nobody was coming. He reached for the screen. The brass was cool under his fingers. He unlatched it carefully, wincing at the small squeak of hinges, and pulled it open. The green flame seemed to lean toward him, and he had a sudden mad impulse to pull back, to run, to pretend he'd never seen any of this. Instead, he reached into the fire. The flames parted around his hand like water. There was no heat, only a strange tingling sensation, like static electricity building just beneath his skin. His fingers closed around the envelope. The moment he touched it, the fire vanished. Harry stood in the darkened living room, holding a letter that smelled faintly of something ancient, old books and metal and something else he couldn't name. The wax seal gleamed in the dim light from the hallway, a dragon wrapped around a sword, its wings spread wide. He turned the envelope over. On the front, written in dark ink that seemed to shimmer slightly, were words in a language he'd never seen, angular and sharp, like knives turned into letters. But below them, in perfectly ordinary English, Harry James Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry's hands were shaking. He stuffed the envelope inside his oversized shirt without opening it, instinct, pure survival instinct, and picked up the laundry basket. His movements felt mechanical, disconnected from his racing mind. Someone knew where he slept. Someone knew about the cupboard. Someone had sent him a letter through impossible fire. He walked to the utility room, started the washing machine, and waited until the house was quiet enough that he could retreat to his cupboard without anyone noticing. The envelope burned against his chest the whole time. Harry waited until midnight. He'd learned patience from necessity. In the cupboard, you couldn't rush anything, getting dressed, getting comfortable, getting through the night. Everything happened in small increments, careful and quiet, because drawing attention meant drawing trouble. The Dursleys had been asleep for an hour. He could hear Uncle Vernon snoring from upstairs, a rhythmic rumble that shook the ceiling. Dudley's room was silent, the boys slept like the dead, exhausted from a day of eating too much and complaining about everything. Harry pulled the envelope from under his thin mattress, where he'd hidden it with the other things the Dursleys didn't know about, a stub of pencil, a small notebook he'd taken from the school lost and found, a photograph of a red-haired woman he'd found in a box in the attic 3 years ago and never shown anyone. The photograph woman smiled at him sometimes. He'd never told anyone that either. He held the envelope up to the thin strip of light from under his door. The wax seal seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it, the dragon and sword emblem standing out in sharp relief. Harry took a breath and broke the seal. The envelope opened easily, the wax crumbling away as if it had been waiting for his touch specifically. Inside were 2 pieces of parchment, actual parchment, thick and creamy, nothing like the notebook paper he was used to. The first page was covered in that same angular writing he'd seen on the envelope, dense and indecipherable. The second page. The second page was in English. To His Highness, Harry James Potter, last scion of the most noble and ancient house of Potter, heir apparent to the consolidated holdings of the Pendragon estate, you are hereby summoned to appear before the director of Gringotts Wizarding Bank at your earliest convenience, but no later than the next lunar cycle, to address matters of grave importance regarding 1. The theft and misappropriation of Potter family assets. 2. Violations of the inheritance protocols of 1247-3. Crimes against the Crown. This summons carries the weight of treaty law as established between the Goblin Nation and the magical sovereignty of Britain. Failure to appear will not be held against you, as we recognize that forces beyond your control may prevent attendance. Should you require assistance in reaching our establishment, speak your full name aloud while holding this document and transportation will be arranged. We have waited a long time, Your Highness. We hope you will come. In service and anticipation, Ragnarok the 5th Director of Gringotts Bank, Keeper of the Pendragon Vaults. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he read it again. Your Highness. Heir apparent. Crimes against the Crown. The words made no sense. They assembled themselves into sentences that followed grammatical rules and still conveyed nothing Harry could understand. Wizarding Bank. Goblin Nation. Magical Sovereignty. Pendragon. Harry knew that name. He'd read about it in a book of legends at the school library, King Arthur and Camelot and the Sword in the Stone. Fairy tales. Children's stories. But the letter in his hands was real. The fire had been real. The photograph of the red-haired woman smiled at him sometimes, and that was real too, even though it shouldn't be. He thought about the strange things that had always happened around him. The time his hair had grown back overnight after Aunt Petunia had shaved it off. The time he'd ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang had been chasing him, with no memory of climbing. The time Aunt Marge's wine glass had shattered in her hand after she'd spent an hour calling his mother a worthless drunk. The Desleys called it freakishness. They punished him for it, even though he couldn't control it, even though he didn't understand it. But what if it wasn't freakishness? What if it was something else entirely? Harry looked at the letter again. Should you require assistance in reaching our establishment, speak your full name aloud while holding this document. He was 7 years old. He lived in a cupboard under the stairs. He owned nothing except stolen scraps and secrets. But someone had sent him a letter through green fire. Someone had called him Your Highness. Someone was waiting for him. Harry folded the letter carefully and tucked it back under his mattress, next to the photograph and the notebook and all his other hidden things. He wouldn't go tonight. That would be stupid, rushing into something he didn't understand, trusting words on a page just because they were the first kind words anyone had ever written to him. He needed to think. He needed to plan. He needed to know more. But as he lay in the darkness, listening to the house breathe around him, Harry felt something unfamiliar stirring in his chest. It took him a while to identify it because he'd felt it so rarely. Hope. The next 3 days were an exercise in patience. Harry went through the motions of his life, cooking breakfast, doing chores, avoiding Dudley, staying invisible, while his mind worked furiously on the problem of the letter. He had questions. Hundreds of questions. And he had no way to answer any of them. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. If it was a bank, it had to be somewhere. Banks had addresses. They had buildings. He couldn't exactly look it up in the phone book, but maybe. On Thursday, he asked Mrs. Patterson at the library if he could use one of the reference computers during lunch. She gave him a curious look. Harry had never shown much interest in computers before, but nodded and left him to it. Harry typed Gringotts Bank into the search engine. Nothing. Not a single result. He tried Pendragon Estate. He got pages about King Arthur, about Welsh mythology, about a television series he'd never heard of. Nothing useful. He tried Goblin Nation and got fantasy novels. He sat back in his chair, frustrated. If this was a trick, some elaborate joke designed to humiliate him, it was an incredibly sophisticated one. Who would go to such trouble to prank a 7-year-old boy nobody cared about? But if it wasn't a trick? Harry closed his eyes and thought about green fire. About letters that didn't burn. About the dragon and sword seal that had crumbled at his touch and no one else's. The letter had known about his cupboard. The letter had been addressed to him specifically, with his location spelled out in detail that no one outside number 4 should know. Either this was real, or Harry was losing his mind. Neither option seemed particularly appealing, but he found himself hoping it was the former. He needed more information. And there was only one way to get it. Harry planned his escape for Saturday. The Desleys had a routine, predictable as clockwork. On Saturdays, Uncle Vernon went to the golf club from 8 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. Aunt Petunia attended her gardening society meeting from 9 until noon. Dudley was usually deposited at a friend's house, where he would spend the morning playing video games and eating other families out of house and home. That left the house empty. That left Harry alone. It also left him with no supervision, which the Desleys apparently hadn't considered a problem. Harry was always there when they came back. Where else would he go? He had no friends, no money, no way to get anywhere. Except Harry had been preparing for years, in small ways even he hadn't fully understood until now. He had money. Not much, a few pounds scraped together from coins he'd found in the couch cushions, forgotten in pockets before laundry, dropped in the street and never claimed. He kept it hidden in a sock in the back of his cupboard. Aunt Petunia would never think to look there, she avoided his cupboard like it might be contagious. He knew the bus routes. He'd memorized them from the schedule at the stop down the street, because memorizing things gave him something to do when he was locked in his cupboard for days at a time. And he knew, from the books in the library and the maps in the atlas he'd studied during lonely lunch hours, that London was 30 miles away and that buses left from Little Whinging 3 times a day. The letter hadn't told him where Gringotts Bank was, exactly. But it had told him to speak his name while holding the document if he needed help reaching it. Harry wasn't going to do that. Not yet. He didn't trust magic words that transported you to unknown locations. He'd read enough fairy tales to know that deals with mysterious forces rarely ended well. But he had another idea. The letter mentioned a wizarding bank. It mentioned Goblin Nation. It mentioned things that existed outside the normal world, hidden from people like the Dursleys. Harry had always been good at finding things that were hidden. It was a survival skill. You couldn't avoid punishment if you didn't know where danger was lurking. So on Saturday morning, after the Dursleys had dispersed to their various activities, Harry took his small collection of money, tucked the letter safely inside his shirt, and walked out of number 4, Privet Drive. The morning was bright and warm, already hinting at the heat to come. Harry moved quickly through the identical streets of Little Whinging, past houses that looked like copies of each other, past hedges trimmed to regulation height and cars washed to gleaming perfection. Nobody paid attention to him. He was just a small, scruffy boy in clothes that didn't fit, unremarkable, forgettable. That was fine. That was what he wanted. The bus to London left at 8:47. Harry had exact change ready. The driver barely glanced at him as he dropped coins into the machine and found a seat near the back. As the bus pulled away from Little Whinging, Harry watched the suburban houses give way to motorway, then to the outskirts of the city, then to London itself, massive and ancient and overwhelming. He had no idea what he was looking for. But he'd find it anyway. He always did. London was chaos. Harry stepped off the bus at Victoria Coach Station and immediately felt like he'd stepped into another world. People rushed past him in every direction, speaking languages he didn't recognize, carrying bags and briefcases and strange packages. The noise was incredible, car horns and construction and fragments of 100 conversations layering over each other into a constant roar. He stood still for a moment, letting the crowd flow around him, and forced himself to think. The letter had mentioned a bank. Banks needed customers. Customers needed to find them. Which meant there had to be some way into this wizarding world, some entrance, some sign, something that marked the boundary between normal and whatever else existed. Harry had noticed, over the years of strange things happening around him, that the strangeness seemed to concentrate in certain moments. When his hair grew back overnight, there had been a feeling like static electricity in his cupboard. When he'd appeared on the school roof, there had been a split-second sensation of being squeezed through a tube. The events had locations. They had boundaries. If this wizarding world existed, it had to touch the normal world somewhere. And that somewhere had to be accessible, even to someone who didn't know what they were looking for. Harry closed his eyes and tried to remember the feeling. The green fire in the fireplace. The tingling sensation when his fingers had closed around the letter. The rightness of breaking the seal, as if the envelope had been made specifically to respond to his touch. Where would I go, he thought, if I were looking for something that didn't want to be found? He opened his eyes and started walking. 3 hours later, Harry was exhausted, hungry, and no closer to finding anything useful. He'd wandered through street after street, looking for, he didn't even know what. A sign that said "Wizards this way." A building that shimmered at the edges. An owl flying past in broad daylight. Nothing. Just London, vast and indifferent. He found himself on a dingy street near Charing Cross, slumped against a wall and trying to decide whether he should just give up and go home. The letter was a weight against his chest, a reminder of promises that might mean nothing. Someone's idea of a joke, he thought bitterly. Someone found out about the cupboard and decided to mess with the weird kid, and I fell for it like an idiot. Are you lost, dear? Harry looked up. An old woman stood in front of him, wrapped in clothes that didn't quite make sense, layers of shawls over what looked like a velvet dress, topped with a hat that had a stuffed vulture perched on it. She was looking at him with an expression of concern that seemed genuine. "I'm fine," Harry said automatically. "Just resting." The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. "You've got the look of someone searching for something they can't quite see." Harry went very still. "I don't know what you mean," he said carefully. The woman smiled. It wasn't a particularly reassuring smile, too many teeth, and something calculating behind her eyes, but it wasn't threatening either. "Of course you don't, dear. Of course you don't." She patted his shoulder with a wrinkled hand. "But if you were, hypothetically, looking for something unusual, you might try the leaky cauldron. Just there." She pointed at the wall across the street. Harry looked. He saw a record shop on one side, a bookstore on the other, and between them, nothing. Just wall. He turned back to ask the woman what she meant, but she was already walking away, her vulture hat bobbing with each step. Before he could call out, she turned a corner and vanished. Harry stared at the wall across the street. The Leaky Cauldron. It sounded like a pub name. A wizarding pub, maybe. A place where wizards went, if wizards existed, if any of this was real. He crossed the street, dodging a taxi that honked angrily at him, and stood in front of the blank space between the shops. Up close, it was still just wall. Brick and mortar, old but ordinary. Harry reached out and touched it. The moment his fingers made contact, something shifted. Like his eyes had been out of focus his whole life and suddenly snapped into clarity. Where there had been blank wall, there was now a door, old and weathered, with a sign hanging above it that creaked in a breeze Harry couldn't feel. The Leaky Cauldron. Harry pulled his hand back. The door remained visible. He looked around. People walked past on both sides of him, their eyes sliding over the door like it wasn't there. A woman with a stroller walked within 3 feet of the entrance and didn't so much as glance at it. They couldn't see it. But Harry could. "Because I'm looking for it," he thought. "Because I'm meant to." He took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. The Leaky Cauldron was dark. After the brightness of the street, Harry had to blink several times before his eyes adjusted. When they did, he found himself in what looked like a very old pub, wooden beams on the ceiling, tables scattered around a stone floor, a long bar against one wall with bottles of strange liquids arranged behind it. People sat at the tables. People who looked normal, mostly, except for the way their clothes didn't quite fit any era Harry could identify. Robes mixed with modern jackets. One man was reading a newspaper that seemed to be moving, the photographs shifting and rearranging themselves as Harry watched. Nobody was paying attention to him. The conversations continued, the drinks were poured, and Harry might as well have been invisible. He slipped between the tables, heading for the bar. The man behind it was old and bald, wiping glasses with a cloth that moved on its own. "Excuse me," Harry said. The bartender looked down at him. "Yes. I'm looking for Gringotts Bank." The man's eyebrows rose slightly. "Gringotts?" "Through the back, into the alley. Can't miss it, biggest building there is." He squinted at Harry. "You're a bit young to be doing banking business." "I have an appointment," Harry said, which wasn't quite true but felt true enough. The bartender shrugged. "Through the back, then. Need me to open the wall?" Yes. Please." The man came out from behind the bar and led Harry through a back door into a small courtyard. The space was completely enclosed, brick walls on all sides, with nothing but a few trash cans and weeds growing through the cracks. The bartender pulled out a stick, no, a wand, it had to be a wand, and tapped a specific sequence of bricks. 3 up, 2 across, he muttered. "There you are." The wall began to move. The bricks folded away from each other, rearranging themselves like a puzzle solving itself in reverse. An archway formed, revealing a cobblestone street beyond, narrow and winding, lined with shops that looked like nothing Harry had ever seen. "Diagon Alley," the bartender said. Gringotts is at the end. The big white building. He gave Harry another curious look. Good luck with your appointment. Harry stepped through the archway. Behind him, the wall closed itself up again. Diagon Alley was overwhelming. Harry walked slowly down the cobblestones, trying to take everything in at once and failing completely. Shop windows displayed cauldrons in every size, books that flew themselves onto shelves, owls in cages, broomsticks, crystal vials filled with shimmering liquids, robes in a dozen colors, telescopes, brass instruments of unclear purpose, sweets that sparkled and moved, and countless other things that had no equivalent in any world Harry had known. People in robes walked past him, talking about Quidditch scores and ministry regulations and someone named Celestina Warbeck. Nobody looked twice at Harry. In his oversized muggle clothes, he should have stood out like a sore thumb, but the crowd seemed to fold around him without really seeing him. Maybe that was normal here. Maybe strange children wandered into Diagon Alley all the time. Or maybe something else was going on. The letter had felt right when he touched it. The door to the leaky cauldron had appeared for him specifically. The wall had opened at his approach. Harry filed these observations away and kept walking. Gringotts Bank rose at the end of the alley like a challenge. It was white marble, impossibly white, gleaming in the sunlight that somehow made its way down through the narrow street. Bronze doors stood twice as tall as a man, flanked by figures in ornate armor that Harry realized, with a start, weren't human. They were short, shorter than Harry, even, with long fingers and pointed ears and faces that looked like they'd been carved from old leather. Their eyes tracked him as he approached, but they didn't move to stop him. Goblins, Harry thought. The letter had mentioned a goblin nation. He climbed the steps to the bronze doors. Up close, he could see words engraved above them, a poem, or a warning: enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits. The sin of greed, for those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. Harry read it twice, committing it to memory. Then he pushed open the doors and walked into the bank. The interior of Gringotts was vast. Harry stood in an entrance hall that seemed too large to fit inside the building he'd seen from outside. The ceiling soared overhead, held up by marble pillars carved with scenes of goblin history, battles and treaties and treasures being weighed on golden scales. A long counter ran the length of the room, and behind it, dozens of goblins sat on high stools, scratching away at ledgers and examining gemstones and talking to witches and wizards who waited in queues. Nobody was paying attention to Harry. Again. He reached inside his shirt and pulled out the letter, unfolding it with hands that trembled slightly. The letter had said to speak his name if he needed help reaching the bank. He was already here, but maybe. "I'm Harry Potter," he said quietly. "I received a summons." The effect was immediate. Every goblin in the hall turned to look at him. The scratching of quills stopped. Conversations died mid-sentence. Even the wizards and witches in the queues fell silent, turning to see what had caused the disruption. Harry stood very still, his heart hammering in his chest. One of the goblins, older than the others, with a long grey beard and eyes like chips of black ice, climbed down from his stool and approached Harry. His footsteps echoed in the sudden silence. "Harry Potter," the goblin said. His voice was rough, like stones grinding together. "We have been waiting for you." He reached out and took the letter from Harry's unresisting fingers. His eyes scanned the page, first the English, then the angular script Harry couldn't read, and a smile crossed his face. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was the smile of someone seeing a plan finally come together after a very long time. "Follow me," the goblin said. "Director Ragnarok will see you immediately." He turned and walked toward a door at the far end of the hall. Harry followed, acutely aware of every eye in the room tracking his progress. The door opened into a corridor lined with doors and lit by lamps that burned without flames. The goblin moved fast, his short legs carrying him with surprising speed, and Harry had to jog to keep up. "Where are we going?" Harry asked. "The director's office." He has been anticipating this meeting for longer than you have been alive. How did you know I was coming today? I didn't tell anyone. The goblin glanced back at him, that same unsettling smile on his face. You are the first person to trigger the Pendragon summoning protocols in 241 years. We have been monitoring for that specific magical signature since the day you were born. The moment you touched that letter, we knew. Harry's stomach clenched. You've been watching me my whole life. We've been watching for you your whole life. There is a difference. The goblin stopped in front of a large door made of some metal that seemed to shift colors as Harry looked at it. A word of advice, Mr. Potter. Director Ragnarok is not patient. He is not kind. He does not lie, but he does not volunteer information either. If you want answers, you will have to ask the right questions. What are the right questions? The goblin's smile widened. That is for you to discover. He pushed open the door. The office beyond was smaller than Harry expected, more intimate, with a fire crackling in a stone hearth and walls lined with shelves full of strange objects. A desk dominated the center of the room, massive and ancient, covered with papers and ledgers and artifacts Harry couldn't identify. Behind the desk sat the oldest living thing Harry had ever seen. Director Ragnarok was small even by goblin standards, shrunken with age until he looked almost fragile. But his eyes were sharp and bright, burning with an intelligence that made Harry want to take a step back. Harry Potter, Ragnarok said. His voice was surprisingly strong, filling the room without rising. You came faster than we expected. Please, sit. He gestured to a chair in front of the desk. It was sized for a human adult, and Harry had to climb into it, his feet dangling above the floor. He felt small. Vulnerable. He suspected that was intentional. Thank you for the summons, Harry said carefully. I have questions. I would be concerned if you did not. Ragnarok steepled his fingers. But first, protocol must be observed. You touched the letter with your bare hand, yes? Yes. And you alone could see it? The fire, the envelope, the contents. The Dursleys, my relatives, they didn't seem to notice anything. Ragnarok nodded slowly. As expected. The Pendragon summons is keyed to the bloodline. Only a true heir can perceive it, let alone respond. He reached into a drawer and withdrew a silver knife and a shallow stone bowl. Before we proceed further, I must verify your identity through the traditional method. Blood will tell what words cannot. Do you consent? Harry looked at the knife. It was sharp, he could tell that much. What exactly does this verification involve? 3 drops of blood in the heritage bowl. The magic will read your lineage and display it on enchanted parchment. It is standard practice for any significant inheritance claim, though the Pendragon bloodline adds complexity. And if I refuse? Ragnarok's expression didn't change. Then you may leave. The summons is not a command, it is an invitation. We cannot force you to claim what is yours. Harry thought about this. He thought about the letter, the green fire, the door that only he could see. He thought about the cupboard and the years of being told he was worthless, unwanted, a burden. If this was real, if any of this was real, he needed to know. I consent, he said. Ragnarok handed him the knife. 3 drops. No more, no less. Harry pressed the blade to his finger. It was sharper than any knife he'd used in the Dursleys' kitchen, a single touch drew blood instantly. He held his hand over the bowl and let 3 drops fall into its depths. The blood hit the stone and moved. Harry watched, fascinated, as the drops swirled together, forming patterns and symbols that shifted too fast to follow. The bowl began to glow with a soft golden light. Ragnarok placed a sheet of blank parchment on the desk. The glow rose from the bowl like mist and settled onto the paper, and words began to appear, written in ink that seemed to form from nothing. Heritage verification, Harry James Potter born, July 31, 1980. Blood status, half-blood paternal line, father, James Charles Potter, deceased, grandfather, Charles Potter, deceased, great-grandfather, Henry Potter, deceased, line continues to founding, House Potter established 1066, maternal line, mother, Lily Potter née Evans, deceased, grandmother, Rose Evans née, record sealed, great-grandmother, record sealed. Harry frowned at the sealed sections, but more text was appearing, and his attention snapped back to the page. Secondary lines through blood or magic, House Black, heir presumptive, through Doria Potter née Black, House Peveril, heir apparent, through Potter paternal line, House Gryffindor, heir by right of conquest and blood, and then, at the bottom, in letters that seemed to burn brighter than the rest, House Pendragon, sole surviving heir status, Crown Prince of Magical Britain throne, vacant, 241 years, claim. Legitimate. Harry stared at the parchment. The words stared back. The Evans line is interesting, Ragnarok said, his voice cutting through Harry's shock. The sealed records suggest hidden magical heritage, possibly Muggleborn in appearance but not in truth. We will investigate further. However, the Pendragon claim is what concerns us today. Harry's voice came out as a whisper. He tried again. I'm a prince. You are the last legitimate heir to the magical throne of Britain. Whether you become a prince, a king, or neither is entirely up to you. Ragnarok leaned forward. But before we discuss your options, we must address more immediate matters. Someone has been stealing from you, Mr. Potter. Someone has been working very hard to ensure you never learned any of this. And I would very much like to know who. The next hour was the most overwhelming of Harry's life. Ragnarok walked him through the Potter accounts first, the mundane wealth that should have been his. The Potter family vault, untouched since his parents' deaths. The trust fund they had established for his care. The quarterly payments that were supposed to go to his guardians for his upkeep. These payments have been collected, Ragnarok said, his voice flat with controlled anger. Every quarter since November 1981. Someone has been withdrawing 50 galleons a month from your trust vault in your name. The Dursleys? Harry asked, though even as he said it, he knew it didn't fit. The Dursleys didn't know about any of this, he was certain of that. No. The withdrawals were made using a magical proxy signature. Specifically, the signature of one Albus Dumbledore, who claimed to be acting as your magical guardian. The name meant nothing to Harry. Who is Albus Dumbledore? Ragnarok's smile was sharp enough to cut glass. A very interesting question. Albus Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He is the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, Britain's magical legislature. He is widely considered the most powerful wizard alive. He paused. He is also the man who placed you with the Dursley family, sealed your parents' will, blocked our attempts to contact you, and has been collecting money from your trust fund for nearly 6 years. Harry felt cold. Why would he do that? Another interesting question, one I cannot fully answer. But I can tell you that your parents will specifically stated you were never to be placed with the Dursley family. They named 3 alternative guardians, Sirius Black, currently in prison in Azkaban for crimes he may or may not have committed, Alice Longbottom, currently incapacitated in a permanent care ward, and Minerva McGonagall, who claims she was never informed of your parents' wishes. So Dumbledore ignored their will and put me with the Dursleys anyway. Yes. And then he took money from my accounts while I slept in a cupboard and wore my cousin's old clothes. Yes. Harry's hands were trembling. Not with fear, with something hotter, something that burned in his chest like the green fire that had started all of this. Why? He asked again, and this time his voice was harder. I do not know his exact motivations. But I can speculate. Ragnarok stood and moved to a cabinet against the wall, retrieving a thick folder. Albus Dumbledore has spent 50 years building a very specific kind of power, the power of being indispensable. He positions himself at the center of every crisis, every conflict, every important decision. He defeated the Dark Lord Grindelwald in 1945. He is the only wizard the current Dark Lord, Voldemort, ever feared. He leads the Wizengamot and shapes British magical policy to his liking. He placed the folder on the desk in front of Harry. A king, a legitimate king with the authority to override the Wizengamot and command the loyalty of the old families, would threaten everything Dumbledore has built. A king raised in power, trained in politics, aware of his heritage, would be impossible to control. But a king raised in a cupboard, Harry said slowly, with no idea who he was or what he was entitled to. Would be grateful, Ragnarok finished. Would be malleable. Would look to the wise old wizard who rescued him from obscurity and trust him absolutely. He bared his teeth, not a smile, something more predatory. Dumbledore miscalculated. He did not anticipate that the Pendragon vaults would activate on their own, or that the ancient summoning protocols would bypass his blocks. He has kept you ignorant, Mr. Potter, but he has not kept you safe from us. Harry looked at the folder. It was thick with documents, photographs, records. Evidence. Proof. What happens now? He asked. Ragnarok sat back down, his ancient eyes studying Harry's face. That depends entirely on you. You have options. You could walk away, return to the Dursleys, forget everything you have learned today, live as a normal boy until Dumbledore decides to reveal your magical heritage on his own terms. No. The word came out flat and final, surprising Harry himself with its certainty. Ragnarok's smile returned. I thought not. Then you have other choices. You could claim your inheritance publicly, assert your position, challenge Dumbledore's authority, demand justice for what was done to you. Would that work? Possibly. You are 7 years old. The wizarding world would not take kindly to a child claiming a throne that has been vacant for 2.5 centuries. Dumbledore's supporters would paint you as a fraud, a puppet, a tool of goblin manipulation. The battle would be long and ugly, and you would likely lose. Harry nodded slowly. This matched what he'd already suspected. What's the third option? The third option is slower but more certain. You claim your inheritance quietly. You learn what you need to know, magic, politics, history, the truth about your family and your enemies. You build alliances. You prepare. And when the time is right, when you are no longer a child who can be dismissed, you take what is yours. Harry was silent for a long moment, thinking it through. The Dursleys had taught him patience, though not in the way they'd intended. They'd taught him that direct confrontation usually lost. That the smart move was to wait, to watch, to gather information until you had what you needed. The third option, he said. But I'm not going back to the Dursleys. Ragnarok's eyebrows rose slightly. Oh. You said Dumbledore put me there against my parents' wishes. You said he's been taking money that was meant for my care. If I claim my inheritance quietly, I'm still the heir to House Potter and House Black, right? That gives me legal standing. I want to be placed with someone else, someone who isn't working for Dumbledore. You have given this thought. I've had 3 days to think about it. The letter said I had until the next lunar cycle to respond. I spent those days planning. For the first time, Ragnarok looked genuinely pleased. You have your father's intelligence and your mother's spine. Very well. There are procedures for what you describe, legal mechanisms to transfer guardianship, particularly when the current arrangements violate parental wishes. But you will need a guardian who is willing to stand against Dumbledore's pressure. Such people are rare. What about the third guardian? The one who was never told about my parents' will. Minerva McGonagall. Professor McGonagall is deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. She works directly under Dumbledore. While she may be sympathetic, she is unlikely to openly oppose him. Harry frowned. Then who? Ragnarok was silent for a moment, considering. Then, there is one possibility. Andromeda Tonks, née Black. She was disowned from the Black family for marrying a Muggle-born wizard, but as the presumptive heir to House Black, you could restore her standing. She is a trained healer, she has a daughter of her own, and she has no love for either Dumbledore or the pureblood establishment. She might be willing to take you in, for the right incentives. You want me to bribe her? I want you to offer her a fair exchange. You need a guardian who will protect you and train you. She needs protection from enemies who might target her for your sake, resources to keep her family safe, and restoration of her family honor. Both parties benefit. That is not bribery, it is politics. Harry thought about this. It made a certain kind of sense. How do I contact her? Leave that to me. For now, there is one more matter we must address. Ragnarok stood again and moved to the back of the office, where a heavy iron door was set into the wall. You are the heir to House Pendragon. There are things in the Pendragon vault that belong to you, things that have waited 241 years for a rightful heir to claim them. Harry's mouth was dry. He nodded. Ragnarok pressed his palm against the door. There was a sound like grinding stone, a flash of golden light, and the door swung open to reveal darkness beyond. Come, the goblin said. It is time you met your ancestors. The Pendragon vault was not what Harry expected. He'd imagined something like the images of treasure caves he'd seen in books, mountains of gold coins, jeweled cups, overflowing chests of precious gems. What he found was smaller, older, and infinitely stranger. The vault was circular, perhaps 50 feet across, with a domed ceiling that seemed to absorb light. The walls were covered in carvings, not decorative patterns but scenes, moments frozen in stone. Battles. Coronations. A dragon breathing fire while a figure in armor raised a sword. A round table surrounded by solemn figures. A woman in white robes holding a cup that glowed with inner light. The floor was polished black stone, and in its center stood a single pedestal. On the pedestal rested a crown. It was not a large crown, not the towering constructions Harry had seen in pictures of queens and kings. It was a simple circlet of silver, set with a single dark stone that seemed to drink in the light from Ragnarok's lantern. The crown of Albion, Ragnarok said quietly. Forged by Merlin himself, or so the legends say. It has not been worn by a living heir since 1746, when the last king sacrificed himself to seal the breach. The breach? Harry asked. A story for another time. For now, know only that the crown is yours by right, but it will not accept you simply because of your blood. It must judge you worthy. Harry approached the pedestal slowly. The closer he got, the more he felt, a pressure in his mind, like something watching him from very close by. What happens if it judges me unworthy? Unknown. No unworthy heir has ever attempted to take the crown. Most do not survive close proximity. Ragnarok's voice was matter-of-fact. But you have already passed closer than any pretender could. If the crown meant to reject you, you would already be dead. That was not particularly reassuring. Harry stopped an arm's length from the pedestal. The crown seemed to pulse slightly, the dark stone at its center flickering with something that might have been light. Touch me. The words weren't spoken, they appeared directly in Harry's mind, clear and cold and impossibly old. He reached out. The moment his fingers touched the silver circlet, the world changed. Harry stood in a great hall that didn't exist. Stone walls rose around him, draped with banners showing the dragon and sword emblem he'd seen on the letter. A fire roared in a massive hearth, casting dancing shadows. And before him, seated on a throne carved from living rock, was a man who looked like an older version of his own reflection. Harry, the man said. His voice was warm but weary, carrying the weight of centuries. We have waited so long. Who are you? Harry asked. His voice echoed strangely in this space that wasn't quite real. I am many people. All the kings who came before you, preserved in the crown's memory. The man smiled, Harry's smile, or what Harry's smile might become in 30 years. You may call me Arthur. It is as good a name as any. Arthur. King Arthur. One of us bore that name, long ago. His story has been told many times, mostly wrong. Arthur leaned forward. But we did not bring you here to discuss history. We brought you here to offer you a choice. The hall shifted around them. Suddenly Harry was standing on a battlefield, watching armies clash beneath a blood-red sky. Then in a throne room, watching a king sign a treaty while enemies watched from the shadows. Then in a small cottage, watching a woman weep over a child's grave. Power comes with a price, Arthur said, his voice following Harry through the visions. Every king who wore this crown gained strength beyond measure, but they also gained responsibility. The weight of a nation. The burden of choice. The loneliness of command. The visions stopped. Harry stood once again in the great hall, facing the throne. You are 7 years old, Arthur continued. You have been abused, neglected, and lied to your entire life. You have every reason to be angry. Every reason to want revenge. His eyes met Harry's. I am offering you a weapon powerful enough to destroy everyone who ever hurt you. But I need to know, what will you do with it? Harry was silent for a long moment. He thought about the Dursleys. About Dumbledore. About years of hunger and loneliness and being told he was worthless. He thought about the letter. About Ragnarok. About a world that was bigger and stranger than anything he'd imagined. He thought about the woman in the photograph, the one who smiled at him sometimes, who had red hair like fire and green eyes like his own. I don't want revenge, Harry said finally. I mean, I do. Part of me does. But that's not why I'm here. Then why are you here? Because I want to matter. The words came from somewhere deep, somewhere Harry hadn't known existed. I want to be more than the boy in the cupboard. More than someone who just survives. I want to do something. I want to protect people who can't protect themselves, because no one protected me. I want to make things better. He met Arthur's ancient eyes. Is that a good enough reason? Arthur smiled, and for a moment, the hall was filled with the presence of every king who had ever worn the crown, all of them watching, all of them judging. It is a start, Arthur said. The crown accepts you, Harry Potter. But remember, power reveals character. It does not replace it. You must become worthy of what you have been given. The hall began to fade. Arthur's voice followed Harry into the darkness. We will be watching. We will be waiting. And when you need us, truly need us, we will answer. Harry gasped and stumbled backward, catching himself on the edge of a stone pillar. He was back in the Pendragon vault. Ragnarok was watching him with an expression that might have been concern or might have been intense interest. How long? Harry managed. Seconds. Perhaps a minute. Ragnarok's eyes were sharp. The crown spoke to you. Yes. And? Harry looked down at his hand. The crown of Albion sat in his palm, the silver warm against his skin, the dark stone pulsing gently with light that matched his heartbeat. It accepted me, he said. But it says I'm not ready to wear it yet. I have to, become worthy. Prove myself. Ragnarok nodded slowly. The crown always tests its bearers. Some are tested for years before they are allowed to complete the bonding. The fact that it speaks to you at all is more than any pretender has achieved in centuries. Harry carefully placed the crown back on its pedestal. It felt wrong to keep it, like carrying something sacred in his pocket. It will wait for you, Ragnarok said, reading his thoughts. When you are ready, you will know. They left the vault together, the heavy door sealing behind them. Harry's mind was reeling, too much information, too many revelations, too many impossible things becoming real in a single afternoon. But beneath the confusion, beneath the fear and the anger and the overwhelming strangeness of it all, something else was growing. Purpose. He knew who he was now. He knew what had been stolen from him. And he knew what he was going to do about it. They returned to Ragnar's office to find another goblin waiting, younger, sharper featured, practically vibrating with urgency. "Director," the goblin said, "we've received word. Dumbledore knows." Ragnar's expression didn't change, but Harry saw his fingers tighten on the armrest of his chair. "Explain." Someone in the hall recognized the Potter boy. "Word has spread. Dumbledore has been contacted by one of his agents in Diagon Alley. He's on his way here now." Harry's stomach dropped. "What do we do?" Ragnar considered for a moment, then smiled that sharp, dangerous smile. "We let him come. This was always going to happen, better sooner than later, while you are still under goblin protection and the evidence of his crimes is fresh. You want me to confront him? I'm 7. I don't even have a wand. You won't need one. The confrontation I have in mind requires only words, and I will do most of the talking." Ragnar stood. "Dumbledore has power, Mr. Potter. But power is not the only weapon in politics. Knowledge is a weapon. Truth is a weapon. And right now, we have both." They waited in a formal receiving room, larger than Ragnar's office, with high ceilings and marble floors and goblin guards stationed at every door. Harry sat in a chair that was slightly too large for him, trying to project a calm he didn't feel. The doors opened. Albus Dumbledore swept into the room like a force of nature. He was tall, impossibly tall, or so it seemed to Harry, with a long silver beard and robes of deep purple covered in embroidered stars. Half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose, and behind them, blue eyes twinkled with grandfatherly warmth. Harry had never met this man before. But looking at him, feeling the presence that filled the room like a physical force, he understood instinctively why people followed him. Dumbledore radiated power. Wisdom. Kindness. And it's all a mask, Harry thought. He's been stealing from me for 6 years while I starved in a cupboard. "Harry, my boy." Dumbledore's voice was warm, concerned. "Thank goodness you're safe. When I heard you had disappeared from your relative's home, I feared the worst. Harry Potter is exactly where he should be," Ragnar interrupted smoothly. "Attending to family business at the request of Gringotts Bank. As is his right." Dumbledore's smile didn't waver, but something flickered in those twinkling eyes. Of course, of course. But surely such matters could have waited until Harry was older. He is only 7, after all, and the magical world can be quite overwhelming for a child raised among muggles. Harry Potter is the sole heir to Houses Potter, Black, and Pendragon, Ragnar said. His presence was required for verification of claims that have significant legal and financial implications. Under the Treaty of 1746, Gringotts has both the right and the obligation to summon any heir when matters of inheritance are at stake. A muscle twitched in Dumbledore's jaw. The Pendragon claim is, quite extraordinary. I trust it has been thoroughly verified. The bloodline is legitimate and unbroken. The heritage bowl does not lie. Silence stretched between them. Harry watched Dumbledore's face carefully, looking for cracks in the grandfatherly facade. "Well," Dumbledore said finally, "this is certainly unexpected news." "I'm sure Harry has many questions." "I do," Harry said. Both adults turned to look at him. Dumbledore's expression shifted to benevolent concern. "Of course, my boy. Ask anything you wish." Harry met those twinkling blue eyes directly. "Why did you seal my parents' will?" The twinkle flickered. "Ah," Dumbledore said. "You've been informed of that." "Well, Harry, it was a difficult time. The war had just ended, there were threats from remaining Death Eaters, and I felt it necessary to take certain precautions. My parents will named 3 guardians," Harry continued, his voice flat. "Sirius Black, Alice Longbottom, and Minerva McGonagall. It specifically stated I was never to be placed with the Dursley family. You ignored all of that. The Blood Wards, you took money from my trust fund. Every month for almost 6 years. While I slept in a cupboard and wore my cousin's old clothes." The room went very still. Dumbledore's expression shifted, still warm, still concerned, but with something harder underneath. Harry, I understand this is confusing. The financial arrangements were made for your protection. The funds were intended to be used for your care. The Dursleys never received a penny, Harry said. And they made sure I knew what a burden I was every single day. So where did the money go, Professor? Ragnock intervened smoothly. Gringotts has conducted a full audit of the Potter accounts. The withdrawals were made using a magical proxy signature registered to Albus Dumbledore. The funds were transferred to a personal vault, also registered to Albus Dumbledore. We have documentation. He placed a folder on the table between them. Dumbledore didn't look at it. His eyes stayed fixed on Harry, and for the first time, the grandfatherly mask slipped completely. You don't understand, Dumbledore said softly. There are threats you cannot comprehend. Forces moving against you that require resources to counter. Everything I have done, everything, has been to protect you. By putting me with people who hate me. The Blood Wards, by sealing my inheritance. To keep you safe from those who would use it, by stealing from me. The money was used for security measures, for intelligence networks, for keeping me ignorant. Harry's voice was quiet but steady. For making sure I never found out who I really am until you were ready to tell me. Until you could control what I learned. Dumbledore was silent. You miscalculated, Harry said. The goblins found me first. The standoff lasted for several more minutes, but the outcome was never really in doubt. Dumbledore was powerful, possibly the most powerful wizard alive. But Gringotts was neutral territory, protected by treaties older than the Ministry itself. He couldn't take Harry by force. He couldn't override Goblin authority on financial matters. And with the evidence of his withdrawals documented and witnessed, he couldn't pretend the money had been used legitimately. In the end, he left with his dignity intact but his plans in ruins. This is not over, Harry, he said quietly at the door. There are things you don't know, dangers you can't imagine. When you realize the truth, I hope you'll understand that I only ever wanted to protect you. Maybe, Harry said. But I'll protect myself from now on. Dumbledore nodded once, slowly, and swept out of the room. When he was gone, Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. That was well done, Ragnock said. You rattled him. Dumbledore does not rattle easily. He'll try something else. Certainly. He has invested too much in controlling you to simply give up. But you have bought yourself time, and more importantly, you have shown him that you are not the naive child he expected. Harry nodded, feeling exhausted and exhilarated in equal measure. The confrontation had taken everything he had, but he'd won. He'd faced down the most powerful wizard in Britain and hadn't backed down. It was a start. What happens now? He asked. Now we implement your plan, Ragnock said. I will contact Andromeda Tonks and present our proposal. The legal mechanisms for changing your guardianship will take several weeks, but we can ensure you do not return to the Dursleys in the meantime. You will stay in Gringotts as our guest, we have rooms for valued clients. And then you begin your education. Not just magic, politics, history, finance, the truth about your family and your inheritance. You have much to learn, Mr. Potter, and very little time in which to learn it. Harry looked around the receiving room, at the marble floors and goblin guards and priceless artifacts displayed on pedestals. 24 hours ago, he'd been lying in a cupboard, dreaming about escape. Now he was standing in a bank run by goblins, having just faced down the most powerful wizard in Britain, preparing to claim a throne that had been vacant for 2.5 centuries. It should have been overwhelming. It should have been terrifying. Instead, Harry felt something he couldn't remember ever feeling before. He felt ready. That night, in a guest room deep within Gringotts Bank, Harry sat on a bed that was softer than anything he'd ever slept on and stared at the letter that had started everything. We have waited a long time, Your Highness. He thought about green fire and dragon seals. About cups of blood and crowns that spoke. About old wizards with twinkling eyes and agendas hidden beneath grandfatherly smiles. He thought about the woman in the photograph, his mother, he knew now, Lily Potter, who had died protecting him from a dark wizard whose name people still feared to speak. "I'll make you proud," he promised silently. "I don't know how yet, but I'll figure it out." Somewhere in the depths of the bank, he could feel the crown of Albion waiting. Patient. Eternal. Watching. "You have his strength," it had told him. But strength alone isn't enough. Harry lay back on the soft bed and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, his new life would begin. There would be training and politics and enemies on every side. There would be hard choices and impossible challenges and moments when he wanted to give up. But tonight, just for tonight, he let himself feel something like peace. He wasn't the boy in the cupboard anymore. He was Harry Potter. Heir to House Potter. Heir to House Black. Heir to House Pendragon. And he was just getting started. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Blood and Gold. The goblin who woke Harry at dawn was named Griphook, and he had the demeanor of someone who considered human sleep patterns a personal inconvenience. "Director Ragnarok requires your presence," he announced, pulling open curtains Harry hadn't realized existed. Pale light flooded the guest room, not sunlight, but something similar, conjured by magic to simulate the passage of hours deep underground. "Breakfast will be served in the archive chamber. You have 15 minutes. Harry was already swinging his legs out of bed. For years with the Dursleys had trained him to wake fast and move faster. "What's happening?" "Education." Griphook's lips curled in what might have been a smile. "Your real education begins today." He left Harry to dress, which took approximately 30 seconds given that Harry had slept in his clothes. The guest room was comfortable but sparse: a bed, a wardrobe containing robes that had appeared overnight in his size, a small bathroom with plumbing that operated on principles Harry didn't understand. He splashed water on his face, tried to flatten his perpetually untidy hair, and gave up almost immediately. The corridors of Gringotts were already bustling with activity. Goblins moved past in groups of 2 and 3, speaking in their own language, harsh and guttural, full of sounds that seemed to scrape against each other. They acknowledged Harry with curt nods, their dark eyes cataloging his presence without warmth or hostility. "They're waiting to see what I become," Harry realized. "Whether I'm worth their investment." He filed that observation away and followed the route Griphook had described. The archive chamber was nothing like the receiving room where he'd faced Dumbledore. Where that space had been designed to impress, marble and gold and ostentatious displays of wealth, this room was built for work. Stone walls lined with shelves that stretched up into darkness. Tables covered with maps and documents and strange instruments. The smell of old paper and older magic. Ragnarok sat at the largest table, surrounded by ledgers and parchments and what appeared to be a very old skull wearing a small crown. He didn't look up as Harry entered. "Sit. Eat. We have much to discuss." A goblin Harry hadn't noticed before pushed a plate toward him: eggs, sausages, toast, more food than he'd ever been offered for breakfast in his life. His stomach growled embarrassingly. "Thank you," Harry said, and meant it. "Gratitude is noted but unnecessary. You are a client of significant value. Keeping you healthy serves our interests." Ragnarok finally looked up, his ancient eyes sharp. "Tell me what you know about the history of magical Britain." Harry swallowed a bite of toast. "Almost nothing. Before yesterday, I didn't even know magic was real. Then we start from the beginning." Ragnarok pushed aside his papers and steepled his fingers. "Listen carefully. What I am about to tell you is not taught in wizarding schools. It is not written in ministry-approved textbooks. It is the truth, and the truth has been deliberately suppressed for nearly 2.5 centuries." Harry set down his fork. The food could wait. Magical Britain, Ragnarok began, was not always governed by a ministry. For over 1,000 years, from the time the Romans departed until 1746, your ancestors ruled as kings and queens. The Pendragon line, established by Merlin himself, if the legends are accurate, held sovereignty over all magical peoples within these islands. Including goblins. Including goblins. Ragnar's expression was unreadable. We were not subjects in the manner of wizards. We had our own laws, our own governance, our own territories. But the Pendragon throne represented balance. A central authority that could mediate disputes between species, enforce treaties, prevent the chaos that had plagued magical peoples for millennia. Harry thought about this. So the king wasn't really a dictator. More like an arbiter. Precisely. The Pendragon monarch held immense personal power, magical and political, but the greatest kings understood that their role was to serve, not to rule. They maintained the peace. They protected the realm from external threats. They ensured that the different magical peoples could coexist without constant warfare. What happened in 1746? Ragnar was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter. Something broke through. We do not know its true name, the records call it the outer dark, the hungry void, the thing beyond the stars. It was not a creature in any sense we understand. It was more like a force. A presence. Something vast and ancient that existed outside our reality and wanted in. Harry felt cold despite the warmth of the underground chamber. And the king fought it. King Hadrian Pendragon, your ancestor, realized that conventional magic could not stop the breach. The entity was not alive in a way that could be killed. It could only be contained, sealed away behind barriers that would hold it outside our world. Ragnar paused. The sealing required a sacrifice. The king's own life, bound into the barrier. His magic, his blood, his very soul became the lock that holds the door closed. He died to save everyone. He died to buy time. Ragnar's eyes met Harry's. The seal was not meant to be permanent. It was meant to hold until a worthy heir could be found, one strong enough to either reinforce the barrier or destroy the entity entirely. But there was no heir. Hadrian's children had died in the fighting. His brothers had fallen. The Pendragon line appeared to be extinct. Except it wasn't. Except it wasn't. We know now that Hadrian had a cousin, illegitimate, hidden, unknown to the main family. That cousin survived, married into a minor magical house, and his descendants eventually became the Potters. Harry sat back in his chair, his mind racing. So my family didn't know. All those generations, they had no idea they were Pendragons. The knowledge was lost. Whether deliberately hidden or simply forgotten, we cannot say. But the blood remained true. When your parents conceived you, the Pendragon magic recognized a valid heir for the first time in centuries. The summoning protocols activated. We began watching. And Dumbledore found out. Ragnar's expression darkened. Dumbledore knew something. Whether he understood the full truth or merely sensed that you were significant, we cannot be certain. But he moved quickly after your parents' deaths. He sealed their will, placed you with muggles, and established blocks that prevented our magic from reaching you. Why couldn't you just come get me? Send someone to the Dursleys' house. Goblin magic operates differently than wizard magic. We can summon, but we cannot extract. We can invite, but we cannot compel. Until you touched that letter, until you chose to respond, we were powerless to intervene. Harry processed this slowly. The letter had felt important when he'd held it. Like it was waiting for him specifically. Because it had been. The seal, he said finally. The one King Hadrian made. You said it was weakening. The seal requires Pendragon blood to maintain. Without an heir to reinforce it, the magic has been slowly degrading for 241 years. Ragnar reached for a document and slid it across the table. These are readings from our monitoring stations. The degradation has accelerated significantly in the last 7 years. Harry looked at the parchment. He couldn't understand the goblin notation, but he could see the pattern, a line climbing steadily upward, growing steeper and steeper as it approached the present. "Since I was born," he said quietly. "Since you were born. We believe that the entity, whatever it is, can sense that an heir exists. It is pushing harder against the barrier, testing for weaknesses, preparing for a chance to break through. What happens if it gets through?" Ragnar didn't answer immediately. When he did, his voice was carefully flat. "The last time the outer dark touched our world, it was only a tendril, a fragment of its true self, bleeding through a momentary crack. That fragment drove 300 wizards and witches to madness. They slaughtered each other in the streets of London. They burned their own homes, killed their own families, laughed as they died. And that was a fragment." Harry's appetite was completely gone. "If the seal fails completely," Ragnar continued, "the entity will not simply enter our world. It will consume it. Magic, life, reality itself, everything we know will be unmade. There will be no survivors. There will be nothing left to survive as." The archive chamber suddenly felt very small. "No pressure, then," Harry said weakly. They broke for lunch, or rather, Ragnar insisted that Harry eat something despite his churning stomach, and food appeared on the table whether Harry wanted it or not. "You cannot process everything at once," the director said, watching Harry push vegetables around his plate. "The human mind requires time to absorb new information. But we do not have the luxury of waiting for you to feel ready. Events are in motion that will not pause for your comfort." "I understand. Do you?" Ragnar's eyes were sharp. "You have learned in the past day that you are heir to a magical throne, that powerful wizards have been manipulating you since birth, and that an ancient cosmic horror is slowly breaking through the barriers that protect reality. Most adults would require weeks to come to terms with even one of those revelations. You are 7 years old." Harry met his gaze steadily. "I spent 4 years sleeping in a cupboard while my relatives told me I was worthless. I learned how to keep functioning when things were bad. This is just, bigger." For a moment, something like respect flickered across Ragnar's ancient face. "Very well. Then we continue." He pushed aside the lunch plates and spread a new set of documents across the table. "The cosmic thread is the largest danger, but it is also the most distant. The seal holds for now. What concerns us more immediately is your political position. Dumbledore. Dumbledore is one factor. But he is not the only power in magical Britain." Ragnar tapped a finger against a complex diagram that looked like a family tree crossed with a military organizational chart. "The wizarding government is called the Ministry of Magic. It is led by the minister, currently Cornelius Fudge, a weak man easily manipulated by those around him. The legislative body is called the Wisengamot. And the Wisengamot is dominated by the old families." Harry leaned forward to study the diagram. Names jumped out at him: Malfoy, Black, Longbottom, Bones, Crouch. Lines connected them in patterns of alliance and marriage that stretched back centuries. When the Pendragon line fell, Ragnar continued, the old families seized the opportunity to consolidate power. They established the ministry as a supposedly democratic institution, but in practice, the same dozen families have controlled it for 200 years. They pass laws that benefit themselves, block reforms that might threaten their position, and maintain a stranglehold on magical society. And they won't want a king coming back. Some will. The old oaths still bind, whether these families remember them or not. When the Pendragon magic returns in force, many of them will feel the pull of ancient loyalty. Ragnar smiled thinly. Others will resist with everything they have. A true king threatens everything they have built. Who's in which camp? That is what we must determine. Some alliances are obvious. House Longbottom has always been loyal to the throne, for example. Others are more complex. House Malfoy was originally a strong supporter of the Pendragon line, but under current leadership, they have embraced a philosophy of pure-blood supremacy that would conflict with many traditional royal policies. What about House Black? Ragnar's expression shifted slightly. House Black is complicated. You are the heir presumptive through your grandmother Doria. But the current head of family is technically Arcturus Black, who is very old and has no direct heirs. His grandson Sirius is in prison. His granddaughter Bellatrix is a convicted Death Eater. His other granddaughters, Andromeda and Narcissa, were married into other families. Andromeda. The one you mentioned as a possible guardian. Yes. She was disowned for marrying a Muggleborn, which means she has no official standing in the family. But you, as the Pendragon heir and a Black by blood, could restore her. It would send a powerful message about your values, and it would give Andromeda a stake in your success. Harry considered this carefully. The political calculations were dizzying, but beneath them was something simpler, a woman who had been cast out for loving the wrong person. He knew what it felt like to be rejected by family. Set up the meeting, he said. But I want to talk to her myself, not through intermediaries. If she's going to be my guardian, I need to know who she really is. The afternoon brought more history, the structure of the Wizengamot, the major laws that governed magical society, the unwritten rules that actually determined how power flowed. Harry's head ached from the sheer volume of information, but he forced himself to keep listening, keep asking questions, keep building the mental map he would need to navigate this world. Around 3 o'clock, or what Gringotts' artificial lighting suggested was 3 o'clock, a goblin messenger arrived with news. Andromeda Tonks has agreed to a meeting, Ragnar announced, scanning the message. She will arrive within the hour. I suggest you take some time to prepare. Harry nodded and retreated to his guest room, where he stood in front of the mirror and tried to figure out what preparing meant in this context. He was still wearing Dudley's old clothes, the robes that had appeared in the wardrobe overnight felt too formal, too much like a costume. His hair was hopeless. His glasses were held together with tape from a repair he'd done 2 years ago. He looked like what he was, a scruffy, underfed child who'd grown up in a cupboard. Maybe that's okay, he thought. Maybe I shouldn't try to pretend I'm something I'm not. When the summons came, Harry walked to the meeting room with his head high and his heart pounding. Andromeda Tonks was not what Harry expected. He'd imagined someone soft, maternal, perhaps, the kind of gentle woman who baked cookies and gave comforting hugs. What he got was a tall, sharp-featured witch with dark hair streaked with gray and eyes that seemed to cut right through him. She sat across the table from him, making no effort to fill the silence that stretched between them. Ragnar had withdrawn after making introductions, leaving them alone. So, Andromeda said finally. You're the Pendragon heir. That's what they tell me. And you want me to be your guardian. I want to know if you could be my guardian. Those are different things. Something flickered in her eyes, surprise, maybe, or approval. Fair enough. What do you want to know? Harry had prepared questions, but sitting here facing her, they all seemed inadequate. So he asked the one that really mattered. Why did you marry a Muggleborn? Andromeda's expression didn't change, but her posture shifted slightly, more open, less guarded. His name is Ted, she said. He was brilliant and kind and made me laugh. He looked at me like I was a person, not a piece on a chessboard. The first time I met him, I felt like I could breathe for the first time in my life. And your family disowned you for that. My family valued blood over everything else. I chose differently. She tilted her head slightly. You've been reading your ancestry charts. You know I'm technically your cousin. You know restoring my standing in House Black would be within your rights as heir. Yes. And you want to know if I'm agreeing to this because I actually care about you, or because I want my family position back. Harry nodded. Andromeda laughed, a short, surprised sound that transformed her sharp features into something warmer. Merlin. You're 7 years old and you negotiate like a goblin. She leaned forward, her expression serious again. Let me tell you something about family, Harry. Real family. My daughter Nymphadora is 14 years old. She's clumsy, loud, changes her hair color when she's emotional, and wants to be an aura more than anything in the world. My husband Ted works at a bookshop because no one will hire a muggleborn for a proper magical job, and he comes home every night singing terrible songs and making me laugh. They are my family. Not the blacks, not the sacred bloodlines, not the politics. Them. Harry listened, watching her carefully. If I agree to take you in, Andromeda continued, it won't be for House Black standing. It will be because you're a child who was failed by every adult who should have protected you. It will be because my mother was cold and my father was cruel and my sisters chose power over love, and I refuse to let another generation repeat those mistakes. You don't know me. No. But I know what it's like to be alone in a house full of people who don't see you as human. I know what it's like to be told that your value depends on what you can do for others, not who you are. Her voice softened. You've been reading political files all day, learning to think about everyone in terms of alliances and advantages. That's important, you'll need it to survive. But you're also going to need someone who sees you as a child first and a chess piece never. Harry's throat felt tight. He'd prepared himself for manipulation, for calculated kindness hiding ulterior motives. He hadn't prepared for honesty. Why would you risk it, he asked. Taking me in makes you a target. Dumbledore, the old families, everyone who wants to control or stop me, they'll come after you too. Let them try. Andromeda's smile was sharp and fierce. I survived being a black. I can survive anything. The formal arrangements took another hour. Ragnarok returned with contracts and documents, legal frameworks that would transfer guardianship from the Dursleys to the Tonks family. Harry watched the process with a strange sense of unreality. Yesterday he'd been sleeping in a cupboard. Today he was signing papers that would change his entire life. The Ministry will challenge this, Ragnarok warned. Dumbledore still has allies, and he will not accept losing control of you easily. Let him challenge it. Andromeda's voice was cold. The Potter will was sealed illegally. The guardianship was assigned in violation of the parents' wishes. Any competent legal challenge will expose exactly what Dumbledore did. He has resources, so do we, now. Andromeda glanced at Harry with something like pride. The Pendragon vaults can fund a legal battle indefinitely. And the Goblin Nation's documentation will be unimpeachable. Ragnarok inclined his head slightly. We have waited 241 years for a legitimate heir. We are prepared to invest significantly in his protection. Harry signed the last document with a hand that barely trembled. When can I leave? He asked. Tomorrow, Andromeda said. I need to prepare a room for you, explain things to Nymphadora and Ted. They know something unusual is happening, but not the details. How much will you tell them? Andromeda considered. The truth, or at least enough of it to matter. My family doesn't keep secrets from each other. That's how the blacks operated, and look where it got them. Family, Harry thought. The word felt strange, like wearing new clothes that didn't quite fit yet. Maybe it would feel natural eventually. That night, alone in his guest room, Harry dreamed of fire. Not the green flames that had delivered his letter, this fire was golden, vast, and somehow aware. It moved with purpose through an endless darkness, carving paths of light through the void. And in the heart of the fire, a voice spoke. The seal weakens, it said. The hungry dark presses against the barriers. Time runs short. Harry tried to respond, but he had no body in this place, no voice, nothing but awareness floating in an ocean of flame. You are young. Untrained. Unprepared. The burden we place upon you is unfair. I know, Harry thought back. And yet you do not run. Why? Harry considered the question carefully. The fire seemed to wait, patient and ancient. Because running doesn't solve anything, he thought finally. I spent years hiding in a cupboard, hoping things would get better on their own. They never did. The only way forward is through. The fire pulsed, and Harry felt something like warmth, not physical heat, but emotional resonance. Approval. Your ancestors would be proud, the voice said. The first Pendragons were warriors, but they learned that true strength is not in the sword arm. It is in the will. The choice to stand when others flee. Who are you? Harry asked. We are what remains. The echo of those who came before. The light that holds against the dark. The fire began to fade, the golden glow dimming at the edges. Learn well, young king. Grow strong. And when the time comes, when the seal finally breaks, you must be ready. Ready for what? But the dream was ending, reality pulling Harry back toward consciousness. To make a choice no one should ever have to make. Harry woke with the taste of fire in his mouth and tears on his cheeks. He lay in the darkness for a long time, listening to his own heartbeat, trying to process what he'd experienced. A dream? A vision? A message from whatever magic had created the Pendragon seal? It didn't matter, he decided. Whatever it was, the message was clear. He was running out of time. Morning brought activity, goblins preparing documents, Ragnarok reviewing final details, messages flying back and forth with the Tonks household. Harry ate breakfast mechanically, his mind still churning over the dream vision and everything he'd learned. You're thinking too hard, Ragnarok observed. I'm thinking too much about a lot of things. That is normal for someone in your position. The key is learning which thoughts matter and which are distractions. The old goblin set down his quill. You will have time to process. Not unlimited time, but more than you might think. The seal has held for centuries, it will not collapse tomorrow. But it's getting worse. Yes. Which is why we begin your training immediately. Ragnarok produced a thick leather folder and slid it across the table. This is your curriculum for the coming years. Magical theory, practical spell work, political strategy, financial management, combat training, history, law. You will have tutors, some goblin, some wizard, some other. Harry opened the folder and stared at the dense pages of schedules and reading lists. This is more than they teach at Hogwarts. Hogwarts is designed to produce adequate wizards. We are attempting to produce a king. Ragnarok's smile was thin. You will also attend Hogwarts when you turn 11, that is non-negotiable for political reasons. But your real education begins now. Today. Today you go home with your new guardian. You meet your new family. You have 1 week to settle in and adjust. Ragnarok's expression was almost gentle. After that, we begin. Harry closed the folder. 1 week. Use it wisely. The Tonks family home was nothing like number 4, Privet Drive. Where the Dursleys' house had been oppressively normal, this cottage seemed to have grown organically from the landscape, stone walls covered with climbing roses, a thatched roof that probably violated several building codes, windows in shapes that no architect would approve. It sat at the end of a winding lane in a village called Hartwell, surrounded by meadows and ancient oaks and the kind of peace that made Harry's chest ache. Andromeda led him up the garden path, her hand warm on his shoulder. It's not much, she said. Ted and I built most of it ourselves when we first married. Added rooms as we needed them. It's perfect, Harry said softly. The front door burst open before they reached it. Mom. Is that him? Is that a teenage girl exploded out of the cottage in a blur of motion and color. She was tall and gangly, with a heart-shaped face and hair that was currently a shade of violent pink. She skidded to a halt in front of Harry, staring at him with undisguised curiosity. Merlin's pants, she breathed. You're tiny. Nymphadora, Andromeda said, her voice carrying a warning. It's Tonks, Mum, how many times, and I'm just saying, I expected him to be bigger. You know, more kingly. The girl, Tonks, grinned at Harry. Not that there's anything wrong with tiny. I was tiny once. Well, for about 5 minutes. Then I grew and knocked over everything in sight for the next 10 years. Harry found himself smiling despite his nerves. You're the one who changes hair color. Metamorphmagus, at your service. Tonks struck a dramatic pose, and her hair rippled through a rainbow of colors, pink to blue to green to silver, before settling back to pink. I can do faces too, but Mom says I'm not allowed to impersonate anyone important until I can hold it for more than 10 minutes without my nose falling off. That is not exactly what I said, close enough. Tonks threw an arm around Harry's shoulders, nearly bowling him over in the process. Come on, little cousin, we are cousins, right? Mum explained it, but there were a lot of great-greats involved. Let me show you your room. I decorated it myself. She half-dragged Harry into the cottage before Andromeda could object. Inside was chaos, warm, comfortable chaos. Mismatched furniture crowded together like old friends. Books teetered in piles on every available surface. A cat that was definitely too large to be natural watched them from atop a cabinet, its eyes gleaming with ancient intelligence. That's Morgana, Tonks said, following Harry's gaze. She came with the house. We think she might be older than Mum, but she won't confirm or deny. The cat yawned, revealing teeth that seemed slightly too sharp. Nymphadora, please don't terrify your cousin before he's even seen his room. A man emerged from what appeared to be the kitchen, wiping his hands on an apron that read, "Muggles do it without magic." He was round-faced and balding, with kind eyes and a smile that crinkled the corners of his mouth. Hello, Harry. I'm Ted. Welcome to the madhouse. Harry shook his hand, feeling something loosen in his chest. These people were real, not performing, not pretending, just genuinely themselves. Thank you for having me, he said. Thank you for giving Andromeda an excuse to yell at ministry officials, Ted replied cheerfully. She's been wanting to do that for years. Cup of tea. His room was small but perfect. Tonks had clearly gone overboard with the decorating. There were posters on the walls for Quidditch teams and musical groups Harry didn't recognize, a desk already stocked with quills and parchment, a bookshelf waiting to be filled. The bed was soft and covered with a quilt that looked handmade. Mum said you probably don't have much stuff, Tonks said, suddenly seeming younger and less confident. So I tried to make it nice. If you hate the posters I can take them down. I know you're not actually a Tornadoes fan or anything, I just thought, it's wonderful, Harry said, and meant it. Tonks' hair flickered through several pleased shades before settling on a warm amber. Yeah. You really think so? I've never had a room before. Not a real one. Harry ran his hand over the quilt. This is more than I ever imagined having. There was a moment of silence. When Harry looked up, Tonks' expression had shifted to something fierce and protective, more like her mother than she probably realized. You're going to be okay here, she said, her voice unusually serious. I know you've got all this political stuff going on, and Mum says there are people who want to mess with you. But you're family now. Tonks' family. And we look out for each other. Harry's throat felt tight again. That seemed to happen a lot lately. Thank you, he managed. Tonks grinned, the serious moment passing. Also, I'm going to teach you to fly. Mum says you've never been on a broomstick, which is basically child abuse as far as I'm concerned. We start tomorrow. Flying. On broomsticks, yeah. It's brilliant. You'll probably crash a lot at first, everyone does, but you look quick. I bet you'll be decent in no time. Harry thought about soaring through the air, free and fast, far above the ground. I'd like that, he said. Dinner that night was the most chaotic meal Harry had ever experienced. Ted had made something called shepherd's pie, which was apparently a Muggle dish that Andromeda had never heard of before marrying him. Tonks was attempting to eat and tell a story about her friend Charlie at the same time, resulting in frequent interruptions for choking. Andromeda kept one eye on her daughter and the other on Harry, monitoring his food intake with the practiced ease of someone who'd noticed he was underweight. Nobody asked Harry about his past. Nobody demanded explanations or expressed pity or made him feel like a specimen under examination. They just included him. Made space for him. Treated him like he belonged. It was overwhelming in the best possible way. After dinner, Ted showed Harry his book collection, an entire room dedicated to volumes on every subject imaginable. Muggle and magical, Ted explained. I never understood why wizards think they have nothing to learn from regular folks. Some of the best ideas come from people who had to solve problems without waving a wand. Harry spent an hour exploring the shelves, pulling out books almost at random. History, philosophy, science, magic, fiction, biography. It was like finding treasure. Take whatever you want, Ted said. Books are meant to be read, not displayed. Later, Andromeda found Harry sitting on his bed, staring at the quilt without really seeing it. Overwhelmed, she asked, settling into the chair by his desk. A bit. That's normal. You've had more change in 3 days than most people experience in a decade. She studied him with those sharp healer's eyes. How are you really doing? Harry considered the question seriously. I don't know, he admitted. Everything is different. Good different, but still different. And there's so much I need to learn, and that thing, the dark entity, and Dumbledore, he stopped, taking a breath. It feels like I'm standing at the bottom of a mountain that goes up forever. You don't have to climb it all at once. The seal is weakening. Ragnarok showed me the readings. Andromeda nodded slowly. I know. He briefed me on the situation. She leaned forward. Harry, listen to me. That threat is real, and we're going to prepare you for it as best we can. But you're also 7 years old. You need time to be a child. To learn, yes, but also to play. To make friends. To figure out who you are beyond the titles and the responsibilities. What if there isn't time? Then we'll deal with that when it happens. But borrowing trouble from the future doesn't help anyone. She reached out and squeezed his hand. One day at a time. One lesson at a time. You're not alone anymore. Harry looked at her, this sharp, fierce woman who had given up everything for love and was now putting herself at risk for a child she barely knew. Why are you doing this? He asked. Really? Andromeda was quiet for a moment. Because I had 2 sisters, she said finally. Bellatrix and Narcissa. We grew up in a house full of dark magic and darker politics. Bella became a monster. Chissa became a survivor who sacrificed her humanity piece by piece to stay safe. I ran away and built something new. Her eyes met his. I think about who I might have become if someone had helped me earlier. If there had been an adult who saw me as a person instead of a pawn. Maybe I still would have run. Maybe I still would have found Ted and built this life. But maybe I could have helped my sisters, too. Maybe none of us had to become what we became. You want to give me what you didn't have. I want to give you a chance. The rest is up to you. Harry thought about this for a long time after she left. He was the Pendragon heir. He had inherited a throne, a cosmic threat, and enemies in high places. His training would begin in a week, and it would be harder than anything he'd ever done. But he also had a room with a quilt. A family that ate dinner together and laughed at each other's jokes. People who saw him as Harry, not just as a title or a tool. One day at a time, he thought. One lesson at a time. He could do that. The week passed faster than Harry expected. He learned the rhythms of the Tonks household, breakfast at 8, chores divided fairly, afternoons for study or play. Tonks taught him the basics of flying, and he discovered that soaring through the air was everything he'd imagined and more. Ted introduced him to Muggle concepts that wizards ignored, scientific method, critical thinking, the idea that questions were more valuable than answers. And Andromeda began his formal education. Not magic, not yet, but the foundations. Control of breath and focus. Meditation techniques that would later be applied to spellcasting. The basic theory of how magical energy flowed through all living things. Wizards are lazy, Andromeda explained during one session. They wave wands and speak words and never understand why the magic works. That's fine for household charms. It's not fine for what you're going to need to do. What am I going to need to do? I don't know yet. But when the time comes, you'll need to do magic that no one has done in centuries. That requires understanding, not just rote memorization. Harry absorbed the lessons like a sponge, his hunger for knowledge finally finding an outlet. At night, he dreamed of fire, sometimes peaceful, sometimes urgent, always watching. He didn't tell anyone about the dreams. They felt private, sacred. A connection to something larger than himself. On the seventh day, Ragnarok came to visit. He arrived through the Floo network, green flames that Harry now recognized as a form of magical transportation, and surveyed the Tonks cottage with an expression of mild approval. "You've settled in," he observed. "I have." "Good. Then we begin." Ragnarok produced a thick envelope and handed it to Harry. "Your formal training schedule. Tutors will arrive tomorrow. You will have lessons 6 days a week, with 1 day reserved for recovery and independent study." Harry opened the envelope and scanned the first page. "This is intensive. You are attempting to compress a decade of education into 4 years. Intensive is the minimum requirement. For years. You will attend Hogwarts at 11. By then, you must be prepared to function in the magical world without revealing the full extent of your abilities. You will need to appear as a talented but not extraordinary student, while secretly continuing advanced training." Harry thought about this. "You want me to hide what I can do? I want you to survive. Dumbledore will be watching you closely. The old families will be evaluating you as a threat or a tool. If they realize how quickly you're advancing, they will move against you before you're ready to defend yourself." It made sense, in a cold strategic way. "What about the seal?" Harry asked. "The readings you showed me are still concerning. But we have time. Perhaps a decade, perhaps less. Enough for you to complete your education and come into your full power." Ragnarok's ancient eyes met his. "You will not face the outer dark as a child, Harry Potter. I will ensure that, even if it requires measures you would not approve of." "What kind of measures?" Ragnarok smiled, a thin, dangerous expression. "The Goblin Nation has resources that wizards do not suspect. We have been preparing for this day for 241 years. We will not allow our investment to be wasted." Harry wanted to ask more, but something in Ragnarok's tone suggested the conversation was over. "Tomorrow, then," he said instead. "Tomorrow. Get a good night's sleep." Ragnarok turned toward the fireplace. "It will be your last peaceful rest for quite some time." That night, Harry sat on his bed and thought about the future. In a week, he had gone from a boy in a cupboard to an heir with a family, a destiny, and a training schedule that would make professional athletes weep. He was about to embark on the hardest years of his life. And somehow, he felt ready. Not confident, he wasn't foolish enough to think he could handle everything that was coming. But ready to try. Ready to learn. Ready to become whatever he needed to be. He pulled out the photograph of his mother, the one he'd hidden in his cupboard for years, and looked at her smiling face. "I'm doing it," he whispered. "I'm not hiding anymore. I'm not waiting for someone else to save me." The photograph smiled at him, and for just a moment, Harry could have sworn her eyes were proud. He tucked the photograph carefully into his new bedside table, climbed under the handmade quilt, and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, his education would begin. Tomorrow, he would take the first real steps toward becoming what he was meant to be. But tonight, he was just Harry, a boy with a family, a room of his own, and the faintest stirrings of hope. It was enough. It was more than enough. Dawn came too early and not early enough. Harry was awake before the sun, lying in bed and listening to the cottage stir to life around him. Footsteps in the hallway, Andromeda, always an early riser. The clatter of something falling in the kitchen, Ted, starting breakfast. A muffled curse, Tonks, who was emphatically not a morning person. Home sounds. Family sounds. Harry got up, got dressed, and went to meet his future. The first tutor arrived at precisely 8 o'clock, a goblin named Ironhook who specialized in practical combat applications of financial magic. Every war is won or lost before the first spell is cast, Ironhook announced, spreading ledgers across the dining table. Money is power. Control the gold, control the conflict. Today we begin your education in economic warfare. The second tutor arrived at 10, a witch named Helena Marchbanks, ancient and terrifying, who had apparently retired from the Wisengamot testing board decades ago. Theory, she declared. Pure magical theory. You will understand why magic works before you attempt how it works. I expect 12 hours of reading per week and weekly examinations. Failure to meet standards will result in doubled workload. The third tutor arrived at noon, a wizard who introduced himself only as the professor and claimed to specialize in practical applications of defensive strategy. Dueling is crude, he said, demonstrating wand movements that Harry couldn't follow. Any fool can throw curses. Intelligence wins fights. We will discuss tactical thinking, situational awareness, and the fine art of not being where your enemy expects you to be. By evening, Harry's head was spinning with information. Financial instruments. Magical theory. Tactical principles. Each tutor had left him with reading assignments, practice exercises, and dire warnings about the importance of their particular specialty. He collapsed at the dinner table, barely able to lift his fork. First day's the hardest, Ted said sympathetically. It gets easier. Does it? No, not really. But you get better at handling it. Tonks reached over and ruffled Harry's hair. Look at it this way, by the time you're my age, you'll be smarter than everyone in Britain combined. That's got to count for something. I'll be too exhausted to enjoy it. True. But you'll be a very impressive corpse. Nymphadora, Andromeda warned. What? I'm being supportive. Harry found himself laughing despite his exhaustion. It was strange, this feeling of being tired but happy, challenged but supported. Strange and wonderful and exactly what he hadn't known he needed. After dinner, Andromeda pulled him aside. I know it's overwhelming, she said. But Ragnarok is right, you need to accelerate. The political situation is deteriorating faster than we expected. Harry's fatigue receded slightly. What's happening? Dumbledore is moving. He's filed formal objections to your guardianship change, claiming that the blood wards protecting you at the Dursleys were vital to your safety. He's also begun spreading rumors that the goblins have somehow manipulated you, that the Pendragon claim is false or exaggerated. What can we do? Fight back. But carefully. Andromeda's expression was grim. I've been in contact with Augusta Longbottom, she's the matriarch of House Longbottom, one of the old families that remained loyal to the crown. She's willing to speak on your behalf in the Wisengamot, but she wants to meet you first. Another test. Everyone is testing you. That's what power does, it attracts scrutiny. She squeezed his shoulder. You're doing well, Harry. Better than anyone expected. Keep it up. That night, Harry dreamed of the fire again. It was stronger this time, closer, golden flames that wrapped around him like a protective barrier. And in the heart of the fire, a presence watched with something like hope. You are learning, it said. Growing. Becoming. Becoming what? Harry asked. That is for you to decide. But know this, the dark stirs. The seal weakens. And there are those who would break it deliberately, believing they can control what lies beyond. Who? Find the truth about the night your parents died. Not the story the wizards tell, the real truth. There you will find the beginning of the conspiracy. The fire began to fade, but Harry reached for it, desperate for more information. Wait, what conspiracy? What really happened? The one they call the Dark Lord, he was never working alone. Harry woke with the words burning in his mind. He was never working alone. Voldemort. The dark wizard who had killed his parents, who had tried to kill him. The name that people still feared to speak, 7 years after his supposed death. Everyone knew the story. Voldemort had come to kill the Potters on Halloween 1981. He had murdered James and Lily, but when he tried to kill baby Harry, the curse had rebounded. Voldemort had vanished, his body destroyed, his followers scattered. But the Dream Fire had said there was more. A conspiracy. Secrets that the wizarding world didn't know. Harry lay in the darkness, his mind racing. He needed to investigate. Carefully, quietly, without alerting anyone who might be involved. He needed to find out what really happened that night, not just who killed his parents, but why. What they were really trying to achieve. And he needed to do it while maintaining his training schedule, learning magic, navigating politics, and pretending to be a normal child. No pressure, he thought wryly. But as he lay there, watching the first light of dawn creep through his window, Harry felt something crystallizing inside him. Not just purpose, he'd had that since Gringotts. This was something harder, something sharper. Determination. He would find the truth. He would expose the conspiracy. He would protect the people who mattered to him and prepare for the darkness that was coming. And when the time came, when the seal finally broke, when the outer dark pushed through into their world, he would be ready. He had to be. Because there was no one else. The weeks that followed were the hardest of Harry's young life. He rose before dawn and studied until he couldn't see straight. He practiced meditation and magical theory and combat tactics. He read histories and legal codes and financial reports. He trained his body alongside his mind, learning to move and react with the speed and precision that combat would require. Tonks helped when she could, turning training sessions into games and competitions. Ted provided perspective, reminding Harry that the Muggle world continued to exist and that there were problems beyond magical politics. Andromeda pushed him relentlessly, but she also made sure he ate, slept, and occasionally remembered to have fun. And through it all, Harry investigated. He read everything he could find about the night his parents died. Official reports, newspaper articles, witness testimonies. He cross-referenced timelines and looked for inconsistencies. He made lists of questions and slowly, painfully, began to find answers. The first breakthrough came in late November. Harry was reading through a file on Peter Pettigrew, one of his father's friends, supposedly killed by Sirius Black on the day after the Potters' deaths, when something caught his eye. Body never recovered. Only finger found at scene. He read the sentence again. Sirius Black had allegedly killed Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles with a single curse. The Muggles' bodies had been recovered. Pettigrew's had not. All that remained was a single finger. Harry thought about this. If a curse was powerful enough to kill 13 people simultaneously, why would it leave a finger behind? And if the curse was less powerful, if it killed the Muggles but only injured Pettigrew, where was the rest of the body? He made a note and kept reading. The second breakthrough came in December. Augusta Longbottom had agreed to meet Harry at a neutral location, a private room in the Leaky Cauldron, warded against eavesdropping. She was an intimidating woman in her 70s, with a hat topped by a stuffed vulture and eyes that seemed to cut through pretense. So, she said, after studying Harry for a long moment. You're the Pendragon heir. That's what the Heritage Bowl says. And you expect me to believe that a 7-year-old child is going to restore the monarchy and save magical Britain from whatever threats you're claiming exist? No, Harry said honestly. I expect you to watch me and decide for yourself whether I'm worth supporting. Words are cheap. Actions matter. Augusta's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she smiled, a thin expression that transformed her stern face. Your grandmother Doria was a friend of mine, once. Before she married Charles Potter and disappeared into that family's obsessive privacy. She leaned forward. She had that same look in her eyes. The willingness to be underestimated until it was too late. Did she? Very much so. Doria was a black, but she was never cruel, just quiet and watchful and far more dangerous than anyone realized. Augusta studied him. I see her in you. And I see something else. Something older. The Pendragon magic? Perhaps. Or perhaps just the weight of destiny. She sat back. I will not support you publicly, not yet. The political cost would be too high, and you're not ready to deliver on any promises you might make. But I will watch. And if you prove yourself worthy of Doria's legacy, we will speak again. It wasn't an alliance. But it was a beginning. And then, as Augusta was leaving, she paused at the door. You're investigating the night your parents died, she said. It wasn't a question. Harry went very still. How do you know? Because I investigated it 2 years ago. My son Frank was an Auror. He knew James Potter. He never believed the official story. Her eyes met Harry's. If you want the truth, look into who created the Fidelius charm that was supposed to protect your parents. Look into who really knew where they were hiding. She left without another word. Harry sat alone in the private room, his mind racing. Look into who created the Fidelius charm. He knew the basics. His parents had gone into hiding under a Fidelius charm, with Sirius Black as their secret keeper. Sirius had betrayed them to Voldemort. That was the story everyone believed. But Augusta had said, supposed to protect. She had said, really knew. What if the story was wrong? What if Sirius Black hadn't been the secret keeper at all? The investigation consumed Harry's thoughts for the rest of December. He had Ragnarok quietly pull records from the Ministry archives, documents related to Sirius Black's case, the Auror reports from that night, the transcripts of the trial. There were no transcripts. Sirius Black had never had a trial. Harry stared at the report confirming this, feeling something cold settle in his stomach. The godfather his parents had trusted, the man they had named as Harry's guardian in their will, had been thrown into Azkaban prison without ever being given the chance to defend himself. Why? The answer, when Harry found it, made everything click into place. Albus Dumbledore had been chief warlock of the Wizengamot in 1981. He had the authority to demand a trial for any accused criminal. He had not used that authority for Sirius Black. The same Albus Dumbledore who had sealed the Potter's will. Who had placed Harry with the Dursleys against his parents' wishes. Who had been stealing from Harry's trust fund for years. He was never working alone, the Dreamfire had said. Maybe it wasn't talking about Voldemort at all. Maybe it was talking about Dumbledore. Harry shared his findings with Andromeda on Christmas Eve. They sat in front of the fire, the rest of the family asleep, and Harry laid out everything he'd discovered. The missing trial. The questions about the Fidelius charm. The pattern of Dumbledore's interventions that always seemed to lead back to controlling Harry. Andromeda listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, her expression was troubled. I knew Sirius, she said quietly. He was my favorite cousin, before I was disowned. He was reckless and arrogant, but he loved James Potter like a brother. The idea of him betraying the Potters. You don't believe it. I never wanted to believe it. But I didn't have any evidence to the contrary. She looked at Harry. You're suggesting that someone else was the secret keeper. That Sirius was framed. I'm suggesting it's possible. The evidence is circumstantial, but there's enough to warrant an investigation. At minimum, there should have been a trial. If you're right, if Sirius was innocent and Dumbledore knew it, then Dumbledore let an innocent man rot in Azkaban for 6 years. That's not just manipulation. That's evil, Harry finished. Andromeda shook her head slowly. I can't believe that. Dumbledore is many things, arrogant, manipulative, convinced of his own righteousness, but evil. He spent decades fighting dark wizards. He defeated Grindelwald. He led the resistance against Voldemort. Maybe that's the problem, Harry said. Maybe he fought darkness for so long that he started to think the ends justified any means. Maybe he convinced himself that keeping me ignorant and controllable was protecting me, and that sacrificing Sirius was necessary. That's a terrifying thought. I know. Harry stared into the fire. But I need to know the truth. Whatever it is. Andromeda was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached out and took his hand. We'll find it, she said. Together. But Harry, promise me something. What? Promise me you won't let this consume you. The truth matters, but so does your future. You can't save the world if you destroy yourself trying to understand the past. Harry thought about the dream fire, the golden presence watching over him. The weight of the crown he would someday wear. I promise, he said. I'll find balance. He wasn't sure he could keep that promise. But he would try. Christmas morning brought gifts and laughter and the kind of warmth Harry had only read about in books. He received his first wand, not from Ollivanders, but from a goblin wand maker who specialized in instruments of unusual power. The wand was holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, and it felt like an extension of his own arm the moment he touched it. He received books from Ted, training equipment from Tonks, a handwritten journal of family history from Andromeda. He gave gifts in return, small things purchased with money from his trust vault, but chosen with care. And as the family gathered around the fire that evening, Harry felt something he hadn't felt since the night his parents died. Belonging. He was part of something now. A family. A cause. A destiny larger than himself. The challenges ahead were enormous. The seal was weakening. Dumbledore was moving against him. Somewhere in the shadows, the conspiracy that had killed his parents was still operating. But Harry wasn't alone. He had allies, resources, knowledge. He had people who believed in him. And he had the fire, golden and eternal, watching over him from the depths of dream. You are doing well, it whispered as he drifted towards sleep. Keep growing. Keep fighting. The darkness will not wait forever. Neither will I, Harry thought back. He closed his eyes and let the warmth of the fire carry him into dreams. Tomorrow, the work would continue. But tonight, he was home. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Gathering Storm. 6 months changed everything and nothing. Harry stood in the training room beneath Gringotts, his wand raised, sweat dripping down his face. Across from him, the professor circled like a predator, movements fluid and unpredictable. Again, the professor said. Harry didn't hesitate. He snapped his wand forward, unleashing a chain of spells, stunner, disarming charm, shield breaker, each flowing into the next without pause. The professor deflected them all with casual efficiency, but Harry was already moving, dropping low and rolling to the side as a countercurse sizzled through the space he'd occupied. Better, the professor acknowledged. But you're still telegraphing your intentions. Your shoulder drops before the shield breaker. Any competent duelist will read it. I'll work on it. You'll work on it until it's perfect, or you'll die in your first real fight. The professor lowered his wand, signaling the end of the session. That's enough for today. You're improving faster than I expected. Coming from the professor, that was practically effusive praise. Harry allowed himself a moment of satisfaction before reality reasserted itself. It's not fast enough, he said. No. But we work with what we have. The professor moved toward the door, then paused. Director Ragnarok wants to see you. Something about political developments. Harry's momentary satisfaction evaporated. Political developments usually meant trouble. He cleaned up quickly in the small washroom adjacent to the training chamber, changing from his practice clothes into the simple robes he wore for formal occasions. 8 months ago, he wouldn't have known the difference between casual and formal wizard attire. Now he could navigate dress codes, seating arrangements, and forms of address without conscious thought. Progress, he supposed. Though some days it felt more like transformation, the boy from the cupboard being gradually replaced by something harder and more focused. He made his way through Gringotts' twisting corridors to Ragnar's office. The goblins he passed acknowledged him with nods that had grown more respectful over the months. He'd proven himself, at least partially. He'd studied their language, their customs, their history. He'd shown that he took the alliance seriously. Whether that would be enough when the real tests came, Harry didn't know. Ragnar was waiting with a thick folder and an expression that suggested bad news. "Sit," the director said. "We have a problem." Harry sat. "What kind of problem?" "The Malfoy kind." Ragnar slid a document across the desk. "Lucius Malfoy has been busy. He's filed a formal challenge to your status as heir to House Black." Harry scanned the document, his stomach sinking. "On what grounds?" "Several. First, that Sirius Black remains the legal head of House Black and cannot be superseded while living. Second, that your claim through Doria Potter is insufficient because she was female and therefore excluded from primary succession under traditional Black family law. Third, that even if those objections were overcome, your contaminated bloodline, his word, makes you unsuitable to lead a house that has always prioritized blood purity. That last one isn't legal grounds. It's just prejudice. In the Wisengamot, they are often the same thing." Ragnar's voice was dry. "Malfoy has allies. He's been building support quietly for months. If this challenge proceeds to a formal vote, the outcome is uncertain." Harry set down the document and met Ragnar's eyes. "What are our options?" "We could fight the challenge directly. We have strong legal arguments, and Augusta Longbottom has quietly indicated she would support us. But a prolonged political battle would be costly, in gold, in attention, and in revealed capabilities. You don't want me exposed yet. You are 8 years old. In 3 years, you will attend Hogwarts and enter the broader wizarding world. I would prefer that you arrive as an unknown quantity rather than a known threat." Harry nodded slowly. "What's the alternative?" "We remove the grounds for the challenge entirely." Ragnar's smile was sharp. "The primary basis of Malfoy's argument is that Sirius Black remains the legal head of House Black. If Sirius were cleared of his crimes and freed from Azkaban, he could formally name you as his heir, which, given that he is your godfather and was close friends with your parents, he almost certainly would do." Free Sirius. Harry felt something tighten in his chest. He'd been investigating his parents' deaths for months, gathering evidence that pointed toward Sirius's innocence. But moving from investigation to action was a different matter entirely. "How?" "We force a trial. The original incarceration was illegal, no trial was ever held. Under wizarding law, any accused criminal has the right to demand a hearing. We file the demand on Sirius's behalf, present our evidence, and let the truth speak for itself. Dumbledore will fight it. Dumbledore cannot openly fight a demand for due process without appearing tyrannical. His power depends on being seen as the benevolent leader, the wise grandfather figure. If he blocks a trial, he reveals himself." Ragnar's eyes gleamed. "It is a calculated risk, but the rewards are significant. Sirius freed, your Black inheritance secured, and Dumbledore's reputation damaged, all in a single stroke." Harry thought about this for a long moment. He thought about the file he'd compiled on his parents' deaths. The inconsistencies. The missing evidence. The way everything pointed toward a frame-up that someone powerful had wanted to remain hidden. He thought about a man rotting in a prison cell for 7 years, innocent, abandoned by everyone who should have helped him. "Do it," Harry said. "File the demand." The news broke 3 days later. Harry was at the Tonks cottage, working through a particularly dense chapter on magical theory, when Andromeda came rushing in with a copy of the Daily Prophet. "It started," she said, spreading the newspaper on the table. The headline screamed, "Black family heir demands trial for convicted murderer." Below it, a photograph of Sirius Black, gaunt and hollow-eyed, clearly taken years ago, stared out at them. The article was a masterwork of insinuation, managing to cast doubt on Harry's motives without making any direct accusations. Sources close to the situation suggest that the young Potter heir may be manipulated by outside forces, the article claimed. The Goblin Nation's unprecedented involvement in wizarding legal matters has raised concerns among ministry officials. "They're trying to make it about Gringotts," Harry observed. "Distract from the actual issue." "Of course they are. Dumbledore's people control most of the press. They'll spin this however benefits them." Andromeda sat down heavily. "How are you feeling?" "Nervous," Harry admitted. "This is the biggest move we've made. If it fails, then we regroup and try again. But it won't fail." Andromeda's voice was firm. "The evidence is overwhelming. Sirius never had a trial, and any competent examination of the facts will show he was framed. Unless the examination isn't competent. Unless they control the outcome. Then we expose that too." Andromeda reached across the table and gripped his hand. "Harry, listen to me. This was always going to be a fight. Dumbledore and his allies have too much invested in the current system to let you challenge it peacefully. But every fight is winnable if you're willing to keep getting up." Harry nodded slowly. She was right. He'd known from the beginning that this would be hard. But knowing something and feeling it were different things. The Wizengamot hearing was scheduled for the following week. Harry spent the intervening days in intensive preparation. Ragnarok brought in legal experts to review every aspect of their case. Andromeda coached him on courtroom etiquette and the unwritten rules of Wizengamot proceedings. The professor ran him through scenarios where hostile questioners tried to trap him or undermine his credibility. "They will attack your age," the professor warned. "They will suggest that a child cannot understand the implications of what he's doing. That you're being manipulated by goblins, by Andromeda, by anyone other than yourself. How do I counter that? By being undeniably competent. Answer questions precisely and without hesitation. Show them that you understand the law better than they do. Make them afraid of underestimating you." It was good advice. Harry practiced until his responses were polished but not rehearsed, confident but not arrogant. He also, quietly, prepared for the possibility that things would go wrong. The night before the hearing, he sat with Tonks in the garden behind the cottage. She'd been subdued lately, affected by the tension that permeated the household. "Are you scared?" she asked. "Terrified," Harry admitted. "You don't look it. I've had practice hiding fear. The Dursleys taught me that, at least." He pulled up a blade of grass, twisting it between his fingers. "What about you? Are you okay with all this?" Tonks was quiet for a moment. Her hair, currently a deep blue, shifted slightly toward purple. "I'm worried about Mum," she said finally. "She tries to hide it, but I can tell. This thing you're doing, challenging Dumbledore, claiming inheritances, all of it, it's putting her in the crossfire." "I know. I've told her she doesn't have to, she'd never walk away. You know that." Tonks turned to face him. "But Harry, you need to understand something. Mum lost her whole family once. Her sisters, her parents, everything she grew up with. She rebuilt from nothing. If something happened to this family, to Dad, to me, it would destroy her." Harry felt the weight of her words settle onto his shoulders. Another responsibility. Another person who could be hurt because of him. "I'm trying to protect everyone," he said quietly. That's why I'm doing all of this. The seal is weakening. The conspiracy that killed my parents is still out there. If I don't act, if I just hide and wait, I'm not saying you should stop. Tonks's hand found his, squeezing gently. I'm just saying, be careful. Not just with the politics and the fighting. Be careful with us. We're not pieces on a chessboard. I know. Harry squeezed back. I promise, Tonks. Whatever happens, I'll protect this family. All of you. She studied his face for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Okay, she said. I believe you. They sat together in the fading light, watching the stars emerge one by one. Tomorrow, everything would change. The Wizengamot chamber was designed to intimidate. High walls of dark stone rose toward a vaulted ceiling lost in shadow. Tiered benches filled with witches and wizards in formal robes, their faces ranging from curious to hostile. At the center, a raised dais where the accused would stand, surrounded on all sides by judgment. Harry entered through a side door, flanked by Andromeda and a goblin legal representative. He dressed carefully, formal robes in Potter colors, the black family crest visible at his collar as a reminder of his dual claim. Young but not childish. Serious but not severe. The chamber fell silent as they took their positions. Chief Warlock Dumbledore presided from the highest seat, his expression benevolently neutral. Harry could feel those blue eyes tracking him, calculating, assessing. Let him calculate, Harry thought. I'm done hiding. This extraordinary session of the Wizengamot has been called to address a formal petition, Dumbledore announced, his voice carrying effortlessly through the chamber. Harry James Potter, acting through legal representatives, demands that the case of Sirius Orion Black be reviewed and that proper trial proceedings be conducted. A murmur rippled through the benches. Harry kept his expression neutral. The petition argues that Mr. Black was imprisoned without due process, in violation of the Wizarding Legal Codes of 1689. The petitioner further contends that new evidence has emerged that casts doubt on Mr. Black's guilt. Dumbledore's gaze swept the chamber. We will hear arguments from both sides. Minister Fudge, as representative of the prosecution, you may begin. Cornelius Fudge rose from his seat, a portly man in a lime green bowler hat that did nothing for his dignity. He looked nervous, this was clearly not a fight he wanted. Thank you, Chief Warlock. Fudge cleared his throat. The ministry's position is straightforward. Sirius Black was apprehended at the scene of a mass murder, surrounded by witnesses who testified to his guilt. The evidence was overwhelming. A formal trial was deemed unnecessary given the clarity of the circumstances. Deemed unnecessary by whom? Harry asked, his voice cutting through the chamber. Fudge blinked. That is, the decision was made by the appropriate authorities at the time. Which authorities? Can you name them? Mr. Potter, Dumbledore interjected smoothly, you will have your opportunity to speak. Please allow the minister to complete his statement. Harry inclined his head, but he'd made his point. The chamber was watching with new interest. Fudge stumbled through the rest of his argument, a recitation of the official story that Harry had picked apart months ago. When he finished, there was an uncomfortable silence. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said. You may present your case. Harry rose. He could feel the weight of hundreds of eyes on him, skeptical, curious, hostile. He took a breath and began. Members of the Wizengamot, I stand before you today not to argue that Sirius Black is innocent. That determination is for a proper trial to make. I am here to argue that he deserves such a trial, that the fundamental principles of wizarding justice demand it. He let the words settle, then continued. The ministry claims that the evidence against Mr. Black was overwhelming. Let us examine that evidence. Harry raised his hand, and documents flew from his folder to float before the assembly. The prosecution's case rests on 3 pillars. First, That Mr. Black was the secret keeper for the Potter family's Fidelius charm and therefore the only person who could have revealed their location to Voldemort. Several people flinched at the name. Harry ignored them. Second, that Mr. Black murdered Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles on November 2, 1981. Third, that Mr. Black confessed to his crimes at the scene. He paused, making eye contact with several key members of the Wizengamot. Every single one of these claims falls apart under examination. The chamber erupted in murmurs. Dumbledore raised a hand for silence. These are serious allegations, Mr. Potter. Can you substantiate them? I can. Harry gestured, and new documents floated forward. First, the matter of the secret keeper. The Ministry has no documentation confirming that Sirius Black held this role. No Fidelius charm registration, no witness testimony, nothing but assumption. In fact, evidence suggests that the secret keeper was changed shortly before the Potters' deaths, changed to Peter Pettigrew. Evidence? Fudge sputtered. What evidence? A letter from my mother to a friend, dated October 28, 1981. Harry's voice was steady. In it, she expresses concern about Peter's reliability and mentions that the switch was Sirius's idea, that he thought using Peter as the true secret keeper while appearing to hold the role himself would be a more effective deception. He let the letter drift toward the Wizengamot benches, where several members grabbed at it eagerly. Second, the matter of Pettigrew's death. The official report claims that Black's curse destroyed Pettigrew so completely that only a finger remained. Harry's voice hardened. Yet that same curse allegedly killed 12 Muggles whose bodies were recovered intact. How does a curse powerful enough to vaporize a wizard leave Muggle corpses undamaged? The murmuring grew louder. Harry pressed on. The answer is simple, it doesn't. No curse in existence produces such inconsistent results. The only explanation is that Pettigrew faked his own death, cut off his own finger, transformed into his animagus form, and escaped while Black was blamed for the massacre. Animagus form, someone called out. Pettigrew wasn't a registered animagus. No, he wasn't. Neither was Sirius Black, nor my father, James Potter. All three achieved the transformation illegally during their school years. The Ministry has no record because they never registered, but I have sworn testimony from witnesses who observed their abilities. Harry produced another document, a statement from Remus Lupin, tracked down by Goblin investigators and persuaded to provide a written account. Finally, the alleged confession. According to the Aura reports, Black was found laughing at the scene of the massacre and made statements that were interpreted as admissions of guilt. Harry's voice dropped. But those statements were never formally recorded. No Veritaserum was administered. No mind healer evaluated Mr. Black's mental state. A man who had just watched his best friend's murderer escape was assumed to be laughing out of evil rather than despair. He turned to face Dumbledore directly. Chief Warlock, the evidence for Sirius Black's guilt consists entirely of assumptions, interpretations, and missing documentation. The evidence for his innocence includes my mother's own words, the logical impossibility of the official story, and the testimony of someone who knew all the parties involved. I am not asking this body to declare him innocent today. I am asking for what the law demands, a proper trial, with Veritaserum testimony, where the truth can be determined once and for all. The chamber was silent. Dumbledore's expression remained perfectly neutral, but Harry thought he saw something flicker in those blue eyes. Calculation. Reassessment. Good, Harry thought. Be worried. You should be. The Wizengamot will deliberate, Dumbledore announced finally. We will reconvene in 1 hour to vote on whether to grant Mr. Potter's petition. The hour was the longest of Harry's life. He waited in an antechamber with Andromeda and the Goblin representative, unable to sit still. Every scenario played through his mind. Victory. Defeat. Something in between. You did well, Andromeda said quietly. Better than well. You made them think. Thinking isn't voting. No. But it's a start. She squeezed his shoulder. Whatever happens, you've changed things. The questions you raised won't go away. Harry nodded, but his stomach remained a tight knot of anxiety. When the hour ended and they returned to the chamber, he could feel the shifted energy immediately. The hostile faces had softened slightly. The curious ones had intensified. Something had changed during the deliberations. Dumbledore rose, his expression grave. The Wizengamot has considered Mr. Potter's petition and the evidence presented. While many questions remain unanswered, the fundamental principle of wizarding justice cannot be ignored. He paused, and Harry's heart stopped. The petition is granted. Sirius Black will be brought from Azkaban to face a proper trial. Veritaserum testimony will be administered. The truth will be determined. The chamber exploded in noise, some cheering, some protesting, most simply shocked. Harry stood frozen, barely able to process what had happened. They'd won. The aftermath was chaos. News of the decision spread through magical Britain like wildfire. The Daily Prophet ran competing headlines, some praising the restoration of due process, others darkly hinting at goblin manipulation and dangerous precedents. Harry's name was suddenly everywhere, attached to opinions ranging from hero worship to dire warnings. He ignored most of it. There was work to do. Sirius Black was transferred from Azkaban to a ministry holding facility 3 days after the Wizengamot vote. Harry wasn't allowed to see him, not yet, not until after the trial, but Ragnarok's people reported that he was alive, if barely. 7 years in the presence of Dementors had taken a terrible toll. He'll need extensive healing, Andromeda said, reviewing the medical reports. Physical and mental. Even if the trial goes well, recovery will take months. But he can recover. With proper care, yes. The mind is resilient, even against Dementor exposure. She looked up from the reports. Harry, I need to prepare you for something. When you meet Sirius, when the trial is over, he won't be the man your parents knew. He's been through trauma that most people can't imagine. He may not react the way you expect. I know. Harry had thought about this. I'm not looking for a father figure. I just want to know him. Whoever he is now. Andromeda studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. You're growing up faster than any child should have to. I don't have a choice. No, she agreed quietly. You don't. The trial was set for February 15th, 2 weeks away. Harry used the time to prepare even more intensively. He reviewed every piece of evidence, anticipated every possible challenge, planned for contingencies. The professor drilled him on maintaining composure under hostile questioning. Ragnarok's legal team constructed an airtight case. But the political landscape was shifting in ways Harry hadn't anticipated. The Malfoy challenge to his black inheritance had been suspended pending the trial's outcome. If Sirius was cleared and named Harry his heir, the entire basis of Malfoy's argument would collapse. This meant Lucius Malfoy had every incentive to ensure Sirius remained imprisoned. Reports began filtering in of unusual activity. Ministry officials being approached with bribes. Key witnesses receiving threatening messages. Evidence that should have been secure mysteriously disappearing. They're fighting dirty, Harry observed during a strategy session with Ragnarok. Can we counter it? We can and are. Goblin security is protecting critical evidence. Our own investigators are gathering information on who is being approached and by whom. Ragnarok's smile was thin and dangerous. Lucius Malfoy believes he is operating in shadows. He does not realize how clearly we can see him. What will you do with the information? That depends on how far he pushes. For now, we document everything. If he crosses certain lines, we will respond. The old goblin's eyes glittered. The goblin nation has long memories, Mr. Potter. And we do not forgive debts, or insults. Harry nodded slowly. He was learning that power operated on multiple levels, not just political or magical, but economic, social, informational. The goblins had mastered all of them over centuries of dealing with wizard prejudice. And now they're teaching me, he thought. Shaping me into the king they want. It was a sobering realization. The goblins weren't helping him out of altruism. They had their own agenda, their own goals. His success served their interests, for now. But what happens when our interests diverge? He filed the question away for later consideration. For now, the alliance held. That was what mattered. 3 days before the trial, Draco Malfoy appeared at the Tonks' cottage. Harry was in the garden, practicing wand movements, when the ward alarm sounded. He had his wand raised and a shield half-formed before recognizing the small figure standing uncertainly at the property line. Blonde hair, pale features, expensive robes. Lucius Malfoy's son, looking nothing like the confident heir Harry had heard about. "Potter," Draco said, his voice strained. "I need to talk to you." Harry didn't lower his wand. "Why?" "Because," Draco's composure cracked slightly. "Because I don't know who else to go to." Against his better judgment, Harry felt a flicker of curiosity. This wasn't an attack, Draco was alone, unarmed, clearly distressed. Something had happened. "Come inside," Harry said finally. "But if this is a trick, you won't make it back to your father." Draco flinched at the threat but nodded and followed Harry toward the cottage. Inside, Andromeda took one look at their unexpected guest and immediately began preparing tea, a response to crisis that Harry had learned was deeply ingrained in British culture, magical or otherwise. "Explain," Harry said, once they were seated. "Why are you here?" Draco's hands were shaking slightly around his teacup. Up close, he looked younger than Harry expected, a child playing at adult confidence, the mask now stripped away. "My father is planning something," Draco said. "For the trial. I don't know the details, but I overheard him talking to some men, dangerous men, Death Eaters who were never caught, about ensuring the right outcome." Harry exchanged a glance with Andromeda. "We suspected as much. Why tell us?" "Because," Draco's voice broke. He set down the teacup before he could spill it. "Because I looked up what happened to the Pendragon line. The real history, not the Ministry version. And I looked up Sirius Black. And I realized that my father, that everything I was taught," he stopped, struggling to compose himself. "I don't want to be on the wrong side," he finished quietly. "I don't want to be like him." Harry studied the other boy carefully. Draco's anguish seemed genuine, but Malfoy's were skilled at deception. This could be an elaborate ploy to get close to Harry, gather information, report back. Or it could be exactly what it appeared, a child beginning to question everything he'd been taught. "What do you want from me?" Harry asked. "I don't know." Draco's laugh was bitter. "Protection? A way out? Some sign that there's an alternative to becoming my father?" He met Harry's eyes. "You're a half-blood being raised by blood traders and goblins, and you just humiliated the entire Wizengamot. My father's terrified of you. I figured. If anyone could help me figure out a different path, it's you." Harry was silent for a long moment. This was a risk. Trusting Draco could backfire catastrophically. But it was also an opportunity, a chance to turn an enemy into something else. To prove that people could change, could choose differently than their parents. "I won't trust you," Harry said finally. "Not yet. You have too much to prove and too many reasons to betray me. But I won't reject you either. If you want to find a different path, I'll help you look for it. That's all. That's more than most people would offer. Be grateful for it." Harry leaned forward. "Now tell me everything you overheard. Names, dates, any details you remember. If your father is planning something for the trial, I need to know what." Draco hesitated only a moment, then began to talk. The information Draco provided was fragmentary but alarming. Lucius had met with at least 3 former Death Eaters, men who had escaped prosecution through bribery and claimed imperious defense. They had discussed contingencies if the trial seemed to be going badly, including options that sounded disturbingly like violence. They talked about the Dementor guards, Draco recalled. Father said something about them being persuadable if given proper incentive. Dementors at the trial? Andromeda's face was pale. The ministry uses them as guards for high-security prisoners during transport. If someone were to lose control of them during the proceedings, chaos, Harry finished. Witnesses traumatized, the trial disrupted, Sirius potentially harmed or killed before he can testify. It was a brutal plan, exactly the kind of thing a desperate man might attempt when legitimate options were failing. We need to warn the Wizengamot, Andromeda said. Increase security, remove the Dementors, no. Harry's voice was sharp. If we warn them openly, Malfoy will know his spy failed. He'll either switch to a different plan or target Draco directly. Either way, we lose our advantage. Then what do you suggest? Harry thought quickly. We let the plan proceed, but we prepare our own countermeasures. Ragnarok's people can provide additional security without the Ministry knowing. We position our allies strategically. And when Malfoy makes his move, we catch him in the act. That's risky. If something goes wrong, we deal with it. But if we succeed, we don't just protect Sirius, we expose Malfoy's conspiracy. We prove that the opposition is willing to murder to prevent justice. Harry's eyes were hard. That's worth the risk. Andromeda studied him for a long moment. You've changed, she said quietly. A year ago, you would have wanted the safe option. A year ago, I didn't understand the stakes. Harry stood. I'll contact Ragnarok. We have 3 days to prepare. The trial of Sirius Black drew the largest crowd the Wizengamot chamber had seen in decades. Harry arrived early with Andromeda, taking his seat in the petitioner's gallery. The chamber was already buzzing with conversation, reporters, officials, curious citizens who had won lottery spots in the public viewing area. Everyone wanted to see what would happen. The Dementors were there, as Draco had warned, 2 of them, flanking the entrance through which Sirius would be brought. Their presence cast a chill over the room that had nothing to do with temperature. Harry scanned the gallery, noting the positions of key players. Augusta Longbottom, seated with a group of old family traditionalists. Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, watching with sharp eyes. Lucius Malfoy, his expression carefully bland, surrounded by allies. Where are your thugs hiding? Harry wondered. What's your signal? Ragnarok's security was in place, goblin agents disguised as various functionaries, positioned to respond to any disruption. The professor waited in a shadowed alcove, ready to intervene if violence erupted. Everything was prepared. The doors opened. Sirius Black was brought in, supported between 2 Aurors. Harry had seen photographs, but nothing prepared him for the reality. Sirius was a skeleton wrapped in skin, his once handsome face reduced to hollows and sharp angles. His eyes, gray, like Harry remembered from descriptions, were vacant, staring at something no one else could see. 7 years in Azkaban. 7 years of Dementors feeding on every happy memory, every moment of hope. This was what they had done to him. For a crime he didn't commit. Harry felt anger rising in his chest, pure and hot, directed at everyone responsible. Dumbledore, who had denied him a trial. Pettigrew, who had betrayed his parents and let Sirius take the blame. The system that had allowed this travesty to occur. Focus, he told himself. Justice first. Revenge can wait. The trial began. Veritaserum was administered under strict protocols, a ministry potions master certifying the brew's authenticity, healers monitoring Sirius's vital signs, everything documented and witnessed. When the potion took effect, Sirius's vacant expression shifted slightly. His eyes became clearer, focused on some internal point. "State your name," the interrogator began. "Sirius Orion Black." The voice was hoarse from disuse but steady. "Were you the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter's Fidelius charm?" "No." The chamber erupted. Dumbledore called for order, but the damage was done. The single word hung in the air, undeniable. "Who was the secret keeper?" "Peter Pettigrew." "We switched at the last moment." "My idea. I thought being the obvious choice made me a target, so I suggested using Peter instead." A bluff within a bluff. Sirius's voice cracked. "I was wrong. Peter was the traitor. He sold them to Voldemort." More chaos. More calls for order. Harry watched Malfoy's face across the chamber, the barely concealed alarm, the quick glance toward the Dementor guards. He's going to make his move soon. "Did you kill Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles on November 2, 1981? "No. Peter killed the Muggles. He cut off his own finger, transformed into his rat form, and escaped through the sewers. I was laughing because I'd just realized what had happened, that I'd handed James to his murderer. I'd killed them as surely as if I'd cast the curse myself." Tears were streaming down Sirius's gaunt face now, but the Veritaserum compelled him to continue speaking. "I wanted to die. I wanted the Dementors to take everything. It was easier than remembering what I'd done, what my arrogance had caused." He looked up, and for a moment his eyes focused on Harry. "And then I heard you were alive. James's son. My godson. And I knew I had to keep going. Even in hell. Even with no hope. Because someday, someone would find the truth." Harry's own eyes were burning. He blinked hard, refusing to let the tears fall. "Thank you, Mr. Black." The interrogator turned to face the Wizengamot. "The testimony is complete. Veritaserum does not allow for lies. Sirius Black is innocent of the crimes for which he was imprisoned." That was when Malfoy made his move. It happened fast. A signal Harry couldn't see, perhaps a gesture, perhaps a whispered word. The Dementor guards lurched forward, their cloaked forms gliding toward the center of the chamber. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in seconds. Screams erupted as the cold despair of Dementor presence washed over the crowd. People tried to flee, trampling each other in their panic. The careful order of the trial dissolved into chaos. Harry was already moving. He'd practiced this scenario a dozen times in the past 3 days. He vaulted over the gallery railing, wand out, pulling power from somewhere deep inside himself. Expecto Patronum. The spell was supposed to be beyond him. 8 years old, barely a year of serious magical training. But desperation and fury and the memory of the Tonks family, of warmth and belonging and love, combined into something that burst from his wand like a supernova. A silver stag erupted into the chamber, massive and brilliant, its antlers lowered. It charged the nearest Dementor, driving the creature back with pure blazing light. Around him, others were recovering. Augusta Longbottom produced her own Patronus, a hawk. Amelia Bones added a mastiff. The professor emerged from his alcove with a dragon made of silver fire. The Dementors fled. But the chaos wasn't over. In the confusion, figures in dark robes had emerged from the crowd, Malfoy's thugs, moving towards Sirius with wands raised. Harry didn't think. He simply acted. The stunning spell left his wand faster than conscious thought, catching the nearest attacker in the chest. The man crumpled. Harry was already spinning, shield up, blocking a counter-curse that would have taken his head off. "Potter." The professor's voice cut through the noise. "Down." Harry dropped flat as a wave of force swept over him, bowling over 3 more attackers. The professor moved through them like a dancer, precise and deadly, disabling each one with clinical efficiency. It was over in less than 2 minutes. 6 former Death Eaters lay unconscious or restrained on the chamber floor. The Dementors had been driven out entirely. Sirius Black was safe, surrounded by a ring of Aurors who had finally remembered their jobs. And Harry stood in the center of it all, his silver stag still glowing beside him, breathing hard but unharmed. The chamber was silent. Then Augusta Longbottom began to clap. It spread like wildfire, first a few people, then more, then the entire gallery. Applause and cheers for an 8-year-old boy who had just defended a trial against conspiracy and Dementors. Harry barely heard it. He was watching Lucius Malfoy, who was very carefully not looking at the unconscious attackers, his face a mask of innocent confusion. "I know it was you," Harry thought. "And soon, everyone will know." The aftermath took hours to sort through. Sirius Black was formally declared innocent and released into the custody of St. Mungo's Hospital for immediate treatment. The captured attackers were identified, 5 former Death Eaters and 1 current Ministry employee who had been taking bribes from Malfoy for years. Under Veritaserum, they confessed everything. Lucius Malfoy was arrested that evening. Harry watched the proceedings from a quiet corner, Andromeda beside him. He should have felt triumphant. They'd won, decisively, publicly, undeniably. Sirius was free. Malfoy was exposed. The conspiracy was shattered. Instead, he felt empty. "You're thinking about the cost," Andromeda said quietly. People were hurt. If the Dementors had been faster, if the attackers had been better, then things would have been worse. But they weren't, because you prepared. Because you planned. She turned him to face her. "Harry, you can't control everything. You can't protect everyone. You make the best choices you can with the information you have, and you accept that sometimes things go wrong anyway." "I know." He did know. He'd learned that lesson in the cupboard, long before any of this began. I thought winning would feel different. Winning never feels like you expect." Andromeda pulled him into a hug, rare for her, precious because of that. "But it's still winning. And you did good today. James and Lily would be proud." Harry let himself rest in the embrace for a moment. Then he straightened, composing himself. "What happens now?" "Now. You visit your godfather in the hospital. You let the political fallout settle. And you keep preparing for whatever comes next." Harry nodded slowly. The seal was still weakening. Dumbledore, though damaged by today's events, remained powerful. Somewhere out there, Peter Pettigrew was alive and hiding, still carrying secrets that could be dangerous. The war wasn't over. It was barely beginning. But today, they had won a battle. And tomorrow, Harry would visit Sirius, would meet the man who had loved his parents enough to suffer 7 years of hell rather than betray their memory. That was worth something. That was worth everything. St. Mungo's Hospital was quieter than Harry expected. He'd imagined something like the Muggle hospitals he'd seen on television, busy, impersonal, filled with rushing staff and anxious families. Instead, the spell-damaged ward felt almost peaceful. Soft light, muted colors, a sense of calm that might have been magical in nature. Sirius had a private room, funded by Gringotts. When Harry entered, his godfather was sitting up in bed, staring out a window that showed an enchanted view of rolling hills rather than London's grey streets. "Harry." Sirius's voice was stronger than it had been at the trial, barely 2 weeks later, and already the healer's work was showing results. He was still gaunt, still haunted, but there was life in his eyes now. Recognition. "Hello, Sirius." Harry took the chair beside the bed. "How are you feeling?" "Like I've been dead for 7 years and just woke up." Sirius's smile was fragile but real. "Though I understand I have you to thank for the waking up part. I had a lot of help." "Don't deflect. I heard what you did in that courtroom. An 8-year-old casting a corporeal Patronus, fighting off Death Eaters, single-handedly destroying the frame job that put me away." Sirius's eyes were intent. "You're not like other kids, are you?" No, Harry admitted. I'm really not. They sat in silence for a moment, each studying the other. Harry saw echoes of his father in Sirius's face, the shape of the jaw, the way his eyes crinkled when he smiled. But he also saw damage, trauma, years of suffering that had left scars not all the healing magic in the world could erase. I knew your parents, Sirius said finally. They were the best people I ever knew. James was my brother in everything but blood. Lily was, his voice caught. Lily was the only person who could make James behave. And she saw something in me worth saving, back when I didn't see it myself. Tell me about them, Harry said. Not the hero stuff. The real things. What they were like. And Sirius did. He talked for hours, about pranks and parties and the way James would mess up his hair when he was nervous. About Lily's temper and her kindness and her absolute refusal to let anyone tell her what she couldn't do. About a friendship that had formed in a train compartment and lasted through war and betrayal and death. Harry listened, drinking in every word. These were his parents, not the legends, not the martyrs, but real people who had loved and laughed and made mistakes. When Sirius finally ran out of words, there were tears on both their faces. I'm sorry, Sirius whispered. I should have been there. I should have raised you, protected you, you couldn't. It wasn't your fault. It was. If I hadn't suggested the switch, if I hadn't trusted Peter, then Pettigrew would have found another way. Voldemort would have found another way. Harry reached out and gripped his godfather's hand. The only one who bears blame for my parents' deaths is the people who killed them. Not you. Never you. Sirius stared at him. You're 8 years old. How are you this? I've had a complicated year. Harry smiled slightly. And I've learned a lot about guilt and blame and the difference between them. You've punished yourself enough. It's time to start healing. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Your mother used to say something like that. When I'd get too deep in my own head, blaming myself for being born a black. His smile was watery but genuine. You have her eyes. And apparently, her wisdom. I try. They sat together as the enchanted window shifted from afternoon to evening, not speaking but not needing to. There would be time for more conversations, about the Pendragon inheritance, about the political situation, about all the dangerous complications of Harry's life. But for now, this was enough. Harry had found his godfather. Sirius had found a reason to keep living. It was a start. The weeks following Malfoy's arrest were politically turbulent. Lucius managed to avoid Azkaban, money and connections bought the best lawyers, and the evidence of his involvement, while damning, wasn't quite conclusive enough for the harshest penalty. He was stripped of his Wisengamot seat, fined heavily, and placed under ministry observation. It wasn't enough. Everyone knew it. But it was something. More importantly, the failed conspiracy had shifted public perception. Harry Potter was no longer just a curiosity, the boy who lived with strange claims and stranger allies. He was now a symbol of something larger, justice against corruption, accountability for the powerful, hope for a different kind of wizarding world. Dangerous, Harry thought, reading the laudatory articles. Hero worship is just another form of expectation. Another set of chains. He kept training. Kept studying. Kept preparing for the challenges ahead. Sirius was released from St. Mungo's in March, still fragile but functional. He moved into the Tonks cottage temporarily, Andromeda insisted, and Sirius was in no condition to argue. The house, already chaotic, somehow expanded to accommodate one more damaged soul. Your mother was like this, Sirius told Harry one evening, watching Andromeda bully Ted into eating vegetables while Tonks demonstrated increasingly ridiculous hair colors. Always collecting strays. Anyone who needed help ended up at the Potter's table. Seems like a good tradition, Harry said. The best kind. Sirius's eyes were distant. I used to think family was about blood. The blacks were obsessed with it, purity, lineage, all that rot. Took me years to understand that real family is about choice. The people who show up when you need them. Harry thought about the Dursleys, the family of his blood, who had made his childhood a nightmare. Then he thought about Andromeda, Ted, Tonks, and now Sirius. The family he'd chosen, or who had chosen him. I understand, he said quietly. Sirius smiled, a real smile, the first Harry had seen that didn't carry shadows. I think you do. You're remarkable, you know. Not just the magic and the politics, although that's remarkable too, but the you underneath. You shouldn't be this whole. Not after everything. I had help. We all need help. The remarkable part is accepting it. Sirius clapped him on the shoulder. Come on, future king. Dinner's ready, and if we're late, Andromeda will hex us both. Harry let himself be led to the table, to the warmth and noise and belonging that still felt new every time he experienced it. Tomorrow, he would continue preparing for the darkness ahead. But tonight, he was just Harry, a boy with a family, a godfather, and something that felt very much like hope. Spring arrived, and with it, a summons Harry had been expecting. The letter bore the Hogwarts seal, though it was addressed not to Harry but to Andromeda as his guardian. The message was simple: Headmaster Dumbledore requested a meeting to discuss Harry's eventual enrollment. It's earlier than usual, Andromeda observed, frowning at the parchment. Students typically don't receive attention from the headmaster until their acceptance letters at 11. He wants to assess me. Harry took the letter and read it carefully. Test where I stand after everything that's happened. You don't have to go. Yes, I do. Harry set the letter aside. We've been reacting to Dumbledore since this started. Time to take the initiative. I want to understand what he's really planning. The meeting was arranged for early April, at a neutral location, the Leaky Cauldron's private dining room. Harry arrived with Andromeda, both of them dressed formally but not ostentatiously. Dumbledore was already there, seated in a comfortable chair that somehow seemed grander than the others in the room. His expression was benevolent, his eyes twinkling, everything calculated to project warmth and wisdom. Harry saw through it immediately. Harry, my boy. Dumbledore rose, extending his hand. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. Professor Dumbledore. Harry shook the hand briefly. I understand you wanted to discuss my education. Indeed, indeed. Dumbledore gestured for them to sit. Tea. The pleasantries were served and exchanged with careful politeness. Harry studied Dumbledore as they talked about nothing, the weather, recent events, bland observations about the wizarding world. This was the man who had orchestrated his miserable childhood, stolen from him, let his godfather rot in prison. And he was good. Very good. The warmth felt genuine, the wisdom seemed real. If Harry hadn't known the truth, he might have been charmed completely. I must confess, Dumbledore said eventually, I had hoped our first meeting would be under different circumstances. The events of the past year have been unexpected. You mean you didn't expect me to discover what you'd done? The temperature in the room dropped slightly. Dumbledore's twinkle flickered. I understand you're angry, Harry. You have every right to be. But I hope you'll believe me when I say that every decision I made was in your best interest. My best interest was sleeping in a cupboard while you collected money from my trust fund. The blood wards protecting you from Voldemort's followers required, save it. Harry's voice was flat. I've researched blood wards. They require one of three conditions: love, sacrifice, or blood-bound oaths. The Dursleys provided none of those things. Any protection I had came from my mother's sacrifice, which would have worked anywhere. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was different, harder, less grandfatherly. You've been well educated. Gringotts, I assume. Among others. Then you understand that the world is not simple. That sometimes difficult choices must be made for the greater good. I understand that greater good has been used to justify every atrocity in history. Harry leaned forward. Let me be clear, Professor. I know what you did. I know why you did it. You wanted to control me, to shape me into whatever tool you needed. That ends now. Harry, I'm going to attend Hogwarts when I turn 11. The political cost of not doing so is too high, and I want to learn what you can teach. But I will not be your pawn. I will not be manipulated. And if you try to interfere with my family, my allies, or my goals, I will destroy you. The silence stretched between them. Dumbledore's expression had gone unreadable, neither warm nor cold, simply calculating. You're 8 years old, he said finally. I'm the Pendragon heir. I've faced Dementors, exposed conspiracies, and freed an innocent man from Azkaban. Age is irrelevant. The Pendragon claim is, verified by goblin blood magic and acknowledged by the Wizengamot. Don't insult my intelligence by questioning it. Dumbledore studied him for a long, uncomfortable moment. You've surprised me, Harry, he said eventually. I had certain expectations, certain plans. You've upended all of them. Good. But understand this, the threats facing the wizarding world are real. Voldemort is not truly dead, he will return. And there are older dangers, things you cannot comprehend, that require, the seal on the outer dark is weakening. I know. Probably more than you do. Harry allowed himself a small smile at Dumbledore's flash of surprise. I've been inside the Pendragon vault, Professor. I've spoken with the echoes of my ancestors. I know exactly what's coming. Then you know that we cannot afford to be enemies. We're not enemies. We're rivals. There's a difference. Harry stood. Magical Britain needs protection from external threats and internal corruption. We agree on the first part. We disagree on who should be in charge. I'm willing to work with you when our goals align and against you when they don't. That's the best I can offer. Dumbledore rose as well, his expression thoughtful. Your father would have charged in without thinking, he said. Your mother would have tried to find a peaceful solution. You seem to have inherited the best of both. I'll take that as a compliment. It was intended as one. Dumbledore moved toward the door, then paused. Harry, whatever you think of me, whatever I've done, I truly do want what's best for the wizarding world. Perhaps we define best differently, but the goal remains the same. Perhaps, Harry said. We'll see. Dumbledore nodded once and departed. Andromeda let out a breath she'd apparently been holding. That was. She started. Terrifying. I was going to say impressive. But yes, also terrifying. She shook her head. You just threatened the most powerful wizard in Britain, and I think you might have actually scared him. Good. Harry moved toward the door. He should be scared. We all should be. There's a war coming, maybe several wars, and we're nowhere near ready. Then we keep preparing. We keep preparing, Harry agreed. Summer brought heat and training and the gradual healing of damaged people. Sirius grew stronger, physically and mentally. He still had nightmares, still flinched at shadows sometimes, but the hollow despair was fading. He began teaching Harry things the formal tutors couldn't, stories about the Marauders, practical jokes that were also combat training, the subtle arts of misdirection and cunning that pureblood families passed down through generations. Your father and I used to sneak out of Hogwarts every full moon, Sirius confessed one afternoon, showing Harry a blank piece of parchment. We made this to help. The Marauders map, it shows every person in the castle, every secret passage. James, Peter, Remus, and I spent 3 years perfecting it. Remus Lupin, Harry said, recognizing the name from his investigations. The werewolf. He told you. His statement helped free you. He's been writing, says he wants to meet, when you're both ready. Sirius's expression was complicated. Remus believed I was guilty. For 7 years, he thought I betrayed James. He was wrong. You were both victims of the same lie. I know. Sirius sighed. It's hard. We were brothers, the 4 of us. And then Peter betrayed us, and everything shattered. It can be rebuilt. Harry reached out and touched the parchment. Show me how this works. Maybe we can make something even better. It was a distraction, and Sirius knew it, but he accepted the redirect gracefully. Within an hour, they were deep in discussion about magical mapmaking and the principles of sympathetic enchantment. The summer passed in such moments, training interspersed with healing, politics balanced by personal connection. Harry turned 9 in July. The celebration was small, just family, no political allies or goblin representatives, but that made it better. Cake and presents and Tonks accidentally setting her hair on fire trying to create a birthday candle effect. Normal. Human. A reminder of what he was fighting to protect. August brought a letter from the Department of Mysteries. Harry read it 3 times, not quite believing the contents. Mr. Potter, recent events have brought certain matters to our attention that we believe require discussion. Specifically, your connection to the Pendragon legacy and its implications for ongoing department projects. We request a meeting at your earliest convenience. Given the sensitive nature of the topics involved, we propose neutral territory. Gringotts Bank has been suggested as acceptable to all parties. We look forward to your response. Department of Mysteries Unspeakable Division, the Unspeakables want to talk to me, Harry said flatly. That can't be good. Ragnarok, present for one of their regular strategy sessions, looked equally troubled. The Department of Mysteries is complicated. They operate outside normal ministry oversight, conducting research into magic's deepest secrets. They are also the ones who monitor the ancient seals, including, presumably, the one your ancestor created. They know about the outer dark. They would have to. The seal requires monitoring, they are the logical choice for such work. Ragnarok's eyes narrowed. The question is why they're reaching out now. They've existed for centuries without making contact with the Pendragon heirs. Maybe because there haven't been any Pendragon heirs until recently. Or maybe something has changed. The seal's degradation has accelerated. Ragnarok's voice was grave. They may have information we need, or they may be trying to evaluate you as a potential threat or tool. Harry thought about this carefully. I'll meet with them. But I want full security, and you present for the entire conversation. Naturally. Ragnarok's smile was thin. The Goblin Nation has dealt with unspeakables before. They are not as mysterious as they pretend to be. The meeting was arranged for late August, in one of Gringotts' secure conference rooms. Harry arrived with Ragnarok and the professor, prepared for anything from negotiation to ambush. The unspeakable who met them was unexpected. She was young, or at least appeared young, which with wizards meant nothing. Dark skin, close-cropped hair, eyes that seemed to look through rather than at the people around her. She wore plain gray robes with no insignia, and when she moved, it was with the fluid grace of a trained fighter. Mr. Potter. Director Ragnarok. Her voice was calm, almost flat. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting. I am Unspeakable 12. No name? Harry asked. Names have power. We prefer to avoid unnecessary vulnerability. She sat across from them, her posture relaxed but alert. I'll be direct, Mr. Potter. The Department of Mysteries has monitored the Pendragon seal since its creation. For 2 centuries, our readings were stable, degradation well within acceptable parameters, no immediate concerns. And now? Now the readings are alarming. The seal's integrity has dropped 18% in the last decade, and 12% of that has occurred in the past 3 years. Her eyes met Harry's. Since you were born. I've been briefed on this. Then you know the implications. The seal is failing faster than our models predicted. At current rates, complete failure will occur within 10 to 15 years. Harry felt cold despite the room's comfortable temperature. What happens when it fails? We don't know exactly. The records from the original sealing are incomplete, and the entity involved defies conventional analysis. But based on historical accounts and our own research. She paused. It will be catastrophic. Reality-altering. Possibly extinction level. Silence filled the room. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked finally. You've avoided the Pendragon heirs for 2.5 centuries. Because you might be able to help. 12 leaned forward slightly. The seal was created with Pendragon blood magic. Our research suggests that a legitimate heir could potentially reinforce it, by more time, possibly even strengthen the barriers permanently. But we have no way of knowing if that's possible, because we've never had access to a legitimate heir. You want to study me. We want to work with you. There's a difference. Her expression remained neutral, but something in her voice shifted. Mr. Potter, I'm not going to pretend the department is altruistic. We have our own agendas, our own secrets. But in this case, our goals align. The seal fails, we all die. Preventing that benefits everyone. Harry looked at Ragnarok, who gave a tiny nod. This matched their own intelligence. The unspeakables were self-interested, but they weren't suicidal. What would this work involve? Testing your connection to the seal. Analyzing your blood magic. Potentially, if you're willing, attempting minor reinforcements under controlled conditions. 12 spread her hands. We're not asking you to trust us blindly. We're asking for a chance to prove that cooperation is worthwhile. It was a reasonable offer. Almost suspiciously reasonable. I'll consider it, Harry said. But I want full disclosure on everything you know about the seal, the entity, and the original Pendragon sacrifice. No secrets, no need-to-know restrictions. That's a significant request. You're asking me to potentially sacrifice myself the way my ancestor did. I think I deserve to know what I'm getting into. 12 was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. I'll have to clear it with my superiors. But I think it can be arranged. She stood. We'll be in touch, Mr. Potter. Thank you for your time. She left without further pleasantries. Well, Ragnarok said into the silence. That was informative. They're scared. Harry stared at the door 12 had exited through. They've been studying this thing for centuries, and they're still scared. Fear is appropriate when facing the unknown. The question is whether they're scared enough to be honest. Ragnarok's expression was thoughtful. I will have my people investigate further. The unspeakables have secrets they won't share willingly, but goblins are patient, and gold opens many doors. Harry nodded slowly. Another piece of the puzzle, another complication in an already complicated situation. But also, potentially, an ally. If the Department of Mysteries could help him understand the seal, prepare for what was coming. We keep moving forward, Harry said finally. One step at a time. Indeed. Ragnarok rose. But I suggest we increase your training in blood magic. If the seal truly requires Pendragon blood to reinforce, you'll need to understand exactly what that means. Harry thought about his ancestor, sacrificing everything to save the world. I hope it doesn't come to that, he thought. But if it does. He left the thought unfinished. Some possibilities were too heavy to hold for long. Autumn brought changes. Sirius was finally well enough to reclaim his family's London townhouse, Grimmauld Place, a grim building in Islington that had been sealed since his imprisonment. Harry helped with the cleaning, which was more adventure than chore given the dark artifacts and cursed objects hidden throughout. The Blacks were obsessed with dark magic, Sirius explained, levitating a box of what appeared to be shrunken heads. Every generation added to the collection. My mother was the worst. She believed anything associated with Muggles or Muggleborns should be destroyed or controlled. Is that why she disowned you? One of the reasons. She also hated that I was sorted into Gryffindor, that I became friends with James, that I refused to bow to Voldemort. Sirius's jaw tightened. When I ran away at 16, she burned my name off the family tapestry. As far as she was concerned, I was dead. And now you're head of the family. Ironic, isn't it? Sirius laughed, but there was pain beneath it. Everything she stood for, everything she wanted for House Black, I'm going to tear it down. Make something new. Something better. That's what I want to do with Magical Britain. Then we're in this together. Sirius clapped him on the shoulder. Come on, there's something I want to show you. He led Harry to the top floor, to a room that had been sealed with multiple wards and curses. It took them an hour to dismantle the protection safely. Inside was a library. Not just any library, a collection that rivaled Gringotts' archives. Ancient tomes bound in materials Harry couldn't identify. Scrolls covered in languages that predated English. Crystals that hummed with stored knowledge. The Black Family Library, Sirius said quietly. Centuries of accumulated magical knowledge, most of it too dangerous to let out into the world. My mother kept it sealed because she was afraid I'd contaminate it with my blood traitor ways. Harry moved through the stacks, running his fingers along spines that seemed to pulse with power. This is incredible. It's yours. Or it will be, when you officially claim the House Black inheritance. Sirius's expression was serious. Harry, there's knowledge here that could help you, ancient magic, lost rituals, things the Ministry has tried to suppress for centuries. But there's also knowledge that could corrupt you, if you're not careful. I'll be careful. I know you will. That's why I'm showing you this. Sirius took a deep breath. I've decided to formally name you my heir. Not just presumptive, full and legal. When I die, everything I have goes to you. Sirius, don't argue. It makes political sense, and more importantly, it feels right. You're my godson. You're the closest thing to family I have left. His voice softened. Let me do this, Harry. Let me give you something that matters. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Thank you, he said finally. I'll try to be worthy of it. You already are. October brought the news Harry had been dreading. Ragnarok arrived at the Tonks cottage late one evening, his expression grave. The seal readings have spiked, he announced without preamble. Something is pushing against the barriers, not just passive degradation, but active pressure. The Unspeakables report similar findings. What does that mean? Andromeda asked. It means the entity knows we're aware of it. It's testing our defenses, probing for weaknesses. Ragnarok's eyes met Harry's. And it means we've run out of time for gradual preparation. You need to begin working with the Unspeakables immediately. Harry felt the weight of destiny settling onto his shoulders. He'd known this was coming, had been preparing for it, but the reality still hit like a physical blow. When? Tomorrow. They've prepared a facility where you can safely interact with the seal. The initial tests will be simple, measuring your connection, analyzing your blood magic. But eventually I'll have to do what my ancestor did. Perhaps. Perhaps not. We won't know until we understand more. Ragnarok's voice softened slightly. You're not alone in this, Harry. The Goblin Nation stands with you. Your family stands with you. Whatever comes, you'll face it with allies at your back. Harry looked around the room, at Andromeda, worried but determined, at Sirius, haunted but present, at Ted and Tonks, scared but loyal. His family. His people. Okay, he said quietly. Tomorrow, then. He went to bed that night knowing sleep would be difficult. The dreams came anyway, golden fire, vast darkness, a voice that echoed across impossible distances. The time approaches, it said. The seal falters. The hungry dark presses at the gates. I know, Harry thought back. I'm coming. You are young. Unprepared. The burden we ask you to bear, I'll bear it anyway. I don't have a choice. Silence. Then, softly, there is always a choice. Your ancestor chose sacrifice. You may choose differently. What's the alternative? That is for you to discover. The path has many branches. Not all lead to destruction. The fire faded, leaving Harry alone in darkness. He woke with tears on his face and determination in his heart. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. New fears. New possibilities. But he would face them. Whatever they were. Because that was what Pendragons did. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Fire and Shadow. The Department of Mysteries existed in the spaces between. Harry had expected something dramatic, a hidden fortress, perhaps, or a labyrinth of impossible architecture. Instead, the entrance was a plain black door at the end of a ministry corridor, unmarked and unremarkable. The kind of door you'd walk past 1,000 times without noticing. That's intentional, unspeakable. 12 explained, leading him through. The best secrets hide in plain sight. Beyond the door, reality became suggestions. Corridors twisted in ways that hurt to look at directly. Doors appeared and disappeared based on rules Harry couldn't determine. The air itself felt thicker, charged with potential energy that made his skin tingle. Don't try to map it, 12 advised. The department exists partially outside normal space. The layout changes based on need, mood, and factors we haven't identified despite centuries of study. Comforting. We stopped trying to be comfortable a long time ago. They passed through a series of chambers, each stranger than the last. A room filled with clocks that ran backward. A hall lined with doors that whispered in dead languages. An archive where the books wrote themselves, recording events as they happened across the world. Finally, they reached their destination, a circular chamber with walls of polished obsidian, empty except for a stone pedestal in the center. On the pedestal sat a sphere of swirling darkness contained within crystalline bands. Harry stopped breathing. The sphere pulled at him. Not physically, something deeper. He could feel it reaching for his blood, his magic, the Pendragon essence that ran through his veins. It knew him. It recognized him. And beneath the recognition, something else stirred. Something vast and hungry and utterly alien. The seal anchor, 12 said quietly. One of 7 distributed across Britain. This one monitors the primary barrier, the point where your ancestor gave his life. I can feel it. Harry's voice came out strained. The thing on the other side. It's aware. Yes. That awareness has been growing for decades. But it accelerated significantly when you were born. 12's eyes were sharp. What exactly do you feel, Mr. Potter? Harry struggled to articulate sensations that existed beyond normal vocabulary. Pressure. Like something enormous pressing against a window, trying to see in. And, recognition. It knows I'm here. It's curious. Curious is new. 12 made a note on her parchment. Previous Pendragon descendants, distant relatives, not direct heirs, reported only the pressure. None mentioned awareness. Maybe it's gotten stronger. Or maybe I'm more connected because of the direct bloodline. Both possibilities are concerning. 12 gestured for Harry to approach the pedestal. I need you to touch the anchor. Just briefly, a few seconds. We want to measure your resonance with the seal. Harry hesitated. Every instinct screamed that touching that sphere was dangerous, that he'd be exposing himself to something that wanted to consume him. But he'd come here to help. To learn. To prepare for whatever was coming. He stepped forward and placed his palm against the crystal. The world shattered. Harry stood in a place that wasn't a place. Around him stretched endless darkness, not the absence of light, but something more fundamental. The absence of everything. No matter, no energy, no time. Just void, extending forever in all directions. Except for the fire. Golden flames surrounded him in a protective sphere, holding back the darkness. He recognized them from his dreams, the presence of his ancestors, the accumulated will of every Pendragon who had ever lived. You came, a voice said. Not the familiar warmth of the dream fire, something older, deeper. We hoped you would. We feared you would. Who are you? We are what remains. The echo of sacrifice. The memory of duty. The flames shifted, and Harry saw figures within them, men and women in ancient robes, their faces blurred but their presence unmistakable. The Pendragon line, stretching back millennia. You feel the hungry dark, the voice continued. It has been testing the barriers for decades, growing stronger as the seal weakens. Soon it will be strong enough to push through. How soon? Years. Perhaps a decade. Perhaps less if it finds the right weakness to exploit. Can I stop it? Silence. The figures in the flames seemed to confer, their forms flickering and merging. The seal was created through sacrifice, the voice said finally. Hadrian gave everything, his life, his magic, his very soul, to forge barriers strong enough to hold the dark at bay. The seal can be reinforced, even strengthened. But the cost would be another sacrifice. Perhaps. The original working was desperate. Improvised in the moment of crisis. There may be other ways, other solutions. But we cannot see them from here. Then I'll find them. Harry's voice was firm. I won't accept that death is the only answer. Your determination honors us. But understand what you face. The flames parted slightly, giving Harry a glimpse of what lay beyond. He saw hunger given form. Not a creature, something more like a force of nature. An absence that consumed presence, a void that devoured existence. It stretched beyond comprehension, vast and patient and inevitable. And it was looking at him. It knows you now, the voice whispered. It will remember. When the barrier finally falls, it will come for you specifically. The last Pendragon. The final lock on the door. Then I'd better be ready. The flames blazed brighter, and Harry felt something shift, a connection deepening, power flowing into him from generations of ancestors. We give you what we can. Our knowledge, our strength, our protection. It is not enough, it was never going to be enough, but it is yours. Thank you. One more thing. The voice grew urgent. The dark is not your only enemy. There are those who would see the barrier fall, who believe they can bargain with what lies beyond. They have worked in shadows for generations, preparing the way. Who? We cannot see clearly. The conspiracy hides itself even from us. But they killed your parents, Harry. Not just the Dark Lord, others. A cult dedicated to the Hungry One's return. They call themselves the Awakened. The vision was fading, the golden fire drawing back. Find them. Stop them. And when the time comes, I'll be ready, Harry promised. The void collapsed, and he fell back into reality. Harry gasped and stumbled away from the anchor, his hand burning where it had touched the crystal. 12 caught him before he could fall. Breathe, she said. You were only connected for 3 seconds, but the temporal distortion, I saw it. Harry's voice was raw. The thing on the other side. And I talked to them. My ancestors. 12's expression shifted, surprise, quickly controlled. That shouldn't be possible. The anchor is designed for measurement only, not communication. The Pendragon bloodline does impossible things. Harry straightened, still shaky but recovering. They told me about the seal. About the sacrifice that created it. And about something else. He told her everything, the conspiracy, the awakened, the warning about enemies working to bring down the barrier. 12 listened without interrupting, her face growing more troubled with each revelation. We've suspected something like this, she admitted when he finished. Anomalies in our readings that suggested deliberate interference rather than natural degradation. But we couldn't identify the source. Now you have a name. The Awakened. A name isn't much. But it's more than we had. 12's eyes met his. This changes things, Mr. Potter. We thought we were racing against natural entropy. If there's an active conspiracy working to accelerate the seal's failure, then we need to find them and stop them. Easier said than done. A cult that's operated in secret for generations, hidden even from the Pendragon ancestors, she shook her head. This is beyond department resources alone. Then we bring in allies. The goblins have intelligence networks the ministry doesn't know about. Dumbledore has his own sources. And I have contacts in places neither of you have reached. You want to coordinate an investigation across multiple factions? I want to survive. The barrier falls, we all die. That's motivation enough to work together. 12 was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. I'll need to brief my superiors. But I think they'll agree. The alternative is. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. The investigation began within days. Ragnarok mobilized goblin intelligence networks that had been gathering information on Wizarding Society for centuries. Dumbledore, informed through careful back channels, contributed his own order of the Phoenix resources. The Unspeakables opened archives that hadn't been accessed in generations. And Harry, at the center of it all, coordinated. It was exhausting work. Political tensions complicated everything. The goblins didn't trust Dumbledore, Dumbledore didn't trust the Unspeakables, and everyone regarded Harry with varying degrees of suspicion. Keeping the alliance functional required constant negotiation, careful management of information flow, and more diplomacy than Harry had known he possessed. You're good at this, Andromeda observed one evening, watching him draft yet another carefully worded update. The politics, the coordination. Most adults couldn't manage it. Most adults didn't grow up watching the Dursleys. I learned early how to navigate hostile environments. That's not the inspiring origin story I expected. Reality rarely is. Harry sealed the letter and handed it to a waiting owl. Any word from Sirius? He's following a lead in Eastern Europe. Something about a Pendragon artifact that surfaced on the black market decades ago. Harry nodded. Sirius had thrown himself into the investigation with an intensity that worried Andromeda, channeling his trauma into action, seeking redemption through purpose. It wasn't entirely healthy, but Harry understood the impulse. And Tonks? At Hogwarts, pretending to be a normal fourth-year student. Andromeda's smile was strained. She hates being kept out of things. But she's our best source of information about what's happening in the school. Dumbledore's territory. Yes. And he's been cooperative, but I don't trust his motives. Neither does Ragnarok. Neither do I. Harry stared out the window at the darkening sky. But we need him. His knowledge, his resources, his reputation. The enemy of my enemy and all that. Just be careful, Harry. Dumbledore plays longer games than most people realize. So do I. The first real breakthrough came in November. Goblin investigators traced a series of unusual gold transfers through Gringotts' historical records, payments made to various recipients over more than a century, all originating from the same hidden source. The pattern suggested a long-term funding operation, supporting activities that remained deliberately obscure. The account was established in 1847, Ragnarok reported, spreading documents across Harry's study table. 1 year after the Pendragon seal was created. The initial deposit was enormous, enough to fund operations indefinitely. Who established it? That's where it gets interesting. The account holder is listed as the Friends of Morning Star, a fictional organization with no known members or activities. Morning Star. Harry frowned. That's a translation of Lucifer, the light bringer who fell. Precisely. The name suggests religious overtones, perhaps a belief that what lies beyond the seal is not a threat but a salvation. Ragnar's expression was grim. There have always been those who worship the outer dark, who believe that humanity's existence is a prison and that true freedom lies in dissolution. The awakened. Almost certainly. The funding pattern matches what we'd expect from a conspiracy working toward the seal's failure: payments to researchers, payments to politicians, payments to individuals positioned near key institutions. Including the ministry. Including many places. Ragnar slid a list across the table. These are the recipients we've identified so far. Some are dead, some have vanished, and some. Harry scanned the names. Most meant nothing to him, obscure figures from obscure times. But one jumped out like a flare. Bartemius Crouch Senior payments received, 1976 to 1981 purpose, unknown, Crouch. Harry's voice was cold. The head of the DMLE during the First War. The one who sent Sirius to Azkaban without a trial. The same. He's also the one who pushed for increased Dementa use at Azkaban, who authorized the Auror's license to kill, and who, Ragnar paused. Who somehow allowed his own son, a convicted Death Eater, to escape prison and remain hidden for years. His son. Barty Crouch Jr. Harry remembered the reports from the previous year. He was found at Crouch's home, disguised, after years of supposedly being dead. The official story is that Crouch Sr. rescued his dying son from Azkaban and kept him hidden out of misguided parental love. But if Crouch was receiving payments from the Awakened, then maybe Jr. wasn't a Death Eater at all. Or not just a Death Eater. Harry's mind was racing. Maybe the Awakened have been placing agents throughout the wizarding world for generations. Voldemort's Death Eaters, ministry officials, prominent families, a network of infiltrators, working toward a common goal while appearing to serve different masters. Ragnar nodded slowly. It would explain much about the last century of wizarding history. The wars, the chaos, the systematic erosion of institutions that might have detected the seal's degradation. How do we find them? Carefully. If they've infiltrated as deeply as we suspect, any open investigation would be compromised before it began. Ragnar's eyes glittered. But goblins are patient. And gold leaves trails that are very difficult to erase completely. Follow the money. Always. It is the first rule of goblin warfare. Ragnar gathered his documents. I will have more for you within the week. In the meantime, I suggest you look more closely at the Crouch family. The son is currently in ministry custody, awaiting trial for his father's crimes. If we could gain access to question him, under Veritaserum. Indeed. The truth serum does not care about conspiracies or loyalties. It simply reveals. Harry nodded slowly. Another investigation, another political battle, another chance to uncover truths that powerful people wanted to stay buried. Just another day in his increasingly complicated life. Getting access to Barty Crouch Jr. proved more difficult than expected. The ministry had locked him away in a maximum security wing, supposedly for his own protection. Access required authorization from the minister himself, and Cornelius Fudge was deeply reluctant to grant it. The situation is delicate, Fudge explained, sweating slightly under Harry's steady gaze. The Crouch scandal has already damaged public confidence in the ministry. Further investigation could reveal how deep the corruption goes. Now see here, Potter, Mr. Potter. Harry's voice was cold. Or Your Highness, if you prefer formality. I am not a child to be talked down to, Minister. I am the Pendragon heir, recognized by the Wisengamot, and I am requesting access to a prisoner as part of an investigation that concerns the security of magical Britain. Fudge's face purpled. You don't have the authority, I have the authority of House Potter and House Black, both of which have ancestral seats on the Wisengamot. I have the backing of the Goblin Nation, which holds considerable leverage over the Ministry's finances. And I have evidence of a conspiracy that may implicate your own department. Harry leaned forward. Grant the access, Minister. Or I will go to the press and explain exactly why you're obstructing an investigation into potential treason. The silence stretched unbearably. Fine, Fudge said finally, his voice strangled. Fine. But I want Aurors present, and any information gained stays confidential until, agreed. Thank you, Minister. Harry rose smoothly. I'll be in touch. He left Fudge's office feeling grimly satisfied. The minister would cause problems later, men like him always did when they felt humiliated, but the immediate goal was achieved. Now came the hard part. Barty Crouch Jr. was not what Harry expected. The man chained in the ministry holding cell was young, mid-20s, though the years in hiding had aged him. His eyes had a feverish intensity that made Harry instinctively check his wand's position. The boy who lived, Crouch said, smiling a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I wondered when you'd come. You knew I would. I hoped. The Pendragon air, poking into dark corners. It was only a matter of time before you found your way to me. The smile widened. Do you know what you're dealing with, little prince? Do you have any idea what's coming? Tell me. Oh, I'd love to. But will you believe me? Crouch leaned forward, chains rattling. Everyone thinks I'm a Death Eater. A fanatic who served the Dark Lord out of twisted loyalty. That's the story, isn't it? That's what they wrote in the papers. And the truth? The truth is so much more interesting. Crouch's eyes gleamed. The Dark Lord was a tool, Potter. A useful idiot, convinced of his own greatness, never realizing he was being guided toward a goal far beyond his petty ambitions. Guided by who? The awakened. The faithful. Those who understand that this world is a prison and that true freedom lies in the void beyond. Crouch's voice had taken on a liturgical quality. We have worked for generations, preparing the way. The seals will fall, the barriers will break, and the hungry one will consume this false reality and return us to the purity of nothingness. Harry felt cold despite himself. This wasn't the ranting of a madman, there was too much intelligence behind the fervor, too much coherent purpose. You're part of the conspiracy. I was raised to be. My father was awakened before me, and his father before him. We have infiltrated every level of wizarding society, every institution, every seat of power. Crouch laughed. Do you think the Dark Lord chose his targets randomly? The Potters, the Longbottoms, the Bones family, they were all threats to our work. Bloodlines with the potential to reinforce the seals, families with ancient knowledge that might have stopped us. You killed my parents to prevent them from strengthening the barrier. I didn't personally, but yes. The Dark Lord believed he was acting on prophecy, pursuing immortality. In reality, he was removing obstacles that the Awakened had identified generations earlier. Crouch's smile was beatific. It was beautiful, really. Convincing him that killing the Potters would make him invincible, when really we just needed your parents dead before they could connect with their Pendragon heritage. Harry's hands were shaking. He forced them steady. Who else? Who are the other Awakened? Ah, that I cannot tell you. I don't know them all, the conspiracy is compartmentalized, each cell operating independently. I know the symbol, the funding source, the general goals. But the full membership? Crouch shook his head. That knowledge is held only by the inner circle, and I was never admitted to those hallowed ranks. You're lying. I'm under Veritaserum, little prince. The potion compels truth. Crouch spread his hands. This is why I agreed to answer your questions. I want you to understand what you're facing. The awakened have been working toward this moment for centuries. They have agents you'll never identify, resources you can't trace, and a patience that spans generations. You cannot stop them. The seal will fall. I'll find a way. Perhaps. You're the first true Pendragon heir in centuries, that makes you dangerous. But it also makes you a target. Crouch's voice dropped. They know about you now. They've known since you were born, since the seal resonated with your bloodline. They tried to kill you as an infant and failed. They've been watching ever since, waiting for the right moment to strike. Let them come. Bold words for a 9-year-old. Crouch's smile returned. But I'll tell you a secret, little prince. Something the inner circle doesn't know I overheard. There's a gathering planned. Soon, within the year. All the major awakened from across Europe, meeting to finalize their plans for the final phase. If you could find that gathering, infiltrate it. Where? I don't know exactly. But I know it's connected to the original Pendragon seat, the castle where your ancestors ruled, before the seal was created and the monarchy fell. The awakened consider it sacred ground. Crouch's eyes glittered. Find the castle, find the gathering, and you might, learn enough to stop what's coming. Harry studied the man chained before him. Everything Crouch said had the ring of truth, the Veritaserum guaranteed that much. But truth could be selective, could be shaped to mislead even while being technically accurate. Why help me? If you're awakened, if you believe in the Hungry One's return, because I'm dying. Crouch's voice was suddenly flat. The Ministry's healers don't know it yet, but the years under my father's control, the imperious curse maintained for so long, my mind is deteriorating. Within months, I'll be nothing but a drooling shell. He smiled grimly. I believed in the cause once. I would have died for it gladly. But facing the reality of dissolution, it's different than I imagined. Terrifying, instead of liberating. You're having second thoughts. I'm hedging my bets. If the awakened win, I'll be dead before I can enjoy the triumph. If they lose, I'll be dead before I can face justice. Either way, my story ends the same. Crouch met Harry's eyes. But if I help you, even slightly, maybe that counts for something. Maybe the void won't be so empty when I finally fall into it. It was a pathetic sort of redemption. But Harry had learned not to reject allies based on their motivations. Thank you, he said simply. For what it's worth. Worth nothing. But appreciated nonetheless. Crouch slumped back in his chains. Good luck, little prince. You're going to need it. The Pendragon seat. The original castle. Harry threw himself into research with desperate intensity. The goblins helped, as did the unspeakables, but information about the pre-seal era was fragmentary and often contradictory. Finally, in mid-December, they found it. Caer Pendragon, Ragnarok announced, spreading ancient maps across the strategy table. Located in what is now southwestern Wales, near the coast. The castle was the seat of Pendragon power for nearly 1,000 years, until the seal's creation in 1746. What happened to it? Officially destroyed during the final battle against the Outer Dark, when King Hadrian made his sacrifice. The land was declared cursed, wards were erected to keep Muggles away, and the site was abandoned. Unofficially, the Goblin Nation has long suspected that the destruction was exaggerated. Our historical records suggest the castle still stands, hidden behind layers of magical concealment. Ragnarok's eyes gleamed. If the awakened are gathering there, they must have found a way through the wards. Which means we can too. Harry studied the maps. The site was remote, accessible only through treacherous mountain passes or by sea. A perfect location for a secret gathering, difficult to reach, easy to defend, impossible to observe from a distance. How many awakened are we talking about? Unknown. Crouch mentioned all the major awakened from across Europe, but we don't know what that means in practical terms. A dozen? 100? More? We'll need to scout before we can plan anything. Harry traced the coastline on the map. Can the goblins get me close without being detected? Possibly. The Goblin Nation has certain capabilities that wizards are unaware of. But the risk would be considerable. Ragnar's voice was careful. If you're discovered, if the Awakened realize the Pendragon heir is within their reach, then they'll try to kill me. Yes, I know. Harry met the goblin's ancient eyes. But we need information. We need to know what we're facing. And the only way to get that is to look for ourselves. There are others who could scout. Trained agents, who don't have my connection to the site. The castle was my family's home for 1,000 years. I'll sense things they can't, notice details they'd miss. Harry's voice was firm. This has to be me, Ragnar. You know that. The old goblin was silent for a long moment. You've grown, Harry Potter, he said finally. When you first came to Gringotts, you were a desperate child, hungry for answers. Now you speak like a king, accepting risk because it's necessary, placing yourself in danger because no one else can fill your role. I had good teachers. Yes. You did. Ragnar inclined his head slightly. Very well. I will arrange transportation. But you will not go alone, I will send my best agents with you, and the professor will accompany you as well. Non-negotiable. Agreed. And your guardian will need to be informed. Harry grimaced. Andromeda won't like this. No. She won't. But she's also not foolish enough to stand in the way of necessity. Ragnar gathered his maps. Prepare yourself, Your Highness. If the Awakens gathering is happening soon, we have very little time to act. Andromeda didn't like it. This is insane, she said, pacing the length of the Tonks cottage's living room. You're 9 years old. You're going to infiltrate a gathering of murderous cultists who want to destroy the world. With backup. With preparation. With every advantage we can arrange. Advantages won't matter if they catch you. If something goes wrong, then I die, and the seal fails, and everyone dies anyway. Harry's voice was quiet but steady. I know the risks, Andromeda. I've thought about nothing else for weeks. But this is our best chance to learn enough to actually stop them. There has to be another way. If there is, we haven't found it. The Awakened have been operating in secret for centuries. We got lucky with Crouch, he gave us a lead we never could have found on our own. If we don't follow it, then we live to fight another day. Then we keep investigating, keep building our strength, while the seal keeps weakening. Harry stood and faced her directly. You told me once that I needed balance. That I couldn't let the investigation consume me. You were right. But this isn't about obsession. This is about opportunity, a narrow window that's closing fast. Andromeda stopped pacing. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears. I can't lose you, she said quietly. You're not just a political project or a symbolic heir. You're family, Harry. You're the closest thing to a son I'll ever have. Harry felt his throat tighten. I know. And I'm not trying to get myself killed. I'm trying to protect everyone, you, Ted, Tonks, Sirius, all of magical Britain. This is how I do that. By walking into a nest of killers. By being smart. By being careful. By trusting the people who'll be watching my back. He took her hands. I'll come home, Andromeda. I promise. She studied his face for a long moment, looking for doubt, for fear, for any sign that he could be talked out of this. Finding none. You'd better, she said finally. Because if you don't, I'll follow you into whatever afterlife exists and make you regret it. Despite everything, Harry smiled. Deal. They left on the winter solstice. Harry, the professor, and 3 goblin agents traveled by a series of increasingly obscure methods, flew to a safe house in Bristol, then a goblin-enchanted carriage to the Welsh border, then on foot through mountain passes that seemed designed to discourage visitors. The weather was brutal, snow and wind and temperatures that would have killed an unprepared traveler in hours. But goblin magic kept them warm, and the professor's experience kept them moving. The Awakened chose this location for a reason, the professor observed on the second night, huddled around a magical fire that produced no smoke. The terrain itself is a defense. Anyone approaching without proper preparation, would die before they got close. Harry stared into the flames. How much further? Another day's travel. We should reach the concealment wards by tomorrow evening. And then? Then we find a way through, or we don't, and we retreat to regroup. The professor's voice was pragmatic. I know you want to push forward regardless, but stupidity is not the same as courage. If the wards are truly impenetrable, they won't be. Not to me. Harry touched the ring on his finger, a Pendragon heirloom recovered from Gringotts vaults. The castle was built by my ancestors. The wards were created by my ancestors. They'll recognize my blood. You hope. I believe. Harry met the professor's eyes. Sometimes that's the same thing. The wards hit them like a physical wall. One moment they were climbing a barren hillside, the next, Harry felt something massive pushing back against his advance. Not hostile, exactly, more like a question, a challenge. Who are you? Why are you here? What right do you have to approach? The goblin agents staggered back, their enchantments flickering. Even the professor looked strained. But Harry stepped forward. He pressed his palm against the invisible barrier and let his blood speak. The Pendragon magic in his veins responded to the ancient wards like a key finding its lock. For a moment, resistance, centuries of accumulated protection resisting an intruder. Then recognition. The wards parted before him like curtains, revealing what had been hidden. Caer Pendragon stood against the winter sky, vast and ancient and impossible. Towers rose from bedrock, connected by walls that seemed to have grown rather than been built. Windows glowed with lights that had been burning for centuries. The entire structure hummed with power so deep Harry felt it in his bones. Bloody hell, the professor breathed. Harry couldn't argue with the assessment. The wards will let me through, he said quietly. But I'm not sure about the rest of you. We'll manage. The professor was already examining the barrier's edges, looking for weaknesses. Goblin magic has its own methods. Give us an hour. You have until dawn. Harry turned to face the castle. I'm going in alone. That wasn't the plan changed when I realized the wards would only accept my blood. Harry's voice left no room for argument. You follow when you can. If I'm not back by sunrise, assume the worst and get word to Ragnarok. The professor looked ready to protest further, but something in Harry's expression stopped him. Be careful, he said instead. Always. Harry stepped through the parted wards and began climbing toward his ancestors' home. The castle's interior was frozen in time. Harry moved through halls that looked as though their occupants had simply stepped out for a moment. Furniture sat undisturbed under layers of dust. Tapestries depicted scenes from Pendragon history, battles and coronations and moments of triumph and tragedy. Portraits hung dark and silent, their occupants long departed. And beneath everything, he felt the seal. It was stronger here, at the source. The barrier that separated reality from the outer dark thrummed with power that made Harry's teeth ache. He could feel the places where it had been patched, reinforced, desperately maintained over centuries. He could feel the places where it was weakening, where the hungry dark pressed hardest against the constraints. He could feel something else, too. People. Moving through the lower levels of the castle. Voices raised in chanting or discussion, he couldn't tell which. The Awakened were here. Harry moved deeper, following both his instincts and the pull of the seal. The castle seemed to respond to his presence, doors opening as he approached, passages revealing themselves when he reached dead ends. It recognized him. It welcomed him home. Finally, he found what he was looking for. A great hall, transformed into something between a temple and a command center. Dozens of robed figures knelt in concentric circles around a central altar, where something dark and terrible writhed within a crystalline cage. The seal anchor, Harry realized, one of the 7, perhaps the primary one. And they were doing something to it. The chanting intensified as Harry watched from the shadows. The robed figures were channeling power into the anchor, but not to strengthen it, to weaken it. To create fractures that the hungry dark could exploit. This is it, Harry realized. The final phase. They're accelerating the seal's collapse. He needed to stop them. Needed to interrupt whatever ritual they were performing. But there were too many, and he was alone, and, "We've been expecting you, little prince." Harry spun, wand raised, but he was already too late. A figure stepped from deeper shadows, face hidden beneath a hood. "The wards reported your arrival the moment you touched them. Did you really think you could sneak into the heart of our power undetected?" "I was hoping." Hope is for those who lack conviction. The figure pulled back its hood, revealing a face Harry had seen in newspapers. Bartemius Crouch Sr. Supposedly dead. Supposedly killed by his own son. "You're awakened," Harry said flatly. "I'm the voice of the dawning," Crouch corrected. "Leader of the inner circle. Guide of the faithful." He smiled, the same smile his son had worn, but colder. "And you, Harry Potter, are the greatest threat to our work that has ever existed." "Happy to oblige." Bold words for a child surrounded by enemies. Crouch gestured, and robed figures emerged from every doorway, cutting off any escape. "Your blood could reinforce the seal for another century. We've known that since you were born. That's why we sent the Dark Lord to kill you, and failed, obviously, but the effort was made. Voldemort was your tool. Just like your son said. A useful one, while he lasted. His obsession with immortality made him easy to manipulate." Crouch's expression flickered with contempt. He actually believed he was the greatest dark wizard in history. Never realized he was dancing on strings we'd been pulling for generations. And now? Is he still dancing? The Dark Lord is, diminished. But not destroyed. We're working on his resurrection, of course, he'll be useful in the chaos to come. Crouch's smile returned. But that's getting ahead of ourselves. Right now, the question is what to do with you. Kill me, presumably. Eventually, yes. But first. Crouch stepped closer, and Harry felt the man's magic pressing against his own. "First, we need to understand how you work. The Pendragon bloodline has always been problematic, too connected to the seal, too capable of interfering with our plans. If we can study you, dissect the mechanisms of your power, you'll be able to prevent future heirs from causing trouble." "Exactly. You understand perfectly." Crouch nodded to his followers. "Take him. Carefully, we need him alive and intact for the rituals." Hands grabbed Harry from all directions. He struggled, but there were too many, and they'd clearly prepared for resistance. Bindings wrapped around his wrists, suppressing his magic. A cloth pressed against his face, soaked in something that made his thoughts grow fuzzy. This can't be how it ends, Harry thought desperately. Not like this. Not when I'm so close. But the darkness was rising, swallowing his consciousness, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. His last thought, before everything went black, was of Andromeda's face when he promised to come home. He'd broken that promise after all. Harry woke in a cell. Stone walls, iron bars, no windows. His wrists were bound with cuffs that hummed with suppressive magic. His wand was gone. But he was alive. That meant there was still a chance. He tested the cuffs carefully, looking for weaknesses. The design was ancient, Pendragon era, actually, which made a certain horrible sense. The castle's dungeons would have restraints designed to hold magical prisoners. Think, he told himself. You're in the heart of the enemy's power, surrounded by cultists who want to torture you for information. What are your assets? His training. His knowledge. His connection to the Pendragon magic, which the cuffs could suppress but couldn't sever entirely. And time. The Awakened needed him alive for their rituals. That meant they wouldn't kill him immediately, which meant every moment was a chance to escape or be rescued. The cell door opened. Crouch entered, followed by 2 robed guards. Comfortable? The accommodations could use some work. Enjoy your wit while you can. It won't last through what's coming. Crouch pulled up a chair and sat, studying Harry like a specimen. Do you know how long we've waited for this moment? Generations. Centuries. The Pendragon line was supposed to die with Hadrian, but somehow a branch survived, hidden among the common families. The Potters. Descended from Hadrian's illegitimate cousin. We didn't discover the connection until a century ago, when one of your ancestors displayed abilities that shouldn't have been possible. Crouch's eyes were cold. We've been watching your family ever since. Waiting for a true heir to emerge. When your parents conceived you, the seal itself resonated, we knew immediately what you were. And you sent Voldemort to kill me. The prophecy complicated things. The Dark Lord became obsessed with you specifically, convinced you were somehow his destined opponent. We encouraged that obsession, let him believe he was acting on his own vision rather than our guidance. Crouch shrugged. When he failed to kill you, we adapted. The Dursleys were our backup plan, keep you isolated, ignorant, broken. Then Dumbledore would rescue you at 11, and you'd spend the rest of your life in his shadow, never reaching your true potential. Dumbledore is working with you. Dumbledore is a fool who believes he's working for his own purposes. We've been manipulating him for decades, feeding him information, guiding his decisions, ensuring he never looked too closely at things we wanted hidden. Crouch's smile was thin. He thinks he's the master of wizarding Britain. In reality, he's just another piece on our board. Harry filed this away, even as despair threatened to overwhelm him. The conspiracy was even deeper than he'd feared. Everyone was compromised, everyone was manipulated, there was nowhere to turn, no, he told himself firmly. That's what they want you to believe. That resistance is futile. That you're already beaten. He met Crouch's eyes directly. You've made one mistake. Oh. You brought me here. To the castle. To the heart of the Pendragon power. Harry smiled, though the expression felt brittle. You think these walls are yours now, but they remember who built them. And they remember me. Crouch's expression flickered. Just for a moment. Just enough to show that Harry had touched something real. The castle has been ours for decades, the castle has been occupied for decades. That's not the same thing. Harry leaned forward as much as his restraints allowed. I felt it when I entered. The stones, the wards, the very foundation of this place, it knows I'm here. It's waiting to see what I'll do. You're bluffing. Maybe. Want to find out? The silence stretched. Crouch's eyes were calculating, reassessing. The rituals begin at midnight, he said finally. We'll see then whether your supposed connection can save you. He left without another word. The cell door slammed shut behind him. Harry slumped back against the wall, exhausted but thinking furiously. He'd bought himself time. A few hours, maybe. Enough for the professor and the goblins to find a way through the wards. Enough, possibly, to figure out some way to turn the castle's ancient magic against its current occupants. Come on, he thought desperately. I know you're out there. Find me. Please. In the depths of the castle, something stirred. Something old and powerful and very, very angry. The rescue came at 11:30. Harry had spent hours reaching out with whatever magic he could channel through the suppressive cuffs, touching the castle's ancient consciousness, trying to wake it fully. The response had been sluggish, centuries of occupation had dulled the structure's awareness, but gradually, painfully, something was responding. The explosion that tore through the upper levels was just the final trigger. Goblin battle magic was devastating, precise, ruthless, designed over millennia to counter wizard advantages. The Awakened had prepared for many threats, but not for a full assault by goblin war mages who had nothing to lose and everything to prove. Harry felt the castle wake. The stones shuddered. The wards, Pendragon wards, corrupted but not destroyed, began to turn on their occupants. Doors that had opened for the Awakened suddenly slammed shut, trapping robed figures in passages that twisted into labyrinths. And in Harry's cell, the suppressive cuffs cracked and fell away. He didn't waste time wondering how. He gathered his magic, weakened but functional, and blasted the cell door off its hinges. The corridor beyond was chaos. Awakened cultists ran in every direction, some fighting against the castle itself as walls shifted and floors tilted. Harry moved through them like a ghost, using confusion as cover, following instincts he didn't know he had toward. The Great Hall. The seal anchor. The source of everything. He burst through the final doors to find a battle already in progress. The professor was there, fighting 3 Awakened at once, his wand a blur of light and destruction. Goblin agents flanked him, their strange magic tearing through cultist defenses. And at the center of the room, before the writhing anchor, Crouch Sr. stood alone, hands raised, channeling something dark and terrible directly into the seal. Too late. Crouch screamed, his voice cracking with triumph. The ritual is complete. The fractures are permanent. The seal will fall. Harry didn't think. He acted. He drew on everything, his training, his heritage, the power of the castle around him. Golden fire erupted from his hands, not from a wand but from his very blood, the Pendragon magic responding to desperate need. The fire struck Crouch like a hammer, throwing him away from the anchor. Harry stepped into his place. The seal anchor screamed in his mind. He could feel the damage, fractures running through the barrier like cracks in ice, the hungry dark pressing against every weakness. Crouch was right. The ritual had worked. The seal was failing. But it hadn't failed yet. Harry plunged his consciousness into the anchor and began to work. Time stopped meaning anything. Harry floated in a space between reality and void, holding together a barrier that wanted desperately to shatter. The hungry dark battered against him, vast and patient and utterly relentless. It knew he was there. It wanted him, not just as food, but as the key that would finally unlock the door. Give in, it whispered. Accept the inevitable. All things end. All struggles cease. Why fight for a world that will die anyway? Because it's mine to protect, Harry gasped. Because people I love are on the other side. Love is illusion. Connection is chains. Freedom lies in dissolution, freedom lies in choice. Harry poured more power into the seal, feeling something in him start to crack. And I choose to fight. Golden fire blazed through the barrier, sealing fractures, reinforcing weaknesses. It wasn't enough, it would never be enough, but it was buying time. Seconds. Minutes. Maybe hours. You're killing yourself, the ancestral voice observed. It wasn't accusatory, just factual. The power required to undo this damage, I know. There may be another way. A partial sacrifice. Not death, but change. Tell me. The voice hesitated. The seal requires Pendragon blood. Hadrian gave all of his life, his magic, his soul. But you could give less. Bind part of yourself into the barrier permanently. Lose some of what you are to strengthen what must be preserved. What would I lose? Unknown. Perhaps memories. Perhaps abilities. Perhaps connections to people you love. The voice was sorrowful. It is not a fair choice. But it is a choice. Harry thought of Andromeda, Sirius, Tonks, Ted. The family he'd found. The life he was just beginning to build. He thought of everyone else in the magical world. Everyone who would die if the seal failed. Everyone who was counting on him, whether they knew it or not. It wasn't really a choice at all. "Show me how," he said. The ritual was agony. Harry felt pieces of himself tearing away, memories of sunlight and laughter, the exact shade of Tonks' hair when she was happy, the sound of Ted's terrible singing, the warmth of Andromeda's rare hugs. Not gone entirely, but distant. Dimmed. Like looking at photographs instead of living experiences. More, the seal demanded. He gave it his fear. The terror of the cupboard, the constant anxiety of living with the Dursleys, the lingering dread that everyone he loved would eventually abandon him. It flowed into the barrier and burned away, leaving something colder but clearer in its place. More. He gave it his rage. The fury at Dumbledore's manipulation, at the Awakens conspiracy, at a world that had failed him so completely for so long. It joined the barrier's power, transmuting into something fierce and protective instead of destructive. More. He gave it his hope, not all of it, but enough. The brightest dreams, the wildest fantasies, the belief that everything would somehow work out perfectly. It was the hardest sacrifice, leaving behind a realistic determination that felt grey compared to what he'd lost. And finally, the seal stabilized. The fractures closed. The hungry dark, howling with frustration, was pushed back behind reinforced barriers. The ritual completed, and Harry fell out of the anchor's consciousness and collapsed on the cold stone floor. The professor was there immediately, checking his vitals, shouting orders to the goblin agents. Harry could barely hear him. Everything felt muffled, distant, like the world had retreated to arm's length. "Harry! Harry, can you hear me?" "I hear you," Harry managed. His voice sounded wrong, older, somehow. Flatter. "The seal is stable. For now." "What did you do?" "What I had to." He closed his eyes and let the darkness take him. Not the hungry dark this time. Just exhaustion, deep and complete, dragging him down into dreamless sleep. Harry woke in St. Mungo's, 3 days later. Andromeda was asleep in a chair beside his bed, dark circles under her eyes. Sirius stood by the window, staring out at nothing. Ted and Tonks were curled together on a small couch, also sleeping. His family. Still here. Still waiting for him. Harry tried to feel the warmth he remembered, the overwhelming love and gratitude that had once filled him when he looked at these people. He felt something. Affection. Appreciation. Loyalty. But it was quieter now. Steadier. Less vivid than before. The price, he thought. This is what I paid. Sirius noticed he was awake and moved to his bedside. "Hey. You're back." "I'm back." Harry's voice was hoarse but functional. "The awakened?" "Mostly dealt with. The castle's wards killed about half of them when they tried to flee. We captured the rest, including Crouch. The Ministry's going to have some very uncomfortable questions to answer about how their supposedly dead official was leading a cult dedicated to destroying reality. And the seal? Stable, according to the unspeakables. Whatever you did," Sirius's voice caught. "They say you should have died. The power required to repair that much damage. I found another way." "What way?" Harry looked at Andromeda, still sleeping. At Tonks, with her hair currently a muted brown instead of the wild colors he'd grown accustomed to. At Ted, who'd always seemed like the most ordinary person in his new life and who he now realized might be the most extraordinary. "A partial sacrifice," he said quietly. "Not my life. Just, parts of it. Sirius stared at him for a long moment. Something in Harry's eyes must have shown the truth, because when he spoke again, his voice was gentle. Was it worth it? Harry thought about the question seriously. The emotions he'd sacrificed, the connections he'd dimmed, they were losses. Real losses that would shape the rest of his life. But the seal was stable. His family was alive. The world continued to exist. Yes, he said finally. It was worth it. Sirius nodded slowly and didn't ask any more questions. Recovery took weeks. The physical damage was minimal, exhaustion and magical strain, nothing permanent. But the internal changes were harder to assess. Harry found himself reacting differently to things that had once provoked strong emotions. Joy was still possible, but it required more effort. Anger came slower and left faster. Fear was almost entirely gone. "You're different," Tonks said one afternoon, watching him with worried eyes. "Quieter. More distant." "I know. Does it hurt?" Harry considered the question. "Not exactly. It's more like I gave away the volume knob on certain feelings. They're still there, but they're harder to hear. Can you get them back?" "I don't know. Maybe. The unspeakables are studying what I did. They think the sacrifice might be partially reversible over time, as my magic regenerates." He shrugged. "Or maybe this is just who I am now." Tonks was quiet for a moment. Then she reached out and took his hand. "You're still Harry," she said firmly. "Different or not. You're still family." Harry looked at their intertwined fingers. The warmth of contact. The reality of connection, even when the emotions around it felt muted. "Yeah," he said quietly. "I am." Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Trials of the Crown. Winter melted into spring, and Harry learned to live with what he'd become. The changes were subtle from the outside. He still trained, still studied, still navigated the increasingly complex political landscape of magical Britain. He still laughed at Tonks' jokes, still listened to Ted's rambling stories, still endured Andromeda's fussing over his eating habits. To a casual observer, he was the same boy he'd always been. But Harry knew the truth. Something fundamental had shifted in the architecture of his soul. "You're compartmentalizing," Sirius observed during one of their training sessions. They were in the basement of Grimmauld Place, practicing combat magic. "Everything you feel, you're processing through filters now. Analyzing before reacting. Is that bad?" "Not necessarily. But it's different." Sirius lowered his wand, studying Harry with concerned eyes. "Before the castle, you felt things deeply. Now you feel things, carefully." Harry considered this as he caught his breath. The observation was accurate. Where once emotions had crashed over him like waves, now they arrived like letters, discreet, manageable, something to be read and filed rather than experienced. "The sacrifice took my intensity," he said finally. "I can still feel everything. It just doesn't overwhelm me anymore." "And that's what you wanted?" "It's what was required." Harry raised his wand again. "Shall we continue?" Sirius held his gaze for a long moment, something sad flickering behind his eyes. Then he nodded and resumed his stance. They didn't discuss it again. The political fallout from Caer Pendragon was still unfolding. Bartemius Crouch Sr.'s exposure as the leader of the Awakened had shattered what remained of public trust in ministry institutions. Cornelius Fudge, desperately trying to contain the damage, had launched investigation after investigation, all carefully designed to avoid implicating anyone still in power. "It's theater," Ragnarok observed during a strategy meeting. "Sound and fury, signifying nothing. The real awakened sympathizers within the ministry have already buried their connections. Crouch's inner circle is dead or imprisoned, but the broader network remains intact." "How broad?" Harry asked. "Broader than we feared." The gold trail we've been following suggests payments to individuals across every major institution, the Ministry, the Wizarding, Hogwarts, even international bodies. The old goblin's expression was grim. The awakened have been cultivating influence for generations. Removing them entirely would require dismantling and rebuilding magical society from the ground up. Then we do it gradually. Cut off their funding, expose their agents one by one, replace compromised officials with trustworthy alternatives. A multi-generational project. I'm not going anywhere. Harry's voice was flat, not cold, exactly, but stripped of the passion that would once have accompanied such a declaration. The seal is stable for now. We have time to do this properly. Ragnar studied him with those ancient, calculating eyes. You've changed, Your Highness. Yes. The sacrifice. Among other things. Harry met his gaze steadily. Does it concern you? It concerns me that our future king has traded away parts of himself. It does not concern me that those parts were perhaps impediments to effective rule. Ragnar's smile was thin. Emotions are useful, but they can also be exploited. A king who feels less intensely is a king who can be manipulated less easily. That's a cold way to look at it. Goblins are a cold people, by wizard standards. We have survived for millennia by being practical rather than sentimental. Ragnar rose, gathering his documents. Continue your recovery, Your Highness. The crown awaits, and it has its own tests to administer. The crown. Harry had almost forgotten about it, amid everything else. The crown of Albion, waiting in the Pendragon vault, had tested him once and found him promising but incomplete. Now, with the seal reinforced and the awakened exposed, perhaps it was time to face that test again. He made the journey to Gringotts on a clear April morning. The goblins escorted him to the vault with more ceremony than usual. Word of what he'd done at the castle had spread through their ranks, earning him a respect that went beyond political calculation. The Pendragon vault opened at his touch, as it always did. But this time, something felt different. The air itself seemed charged with anticipation. The crown sat on its pedestal, unchanged. A simple circlet of silver, the dark stone at its center pulsing with ancient power. Harry approached and reached out. You've grown, the crown's voice said in his mind. Not accusatory, not praising, simply observing. The boy who first touched me was full of fire and fear. You are neither, now. I paid a price, Harry replied silently. To reinforce the seal. We know. We felt it, the pieces of yourself you sacrificed to strengthen the barrier. A pause. It was bravely done. Perhaps foolishly. It was necessary. Many things are necessary. Few are wise. The crown's presence seemed to intensify. You seek to complete the bonding. To claim the full power of the Pendragon line. I seek to be ready for what's coming. The awakened are still out there. Voldemort is still out there. And the seal, stable as it is, won't last forever. No. It won't. The crown pulsed with something that might have been sorrow. Hadrian bought time with his sacrifice. You bought more. But the hungry dark is patient. It will outlast every barrier, every seal, every desperate measure. Then what's the point? Why fight at all? Because fighting is what we do. What we have always done. The crown's voice hardened. The Pendragon line exists to stand between humanity and destruction. Not to win, winning against the infinite is impossible, but to persist. To buy time for life to flourish, for children to grow, for love and hope to exist however briefly in a universe that tends toward darkness. Harry felt something stir in his chest, not the overwhelming emotion of before, but a quiet recognition. Purpose, stripped of sentiment. Duty, accepted without complaint. Test me, he said. Whatever trials you require. I'm ready. Are you? The crown's amusement was evident. Very well. 3 trials, as tradition demands. Truth. Mercy. Sacrifice. You faced them once and showed promise. Now we shall see if you've become what you promised to be. The vault dissolved around him. The trial of truth. Harry stood in a chamber of mirrors. His reflection surrounded him, dozens of versions of himself, stretching into infinity. But as he watched, the reflections began to change. They showed him as others saw him. Through goblin eyes, a useful tool, a means to an end, valuable as long as his interests aligned with theirs. Through Dumbledore's eyes, a threat to carefully maintain balance, a wild card that disrupted decades of planning. Through the Awakened's eyes, a lock to be broken, a final obstacle between them and their terrible god. Through Andromeda's eyes, a son, loved despite his strangeness, worried over constantly. Through Sirius's eyes, a ghost of James, a second chance at family, a source of pride and fear in equal measure. Through Tonk's eyes, a little brother who'd become something larger than himself, someone she didn't quite recognize anymore. Which vision is true? The crown asked. Harry studied each reflection carefully. The analysis came easily now, emotion stripped away, leaving only clear observation. All of them, he said finally. None of them. Truth depends on perspective, and every perspective is incomplete. A diplomatic answer. But you haven't answered the real question. Harry looked at the reflections again. The real question isn't how others see me. It's how I see myself. And? He considered. Before the sacrifice, he might have said he was a boy trying to become a king. A child burdened with responsibilities beyond his years. A victim of circumstance rising to meet impossible challenges. Now. I am what I need to be, he said slowly. Not what I was, not what others want, not what I might have become under different circumstances. I'm the Pendragon heir who reinforced the seal. I'm the person who will face whatever comes next. I'm Harry, whatever that means now. And what does it mean? Harry looked at his own reflection, not the others' perspectives, but his own. A thin boy with messy black hair and green eyes that seemed older than his face. A child who had already sacrificed more than most adults ever would. It means I keep going, he said. Whatever I've lost, whatever I've changed, whatever I might still become, I keep going. That's all anyone can do. The mirrors shattered. Truth acknowledged, the crown said. You understand that identity is not fixed, that the self is a process rather than a destination. The first trial is complete. The trial of mercy. Harry found himself in a courtroom. But not the Wizengamot chamber he knew. This space was older, rougher, stone walls and torchlight, wooden benches crowded with watching figures. A king's justice, from an era before the ministry existed. Before him stood a man in chains. Peter Pettigrew. Not as he'd been in the reports, the sniveling spy, the traitor who'd sold out his friends. This Pettigrew was younger, terrified, caught in a moment of decision that would define the rest of his life. He has not yet betrayed you, the crown said. In this moment, he is still choosing. Still capable of courage or cowardice. This is a test about mercy. Mercy is not about forgiving the irredeemable. It is about recognizing the redeemable before it's too late. Harry studied the trembling man. Pettigrew's weakness was evident, the desperation in his eyes, the way he flinched at every sound. He would betray the Potters because he was afraid, because Voldemort offered safety and the Order offered only danger. But was that all he was? A coward beyond saving? Harry thought about Draco Malfoy, who had come to him in fear and been offered a chance at redemption. About Sirius, who had spent 7 years in hell for a crime he didn't commit. About all the people who might have become something better if someone had reached out at the right moment. What would you need, Harry asked slowly, to choose differently? Pettigrew looked up, surprise cutting through his fear. What? You're afraid. That's understandable, Voldemort is terrifying, and the order asks you to risk everything. Harry stepped closer. But fear isn't the only thing you are. James was your friend. Lily trusted you. Sirius would have died for you. What would it take to honor that? I can't. Pettigrew's voice was barely a whisper. He'll kill me. He'll kill everyone I love. There's no way to fight him, there's always a way. It might require sacrifice. It might require courage you don't think you have. But it exists. Harry met Pettigrew's eyes. The question is whether you're willing to look for it. Silence. The watching figures in the courtroom seemed to lean forward, waiting. I'm not strong, Pettigrew whispered. I've never been strong. Not like James or Sirius, strength isn't about power. It's about choice. Harry felt the words resonating with something true, something that had survived even the sacrifice. You can choose to be afraid and still act with courage. You can choose to be weak and still do what's right. The only unforgivable choice is giving up entirely. Pettigrew stared at him. Something shifted in his expression, a flicker of hope, quickly suppressed. It's too late for me, he said. It's never too late until you're dead. Harry reached out, not to touch, but to offer. Come back. Confess what you've done. Face the consequences. And then, maybe, you can start to become someone worth being. The courtroom dissolved. Mercy acknowledged, the Crown said. You understand that redemption must be offered, even when it may be refused. That judgment is not the same as condemnation. The second trial is complete. The trial of sacrifice. Harry stood at the edge of a cliff. Below, an army of darkness, the awakened, the Death Eaters, every enemy he'd ever faced, multiplied into infinite legions. They were marching toward a distant light that Harry somehow knew was everyone he loved. Between the army and the light stood nothing but Harry himself. The final trial, the Crown said. You have already sacrificed much. You gave away pieces of your soul to reinforce the seal. But the question remains, how much more would you give? Where is the limit of what you would sacrifice to protect what matters? Harry looked at the army. At the light. At the impossible distance between them. You're asking if I'd die for them. Death is simple. Many would die for those they love. We ask something harder. The scene shifted. Harry saw himself years in the future, older, harder, a king in truth rather than just in title. He watched himself make terrible decisions, sacrificing allies for strategic advantage, manipulating friends for political gain, becoming something cold and ruthless in pursuit of necessary victories. Would you become a monster to save the world? Harry studied his possible future self. The power, the certainty, the utter lack of warmth or compassion. A perfect ruler. A perfect protector. And something utterly inhuman. No, he said quietly. Even if it meant saving more lives. Even if the alternative was failure and destruction. Even then. Harry's voice was steady despite the weight of the question. Because a world protected by a monster isn't worth protecting. Because the people I love would rather die human than survive thanks to something inhuman. Because, he stopped, searching for the right words. Because the sacrifice that matters isn't dying for people. It's living for them. Day after day, choice after choice, staying human despite everything that tempts you to become something else. He turned to face the Crown's presence directly. I've already lost some of what made me human. I can feel the absence every day. If I lose more, if I become that cold thing in your vision, then the awakened have won anyway, even if the seal holds. Silence. You would accept defeat rather than become a monster. I would accept that some battles can't be won through monstrousness. That the how matters as much as the whether. Harry squared his shoulders. Test me, train me, forge me into whatever you need me to be. But I will not sacrifice my humanity. That's the line I won't cross. The cliff dissolved. The army vanished. Harry stood alone in golden light, the crown's presence surrounding him completely. Sacrifice acknowledged, it said softly. You understand that the greatest sacrifice is not death but restraint. Not giving everything, but choosing what to withhold. The third trial is complete. Harry stood in the Pendragon vault again, the crown gleaming on its pedestal. It felt different now, warmer, somehow, more welcoming. The ancient power that had once seemed merely ancient now seemed alive, reaching toward him with something like affection. You have passed the trials, the crown said. Not perfectly, perfection is not the goal, but truly. You have become what we hoped you might become. A king? Not yet. But one who might be, given time. The crown pulsed with light. Take us up, Harry Potter. Complete the bonding. Let the power of the Pendragon line flow through you fully. Harry reached out. The moment his fingers closed around the silver circlet, everything changed. Power flooded through him, not the raw magic he'd channeled at Caer Pendragon, but something deeper, more fundamental. The accumulated strength of every Pendragon who had ever lived, flowing into his blood and bones and spirit. He saw their faces, kings and queens, warriors and scholars, saints and sinners united by bloodline and duty. He felt their memories brush against his own, offering knowledge that would take lifetimes to fully absorb. And beneath it all, he felt the seal. Not as a distant abstraction, but as part of himself. The barrier that held back the hungry dark was now woven into his very existence, reinforced by his sacrifice, sustained by his will. You are the seal now, the crown said. For as long as you live, it holds. When you fall, your heir must take up the burden, or the darkness wins. I understand. Do you? It is a heavy weight to carry. Harry thought about everything he'd been through, the cupboard, Gringotts, the Tonks family, the trials and battles and sacrifices. Everything that had led to this moment. I've been carrying weight my whole life, he said. This is just more of it. The crown settled onto his head, fitting perfectly, as though it had been made for him alone. Perhaps it had been. Rise, Harry James Potter, the crown proclaimed. Crown Prince of magical Britain. Pendragon in truth as well as blood. May you reign with wisdom, rule with justice, and guard the realm against all darkness. Harry opened his eyes. The vault seemed brighter somehow, more vivid. He could feel the magic of Gringotts around him, the goblin wards and ancient protections humming in harmony with his newly awakened power. He could feel the world outside, too, the ebb and flow of magical Britain, the currents of power and politics that would now respond to his will in ways they never had before. And underneath everything, he could feel the seal. His seal, now. His responsibility. Harry removed the crown from his head, he wasn't ready to wear it publicly, not yet, and placed it carefully back on the pedestal. Thank you, he said quietly. For trusting me. The crown pulsed once in acknowledgement. Then Harry turned and walked out of the vault, ready to face whatever came next. The days following the bonding were strange. Harry's magic had shifted in ways he was still learning to understand. Spells came easier, almost instinctively, not because he'd suddenly become more powerful, but because the power was more integrated with who he was. The crown's knowledge filtered through gradually, offering insights at unexpected moments. And people responded differently to him. You walk like a king, Tonks observed one afternoon. I mean, you always had good posture, Mum made sure of that, but now it's like. I don't know. Like you know you belong wherever you are. The bonding changed things. Obviously. I just didn't expect it to be so visible. She studied him with her head tilted. Is it weird? Having all that ancient knowledge rattling around in your skull. It's not like memories. More like instincts. I'll be doing something and suddenly know the right approach, even if I couldn't explain why. Harry smiled slightly. It's disconcerting, but useful. And the seal? You said you could feel it now. Harry closed his eyes, reaching for that connection. The barrier was there, steady and strong, holding against the endless pressure from beyond. He could sense the weak points, the areas that would need reinforcement over time, the places where his sacrifice had done the most good. It's part of me, he said. I could no more ignore it than I could ignore my heartbeat. Heavy. Yes. But necessary. He opened his eyes. How's Hogwarts treating you? Tonks grimaced. The transition was abrupt, but Harry could tell she appreciated the change of subject. Fourth year is rough. Too much homework, too many OWL practice exams, and the new defense professor is absolutely useless. Can't cast a proper shield to save his life. Who is it this year? Some ministry stooge named Dawlish. Fudge apparently hand-picked him to make sure Dumbledore doesn't teach anything subversive. Tonks rolled her eyes. As if actual defense magic is subversive. The ministry's scared. Scared people make poor decisions. The ministry's been scared my whole life. At some point, they need to get over it. Tonks' hair flickered through several irritated shades. Sorry. I know you're dealing with bigger problems than my school complaints. Your problems matter too. Harry reached out and squeezed her hand. That's something I'm trying to remember. The big picture is important, but so are the details. The people. Tonks squeezed back, her expression softening. See, that's what I mean. A year ago, you would have said something like that and meant it, but it would have been passionate. Full of feeling. Now you say it and it's just true. Calm. Certain. Does it bother you? Sometimes. But then I remember what you gave up to save everybody, and I feel like a jerk for complaining. She shook her head. You're still Harry. Just. Harry with the volume turned down. That's actually a really good way to put it. I'm brilliant occasionally. Tonks grinned. Don't tell Mum I said that, though. She'll use it against me. Sirius's recovery continued in fits and starts. The physical damage from Azkaban had largely healed, but the psychological scars ran deeper. He had good days and bad days, moments of clarity and joy followed by dark periods where the Dementor-induced memories pressed in and threatened to drown him. Harry found him on the roof of Grimmauld Place one night, staring at the stars. Couldn't sleep? Harry asked, settling beside him. Bad dreams. Sirius didn't look away from the sky. I used to love the stars. Used to sneak out with James and Remus to the astronomy tower, spend hours mapping constellations. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. Now they just remind me of the cell. The tiny window. Counting stars to stay sane. I'm sorry. Don't be. It's getting better. Slowly. Sirius finally turned to look at him. The bonding went well, I heard. It did. The Crown accepted me fully. Crown Prince Harry Potter. Sirius tested the words. Has a ring to it. James would have been insufferable about it, insisted on bowing every time he saw you, making terrible jokes about royal decrees. Harry tried to imagine his father doing that, the laughing, irreverent man Sirius had described in countless stories. I wish I'd known him. He would have loved you. Both of them would have. Sirius's voice was thick. They'd be so proud, Harry. Of everything you've done, everything you've become. Even the parts I've lost. Especially those. Because you lost them protecting others. That's the most Potter thing imaginable. Sirius reached out and gripped Harry's shoulder. Lily used to say that love was the only magic worth having. Everything else was just tools. But love, real love, the kind that makes you sacrifice and fight and keep going when everything seems hopeless, that was the real power. I'm not sure I can feel love the same way anymore. Maybe not. But you can still choose it. You can still act on it, even if the feeling is muted. Sirius's grip tightened. That's what matters, Harry. Not the emotion, but the commitment. The decision to keep loving even when it hurts. Harry thought about this for a long moment. The old Harry would have been moved to tears by such words. The new Harry simply understood them. Accepted them. Let them settle into the place where truth lived. Thank you, Sirius. For what? For being here. For understanding. Harry looked up at the stars, cold and distant and beautiful. For reminding me what I'm fighting for. They sat together in comfortable silence until the sun began to rise. News from the wider world filtered in steadily. Voldemort's resurrection was still being planned somewhere, the Awakened had confirmed as much before their capture, and other intelligence sources corroborated the threat. The Dark Lord's spirit lingered, tied to the world through Horcruxes that Harry's ancestral memories hinted at but couldn't fully identify. At least 7 pieces, Harry reported during a strategy meeting with Ragnarok and the Unspeakables. His soul, fragmented into objects that preserve his existence. As long as they remain, he can't be truly destroyed. Can you locate them? Unspeakable 12 asked. Not directly. The knowledge I've inherited is fragmentary, impressions rather than specifics. But I know they exist, and I know they're the key to ending his threat permanently. The goblins may be able to help, Ragnarok offered. Soul magic leaves traces. If the Horcruxes passed through Gringotts at any point, and given Voldemort's obsession with significant artifacts, some likely did, we may have records. Do it. The Horcruxes need to be found and destroyed before he can resurrect properly. Harry's voice was calm, methodical, the strategic mind the sacrifice had left behind working through possibilities. What's our timeline? Unknown. Our best intelligence suggests his followers are still gathering resources. A resurrection ritual of this complexity requires specific components, some of which are extremely rare. 12 consulted her notes. Months at minimum. Possibly years. Then we use that time. Find the Horcruxes, neutralize them, and prepare for the confrontation. Harry looked around the table. Any objections? There were none. The alliance that had formed around Harry, goblins, unspeakables, the remnants of the Order of the Phoenix, was holding despite its inherent tensions. The common enemy was too great for petty conflicts. For now, at least. Summer brought unexpected visitors. Augusta Longbottom arrived at the Tonks cottage on a warm June afternoon, accompanied by a nervous-looking boy about Harry's age. Mr. Potter, Augusta said formally. May I introduce my grandson, Neville? I believe it's time the two of you met properly. Harry studied the boy, round-faced, slightly overweight, with an anxious quality that seemed baked into his posture. This was the other child of prophecy, the one Voldemort could have chosen instead of Harry. Neville, he said, offering his hand. It's good to meet you. Why you too? Neville's handshake was limp, his eyes avoiding direct contact. Gran's told me a lot about you. All good things, I hope. She said you're the Pendragon heir and you saved the world from some kind of evil cult. Neville's voice was barely above a whisper. I don't understand most of it, but it sounds impressive. It sounds more impressive than it was. Harry gestured toward the garden. Walk with me. The adults probably want to discuss politics. Augusta nodded approvingly as the boys moved outside. Harry could feel her watching, evaluating, calculating how this meeting might benefit her family's position. Let her calculate, he thought. Neville is worth knowing regardless of politics. They walked among Andromeda's roses, Neville gradually relaxing as they talked about neutral topics, herbology, his passion, Hogwarts, his fear, and the strangeness of growing up as orphans of the First War, their shared experience. My parents aren't dead, Neville said quietly, his eyes fixed on a particularly vibrant red bloom. They were tortured into insanity by Death Eaters. They're in St. Mungo's permanent ward. They don't recognize me. I'm sorry. Gran wants me to be like them. Like my dad. Strong and brave and heroic. Neville's shoulders hunched. But I'm not. I'm just, me. Scared of everything, barely able to do magic properly. Bravery isn't the absence of fear, Harry said. It's acting despite the fear. Everyone says that. It doesn't help. No, I suppose it doesn't. Harry considered how to approach this. The old Harry would have offered passionate encouragement, tried to convince Neville of his worth through sheer emotional force. The new Harry saw a different path. Let me tell you something about prophecy. Neville looked up, surprised by the change of subject. There was a prophecy about a child who would defeat Voldemort. Born at the end of July, to parents who had defied him 3 times. It could have been you. Harry let that sink in. The only reason Voldemort chose me was because of my blood status. He saw a half-blood as more similar to himself, more of a threat. But it could just as easily have been you in that cupboard, you carrying this burden. That can't be right. Ask your grandmother. She knows. Harry met Neville's eyes directly. The point is, prophecy doesn't determine worth. You're not lesser because Voldemort picked me. And I'm not greater because he did. We're both just people, trying to figure out how to live with the circumstances we were given. Neville was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was steadier. Gran wants me to be a fighter. To take up my parents' legacy. But I don't think that's who I am. Then find out who you are. What do you want, Neville? Not what your grandmother wants, not what the world expects, what do you want? Neville hesitated. I want to grow things. Help things grow. Plants don't expect you to be a hero. They just need care and patience. Then become the greatest herbologist in Britain. Discover new species, develop new medicines, feed the hungry with magical agriculture. Harry smiled slightly. There's more than one way to make a difference. You really think so? I know so. Heroism isn't just about fighting. It's about using whatever gifts you have to help others. Harry extended his hand again, and this time Neville's grip was firmer. When you get to Hogwarts, look me up. I'll be starting the year after next. We can be outsiders together. Neville almost laughed. You're the Pendragon heir. You won't be an outsider. I'll be a 9-year-old claiming a throne that's been vacant for centuries. Trust me, outsider. Harry grinned. But that's not necessarily bad. Sometimes the outsiders see things the insiders miss. August brought news from an unexpected source. Narcissa Malfoy requested a private meeting. Harry met her in a secure room at Gringotts, with goblin guards stationed outside. Lucius Malfoy was still awaiting trial for his role in the Care Pendragon attack, and his wife's political position had become precarious. Mr. Potter. Narcissa was beautiful in a cold, precise way, everything about her calculated for effect. Thank you for agreeing to see me. You said you had information about the Horcruxes. I do. She folded her hands carefully. My husband was one of the Dark Lord's most trusted servants. He confided things that even other Death Eaters didn't know. Including the existence of certain fail-safes. Go on. I know the location of one Horcrux. Perhaps 2. Narcissa's ice-blue eyes met his. I'm willing to share this information, but I want something in return. What? My son's safety. Draco came to you months ago, seeking a different path. I want your word, a formal, magical oath, that you'll protect him. No matter what happens to Lucius, no matter how the political winds shift, my son will be safe. Harry considered this carefully. Draco had been a useful source of information, but their relationship was complicated. The boy was trying to escape his family's legacy, but the pull of blood and upbringing was strong. I can protect him from external threats, Harry said finally. But I can't protect him from himself. If Draco chooses to follow his father's path, he won't. I'll ensure it. Narcissa's voice was fierce beneath its control. Draco is everything to me. I will not let him become what Lucius became. Then we have an agreement. I'll swear the oath you require, protection for Draco in exchange for accurate information about the Horcruxes. The oath was formal, magical, binding. Harry felt it settle into his bones as he spoke the words, another commitment added to the weight he already carried. When it was done, Narcissa told him everything she knew. 2 Horcruxes identified. A locket hidden in a cave by the sea. A cup stored in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. The vault will be problematic, Ragnarok observed when Harry shared the information. Goblin law prohibits unauthorized access to family vaults, even for artifacts of this nature. The cup contains a piece of Voldemort's soul. It's an abomination against natural magic. Agreed. But legal abomination and criminal trespass are separate issues. Ragnarok's expression was thoughtful. However, there may be ways. The Lestrange family's crimes against the Goblin nation during the war were considerable. If we were to invoke certain clauses in the ancient treaties. Make it happen. We need that cup destroyed. And the locket? I'll handle personally. Harry's voice was calm, decided. It's in a cave that Voldemort used to terrorize children when he was young. He'd have left defenses, probably deadly ones. I need to see them myself. You intend to go alone? I intend to go carefully, with appropriate backup. But the confrontation with the defenses, that needs to be me. My blood, my magic, my connection to the seal. Harry met Ragnarok's eyes. Voldemort made these Horcruxes partly to defy death, but also to corrupt the natural order. As the Pendragon heir, it's my responsibility to set that right. Ragnarok inclined his head slowly. You've changed, Your Highness. Not just the sacrifice, something deeper. You speak like the kings of old. Maybe that's who I'm becoming. Harry stood. Prepare whatever is needed for the Gringotts operation. I'll leave for the cave within the week. The cave was everything Harry had expected, and worse. Hidden along a desolate stretch of coastline, accessible only through a passage that required blood sacrifice to reveal. The protections inside were designed not just to kill intruders, but to torment them first. Harry brought Sirius and the professor as backup, but when they reached the inner chamber, he went forward alone. The locket sat at the bottom of a basin filled with emerald poison. Voldemort's trap was elegant in its cruelty, you couldn't simply reach through the liquid, you had to drink it. Every drop would assault your mind with nightmares, despair, your worst memories made vivid and inescapable. The old Harry might have hesitated. Might have looked for another way. The new Harry simply conjured a goblet and began drinking. The visions came fast and brutal. The cupboard. The hunger and loneliness and despair. The Dursley's contempt. Vernon's fists. Petunia's sneering dismissal. Andromeda's face, twisted with disappointment, telling him he'd never be good enough. Sirius dying, again and again, in an infinite loop of failure. Tonks turning away, saying she couldn't love someone who wasn't really human anymore. The seal breaking. The hungry dark consuming everything. Everyone he cared about screaming as they dissolved into nothingness. Harry drank it all. Not because he was brave, the sacrifice had taken most of his capacity for fear. Not because he was numb, he could still feel the visions cutting at whatever emotional capacity remained. He drank because it was necessary, because the Horcrux had to be destroyed, because no one else could do this particular job. The last swallow burned like acid. Harry collapsed beside the basin, vision swimming, mind full of horrors that he knew were false but felt terrifyingly real. Get the locket, he told himself. Focus. He reached into the drained basin and pulled out Slytherin's locket. It pulsed against his palm, malevolent and aware. The piece of Voldemort's soul inside recognized what Harry was, and it was afraid. Sirius! Harry called, his voice cracking. I need the basilisk fawn. His godfather was there in moments, pressing the deadly tooth into Harry's shaking hand. They'd recovered it from the Chamber of Secrets weeks ago, one of the few substances that could destroy a Horcrux. Harry didn't hesitate. He opened the locket with a hiss of Parseltongue, another gift from that long-ago night, and plunged the Fong into the screaming soul fragment inside. The darkness exploded outward, howling with rage and pain. Then it was gone. Recovery from the cave took days. The potion's after-effects lingered, nightmares, flashes of the false visions, a general sense of wrongness that Harry's usual emotional distance couldn't quite shield against. It was, perhaps, a reminder that even his changed state had limits. One down, he said to Andromeda when he was well enough to talk. Several more to go. You almost died. I almost die regularly. It's becoming routine. That's not funny. No, Harry agreed. It isn't. But it's true. The path I'm on, the responsibilities I've accepted, they come with risks. Pretending otherwise doesn't help anyone. Andromeda's expression was complicated, fear and pride and love all mixed together. I used to worry about you dying. Now I worry about you becoming so accustomed to danger that you stop taking it seriously. I take it very seriously. That's why I prepare so carefully. Harry took her hand. I'm not trying to get myself killed. I'm trying to protect everyone, including myself. But some things can only be done by taking risks. I know. I just. She squeezed his fingers. I just wish you didn't have to grow up so fast. So do I, Harry admitted quietly. But we don't always get what we wish for. The cup was retrieved from Gringotts through a combination of legal maneuvering and goblin ingenuity. The Lestrange's crimes against the goblin nation provided sufficient grounds for vault seizure, and the Horcrux was destroyed within hours of its removal. 2 down. Intelligence gathered over the following months suggested at least 3 more, possibly 4. Something of Ravenclaw's, lost for centuries. Voldemort's pet snake, though that wasn't technically a Horcrux yet. And something else, something tied to Hogwarts itself. The diadem, Harry said, the ancestral knowledge finally clarifying. Rowena Ravenclaw's lost diadem. It's hidden somewhere in the castle. How do you know? I just know. The Pendragon memories include impressions of all the Founder's artifacts. The diadem was brought to Hogwarts by someone seeking to hide it, decades ago. It's still there, somewhere. Finding it would require access to Hogwarts. Which meant waiting until Harry could enroll as a student, or finding another way in. 2 more years, he said. I'll be 11 in 2 more years. The Horcruxes can wait that long. They've waited decades already. A bit longer won't matter, as long as Voldemort doesn't resurrect first. Harry's expression hardened. We need to increase surveillance on his followers. If they're gathering resources for a ritual, we need to know where and when. Already in progress, Ragnarok assured him. The Goblin Network is watching every known Death Eater. Any significant movement will be reported immediately. Good. Harry stared at the map spread before him, marking locations and connections and possibilities. The great game continued, politics and prophecy, power and sacrifice, all the threads of fate weaving toward a conclusion he could sense but not quite see. He was 10 years old. He was the Crown Prince of magical Britain. And somehow, against all odds, he was winning. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Dawn of the King. Harry turned 11 on the 31st of July. The celebration at the Tonks cottage was modest by royal standards. Cake and presents and family gathered in the garden under a warm summer sun. Sirius had recovered enough to attempt cooking, which resulted in spectacularly charred sausages and a small fire that Andromeda extinguished with practiced efficiency. It's the thought that counts, Ted offered diplomatically. The thought was apparently arson, Tonks replied, hair cycling through amused shades of orange. Harry watched them bicker and laugh, feeling the familiar muted warmth that was all his changed heart could offer. It was enough. It had to be. His Hogwarts letter had arrived that morning, the formal invitation to attend, addressed in emerald ink to Mr. H. Potter, the second bedroom, Tonks Cottage, Hartwell. Strange to think that in another life, that letter might have been his first introduction to the magical world. Instead, it was merely confirmation of what he'd known for years. "You're thinking too hard," Andromeda observed, settling beside him on the garden bench. "It's your birthday. You're allowed to simply enjoy it. I'm thinking about what comes next. Hogwarts, Dumbledore, the political complications of a crown prince attending school like a normal student. You've prepared for all of that. Preparation isn't the same as certainty." Harry watched Sirius chase Tonks around the garden, both of them laughing. "Everything changes when I walk through those doors. The careful anonymity we've maintained, the quiet building of power, it ends. I become visible in ways I haven't been before. You've been visible since you faced down the Wizengamot at 8 years old. Visible to politicians and power brokers. Not to ordinary witches and wizards. Not to children my own age." Harry's voice was thoughtful. "Hogwarts will be different. I'll be living alongside people who only know me as a legend or a threat. They'll watch everything I do, judge every decision. You've handled worse scrutiny. I have. But this is..." He paused, searching for the right words. "This is the last piece. Everything else, the seal, the awakened, the Horcruxes, those are external battles. Hogwarts is where I prove I can be human while carrying the weight of a crown. If I fail there, if I become isolated or feared or hated, the rest doesn't matter." Andromeda was quiet for a moment. Then she reached out and took his hand. "You won't fail," she said firmly. "You're the most remarkable person I've ever known, Harry. Not because of your titles or your power, but because of who you are underneath all of it. The students at Hogwarts will see that, the ones worth knowing, anyway. And the ones who don't. Then they're idiots, and you shouldn't waste energy worrying about them." Andromeda's smile was fierce. "You've faced down Dementors and Dark Lords and ancient cosmic horrors. A few schoolyard politics shouldn't be beyond you." Harry felt something that might have been amusement. "You make it sound simple." "It is simple. Not easy, simple." She squeezed his hand. "Now stop brooding and eat some cake before Sirius burns the rest of it." Diagon Alley was chaos in August. Families crowded the narrow streets, shopping for school supplies and catching up after the summer. Harry moved through the crowd with Andromeda, drawing curious glances from those who recognized him but keeping his head down and his movements purposeful. Ollivander's was their first stop. The wand-maker's shop was dusty and quiet, somehow insulated from the bustle outside. "Mr. Potter." Ollivander emerged from the shadowy depths, his pale eyes gleaming. "I wondered when I'd see you. I've been following your career with great interest. I need a wand for school." "Indeed you do. Though I understand you already possess one, goblin-crafted, if my sources are correct. Quite unusual." Harry drew his current wand, Holly and Phoenix Feather, made by a goblin wandsmith who specialized in instruments of power. It had served him well through years of training and battle. "This wand is bound to me specifically," Harry explained. "The magical signature is too distinctive. Using it at Hogwarts would attract attention I'd prefer to avoid." "Ah. You seek anonymity." Ollivander's smile was knowing. "A difficult thing for someone in your position. But not impossible, with the right instrument." The fitting took longer than expected. Wand after wand rejected Harry, some violently, some with simple indifference. Ollivander's excitement grew with each failure. "Curious," he muttered, pulling yet another box from the towering shelves. "Very curious. You've changed since birth, Mr. Potter. The wand that might have chosen you as an infant, no longer suitable. The wand that suits what you've become, exceedingly rare. What have I become? Something extraordinary. Something that hasn't existed in centuries. Ollivander opened the box with reverent care. Try this one. Elder wood, 13 inches, core of thestral hair. A wand for those who have looked death in the face and emerged transformed. Harry took the wand. The reaction was immediate, a warmth that spread from his fingers to his core, a sense of rightness that transcended mere compatibility. The wand didn't just accept him, it recognized him. Elder, Harry said quietly. The wood of endings. And beginnings. Ollivander's eyes were bright with something that might have been tears. Elder wands are temperamental. They choose their masters with great care, and they demand much from those they serve. This wand has been in my family's possession for centuries, waiting for the right person. What does it demand? That you face what must be faced. That you end what must be ended. Ollivander leaned forward. The elder wand of legend, the death stick, the wand of destiny, is not this wand. That artifact exists, somewhere, and carries its own terrible history. But this wand shares something of its nature. A connection to death, to endings, to the necessary conclusions that most wizards fear to contemplate. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. It felt like an extension of himself, more natural than even his goblin-crafted wand, as if it had been made specifically for him. Perhaps it had been. I'll take it, he said. September 1st arrived with unseasonable fog. King's Cross Station was crowded with Muggle travelers and hidden magical families, both groups navigating the same space while existing in different worlds. Harry arrived with his entire family in tow, Andromeda and Ted, Sirius and Tonks, even Ragnarok had sent a representative to see him off. This feels excessive, Harry observed, looking at the assembled group. It's your first day of school, Andromeda replied. We're allowed to be excessive. I'm the Crown Prince of Magical Britain. You've faced many things. Now you're facing platform 9 3/4, and your family wants to embarrass you properly. Sirius grinned. It's tradition. The platform was already crowded when they passed through the barrier. Students and parents milled about, saying goodbyes and loading trunks onto the Scarlet steam engine. The Hogwarts Express gleamed in the diffused light, somehow more impressive than Harry had expected. He scanned the crowd, identifying faces he recognized from research and intelligence reports. The Weasley family, large, red-headed, chaotically loading what appeared to be 7 children onto the train. The Malfoy family, Narcissa seeing off Draco with carefully maintained composure, Lucius conspicuously absent. The Longbottoms, Augusta and Neville, the latter looking slightly less terrified than when Harry had last seen him. You'll be fine, Tonks said, pulling him into a rough hug. You're the smartest, toughest, most annoyingly competent person I know. Hogwarts won't know what hit it. That's what I'm afraid of. Good fear. She released him and stepped back. Remember, the Hufflepuffs have the best common room, no matter what anyone says. We're right next to the kitchens. Noted. Sirius was next, his embrace slightly awkward but genuine. Right often. Don't let anyone push you around. And if Dumbledore tries anything, I'll handle it. Harry returned the hug. I've been handling Dumbledore for years. I know. Just, be careful. Sirius's voice was rough. You're all I have left of James and Lily. I can't lose you too. You won't. Andromeda's goodbye was longest, a tight embrace, murmured words of love and encouragement, tears that she tried unsuccessfully to hide. Harry held her for a long moment, feeling the muted echo of the love he'd once experienced fully. I'll be home for Christmas, he promised. You'd better be. She pulled back, composing herself. And remember, you're going there to learn, not just to play politics. Pay attention in your classes. Make friends. Be a child for once. I'll try. The train whistle blew. Harry gathered his trunk, gave one last wave to his family, and boarded the Hogwarts Express. Finding an empty compartment proved impossible. Harry settled for a mostly empty one, occupied only by a single bushy-haired girl who was already buried in a textbook. She looked up when he entered, eyes widening slightly. "Oh. I'm sorry, is this compartment taken?" "I can move, it's fine." Harry stored his trunk and sat across from her. "There's plenty of room." "Right. Yes. Of course." She seemed flustered, though Harry couldn't tell if it was nervousness about him specifically or general anxiety. "I'm Hermione Granger. I'm Muggleborn, first witch in my family." "Are you Harry Potter?" "You look like the pictures I've seen, but those could be inaccurate. I'm Harry Potter." "Oh." Hermione's eyes went even wider. "I've read about you. Not just the boy who lived stories, those are mostly rubbish, aren't they? But the political articles, the Gringotts transcripts, the exposé on the awakened cult. You've done remarkable things for someone our age." "Thank you." Harry was mildly surprised by her thoroughness. "You've done research." "I do research on everything. It's how I understand things." She gestured at the textbook in her lap. "I've read all our course materials already, plus supplementary texts. I'm worried I'll fall behind. I'm not from a magical family, so everyone else will have advantages. Background matters less than you think. Hard work and intelligence count for more than family connections." Harry met her eyes directly. "Though I suspect you already know that." Hermione blushed slightly but nodded. "My parents are dentists. They always said that success comes from effort, not luck." "Your parents sound wise." They fell into conversation easily. Hermione was brilliant, that much was immediately clear, and hungry for knowledge in a way that Harry found refreshing. She asked questions about magical politics that most adults wouldn't have thought to ask, and she listened to his answers with genuine interest. An hour into the journey, the compartment door slid open. Draco Malfoy stood in the doorway, flanked by two large boys who were clearly serving as bodyguards. His expression was complicated, arrogant facade barely covering genuine nervousness. "Potter," Draco said. "I heard you were on the train." "Malfoy." Harry kept his voice neutral. "Come to say hello?" "Something like that." Draco's eyes flicked to Hermione, then back to Harry. "Can we talk? Privately? Anything you have to say can be said in front of my friend." "Friend?" Draco's lip curled slightly. "You're making friends with Muggleborns already." The Pendragon air, associating with, careful. Harry's voice didn't change, but something in his eyes made Draco take a step back. "You came to me months ago asking for a different path. That path doesn't include blood prejudice. Choose your next words carefully." The silence stretched uncomfortably. Draco's bodyguards shifted, clearly confused by the dynamic they were witnessing. Draco swallowed. "I apologize. Old habits. I didn't mean." "Yes, you did. But you're trying to change, and that counts for something." Harry gestured to the seat beside him. "Sit. We can talk here." Draco hesitated, then dismissed his bodyguards with a wave and settled into the compartment. He didn't look at Hermione directly, but he didn't insult her again either. "My mother told me about your arrangement," Draco said quietly. "The oath. The protection. Your mother is a practical woman. She's trying to save our family. With father in prison, everything is falling apart. The other pureblood families are circling, looking for weakness." Draco's voice was bitter. "I'm supposed to be the Malfoy heir, but no one takes me seriously. They just see my father's mistakes. Then prove them wrong." Harry leaned forward. "You're intelligent, Draco. You've had training that most children don't receive. Use those advantages to build something better instead of repeating your father's failures." How? Everything I was taught was wrong. Some of it, anyway. Blood purity is a lie. Magical power doesn't follow family lines nearly as closely as pure blood propaganda suggests. Harry glanced at Hermione. Miss Granger here is Muggleborn, and I suspect she'll outperform most pureblood students in our year. Hermione flushed with pleasure and surprise. The world is changing, Draco. Harry's voice was calm but firm. The old order is crumbling. Your father's arrest is just one symptom. You can either cling to what's dying or help build what's coming. That's the choice you face. Draco was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was smaller than before. I don't know if I can change. I've believed these things my whole life. Then start by questioning. Ask yourself why you believe what you believe. Look for evidence instead of assumption. Harry offered a slight smile. You've already taken the first step. You came to me instead of trying to bully your way into power. That shows growth. My mother told me to come. And you listened to her instead of your father's ghost. That's growth too. The train rattled on through the countryside. Eventually, Draco excused himself to find his bodyguards, looking thoughtful in a way that suggested Harry's words had landed. You're trying to reform him, Hermione observed when he was gone. I'm trying to give him options. Whether he takes them is up to him. That's remarkably generous, given his family's history. Generosity is a tool like any other. Sometimes it's more effective than force. Harry watched the door Draco had exited through. Besides, broken cycles have to start somewhere. If we only ever judge people by their parents' mistakes, nothing ever changes. Hermione studied him with new interest. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? Someone more. I don't know. Pompous? You're the heir to a throne. In every story, that comes with arrogance. Arrogance is a luxury I can't afford. Harry's voice was quiet. There are things coming, Hermione. Threats that will require everyone working together, pure blood and Muggleborn, wizard and goblin, old guard and reformers. If I alienate potential allies through arrogance, people will die who didn't have to. What kind of threats? Harry considered how much to reveal. Hermione was intelligent, trustworthy seeming, and her Muggleborn status meant she had no ties to the old power structures. Do you know what a Horcrux is? He asked. By the time the train reached Hogsmeade, Hermione Granger knew more about the threats facing magical Britain than most ministry officials. She also, Harry suspected, had become an ally he could count on. Hogwarts was everything the stories promised. The castle rose from the darkness like a dream made stone, its towers and turrets gleaming with countless lit windows. Harry felt the magic of the place pressing against his own, ancient, powerful, built on foundations that predated the ministry by centuries. And beneath it all, he felt something familiar. The founders had served the Pendragon line. Their magic, their oaths, their creation, all of it was connected to the throne Harry was heir to. Hogwarts wasn't just a school. It was part of his inheritance. Welcome home, a voice seemed to whisper. We've been waiting. The Sorting Hat was placed on Harry's head in a great hall full of curious eyes. Well, the hat murmured in his mind. This is unusual. I've sorted many Potters over the centuries, but none quite like you. Just sort me. So impatient. You'd fit well in Gryffindor, your parents' house, your godfather's house. Bravery runs deep in your blood. The hat paused. But there's more to you than bravery. A cunning that would serve you well in Slytherin. A thirst for knowledge that Ravenclaw would nurture. A loyalty and dedication that Hufflepuff prizes. I don't care about houses. No, you wouldn't. You see the bigger picture, the school as a whole, the magical world beyond. The hat chuckled. Very well. If it doesn't matter to you, then let me place you where you'll do the most good. The hat seemed to consider for a long moment. Gryffindor, it finally announced. The table in red and gold erupted in cheers. Harry walked toward it calmly, finding a seat beside Hermione, who had been sorted into Gryffindor minutes earlier, and across from Neville Longbottom. "I'm glad you're here," Neville whispered. "I was afraid I'd be alone." "You're not alone." Harry glanced around the table, the Weasley twins already planning pranks, the older students sizing up the new arrivals, everyone watching him from the corners of their eyes. "None of us are." At the head table, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled benevolently. Harry met his gaze without flinching. Let the game begin, he thought. The first weeks of classes were a careful balancing act. Harry had to appear talented but not extraordinary. He knew far more than a first-year should, years of advanced training had seen to that, but revealing that knowledge would invite questions he didn't want to answer. "You're holding back," Hermione observed one evening in the common room. "In class. You know the answers before the professors finish asking. Observation is a valuable skill. So is honesty." She fixed him with a stern look. "I'm not stupid, Harry. Whatever training you've had, it's beyond what's normal. You're operating at a level that most seventh years couldn't match. And if I showed that openly, what would happen?" Hermione considered. "People would be afraid of you. Jealous. The professors would treat you differently. Dumbledore would pay closer attention." "Exactly." Harry set down his quill. "I have enough attention already. The last thing I need is more." "So you pretend to be ordinary." "I pretend to be slightly above average. Enough to justify my political position, not enough to seem threatening." He smiled slightly. "It's exhausting, but necessary. What about with me? Are you holding back?" Harry looked at her, brilliant, earnest, hungry for truth in a world full of comfortable lies. "Less than with most people," he admitted. "You're smart enough to be trusted with some things. And I need allies who know what's really happening." "What is really happening?" Harry told her about the Horcruxes, the one destroyed in the cave, the one retrieved from Gringotts, the one hidden somewhere in this very castle. "The diadem," Hermione breathed. "Ravenclaw's lost diadem. I read about it, no one knows where it went after it was stolen centuries ago. Someone brought it here. I can feel it, faintly, like a splinter in the castle's magic. But finding the exact location. The room of requirement." Hermione's eyes lit up. "I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. A room that appears when someone truly needs it, providing whatever they require. If someone needed a hiding place, then the room would provide one." Harry felt a surge of something that might have been excitement. "How do you find it?" "The 7th floor, near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. You have to walk past the wall 3 times, thinking clearly about what you need." Harry stood. "Show me." The room of requirement was vast. Not the cozy study space or hidden sanctuary that students typically requested. Harry had walked past the wall thinking, "I need to find what was hidden here," and the door that appeared opened onto something like a cathedral of forgotten things. Mountains of broken furniture, piles of ancient books, racks of damaged robes, cages and cauldrons and crystal balls. Centuries of Hogwarts detritus, accumulated and forgotten. "This is incredible," Hermione whispered. "The magical artifacts alone must be worth focus." Harry moved through the towers of junk, letting his Pendragon senses guide him. The Horcrux was here, he could feel its corruption, a dark stain on the room's accumulated magic. "It's close." They searched for nearly an hour before Harry found it. A tarnished tiara, sitting atop a bust of some forgotten wizard. Beautiful, even in its corrupted state, the sapphire at its center gleaming with trapped light. "The diadem," Hermione breathed. "Don't touch it." Harry drew his wand, the Elder Wand from Ollivanders. Horcruxes are dangerous. They can influence people who handle them, corrupt their thoughts. "What do we do?" "Destroy it. Now, before anyone else finds it. Harry had brought basilisk venom, stored carefully in an unbreakable vial. He'd learned from the cave, the Horcruxes had to be destroyed immediately, without hesitation, before they could mount any defense. He poured the venom over the diadem and watched it dissolve, screaming, into black smoke. 3 down. At least 2 more to go, Voldemort's snake, whenever it was made into a Horcrux, and whatever else remained undiscovered. But this was progress. This was momentum. We should get back to the common room, Harry said, pocketing the empty vial. Curfew's in an hour. Hermione stared at the spot where the diadem had been. That was really a piece of Voldemort's soul. One of several. The ritual he used to create immortality fractured him in ways that can't be undone. And you're hunting them all. Someone has to. Harry started toward the door. Are you still interested in helping? Because what I'm doing, it's dangerous. People have died. People will die. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she lifted her chin. I'm helping, she said firmly. Whatever it takes. Harry felt that muted flicker of warmth, gratitude, appreciation, the ghost of the friendship he might have felt fully before the sacrifice. Good, he said. I'm glad. October brought Halloween and unexpected danger. The troll that invaded the castle was supposed to be a distraction. Harry learned later that Quirrell, the defense professor, had released it while attempting to reach the third-floor corridor where Dumbledore had hidden something valuable. But the troll found Hermione in the girls' bathroom first. Harry felt it through his connection to Hogwarts, a wrongness in the castle's magic, danger pressing against someone he'd come to care about. He moved before conscious thought could intervene, racing through corridors that seemed to shorten themselves at his approach. The bathroom was chaos when he arrived. The troll, 12 feet of muscle and stupid aggression, had cornered Hermione, its club raised for a killing blow. Harry didn't think. He acted. Power flowed through him, not just his own magic, but the castle's. Hogwarts, responding to the will of the Pendragon heir, channeled its ancient strength through Harry's wand. The spell that struck the troll wasn't in any textbook. It was something older, something that existed in the ancestral memories the crown had given him. A word of command that hit the creature's nervous system like lightning. The troll collapsed, unconscious. Hermione stared at Harry with wide eyes. What was that? Old magic. Harry's voice was steady despite his racing heart. Very old. Are you hurt? No. I'm fine. She was shaking, but she gathered herself quickly. How did you know I was here? I felt the danger. The castle told me. He reached out and gripped her shoulder. You're safe now. But we should leave before the professors arrive. I'd rather not explain what I just did. They slipped out through a side door, leaving the unconscious troll for McGonagall and Snape to discover minutes later. The aftermath of the troll incident was complicated. Officially, the creature had knocked itself out somehow, no one could explain the magical residue on its body, and the few witnesses, shattered mirror fragments, mostly, offered no testimony. Quirrell was questioned and released, his stammering explanations apparently satisfying Dumbledore. Harry knew better. He's a servant of Voldemort, Harry told Hermione and Neville in a private corner of the library. Possibly possessed, I'm not sure which. He was trying to reach whatever Dumbledore is guarding on the 3rd floor. The Philosopher's Stone, Hermione said. I've been researching. Nicholas Flamel, the stone's creator, is a friend of Dumbledore's. The security measures suggest something incredibly valuable is being protected. Why would Dumbledore keep something like that here? Neville asked. In a school full of children. Because he's using it as bait. Harry's voice was cold. Voldemort's followers, or Voldemort himself, want the stone. Dumbledore wants to catch them trying. We're all just pieces on his chessboard. That's. Neville trailed off, looking sick. That's Dumbledore. He's not evil, not exactly, but he sees the bigger picture at the expense of individual lives. Harry looked at both of them. I need your help. Not to get the stone, that's Dumbledore's game, and I don't intend to play it. But to watch Quirrell. If he makes another move, I want to know about it. Won't Dumbledore be watching him too? Dumbledore is watching everyone. But he doesn't share information. Whatever he knows, he keeps to himself, manipulating events from the shadows. Harry's expression hardened. I prefer a different approach. Information shared is power multiplied. If we work together, us, the goblins, the allies I've built, we can stay ahead of whatever's coming. Hermione and Neville exchanged glances. We're in, Hermione said. All the way, Neville agreed, his voice steadier than Harry had ever heard it. Harry felt the alliance solidifying. Not just political calculation, genuine partnership. The foundation of something that might actually change the world. Winter brought the crisis to a head. Quirrell made his move on Christmas Eve, while most of the students were home with their families. Harry had stayed at Hogwarts, ostensibly to research the library, actually to maintain watch on the third-floor corridor. The castle warned him the moment Quirrell passed through Dumbledore's defenses. Harry followed, moving through chambers that tested knowledge, logic, and courage. He'd prepared for most of them. The Pendragon memories included insights into magical defense that made the challenges manageable. The final chamber held a mirror. Quirrell stood before it, face twisted with frustration. I can see it, he was muttering. The stone, right there in the reflection. But I can't, you can't take it because you want to use it, Harry said, stepping into the chamber. The mirror shows your heart's desire. It only gives the stone to those who don't want to use it for themselves. Quirrell spun, wand raised. Potter. The boy who wouldn't die. His voice had changed, deeper, more resonant, something else speaking through him. How delightful that we meet at last. Voldemort. Harry kept his voice calm. Possessing Quirrell's body. Not the resurrection your followers were planning, but I suppose it serves. A temporary measure. The stone would have provided a better solution. The possessed professor circled slowly. But perhaps this is even better. I've heard interesting things about you, Harry Potter. The Pendragon heir. The boy who reinforced the seal. The child playing at king. Not playing. No. Then let me show you what real power looks like. The attack came fast, curses that would have killed a normal wizard. Harry deflected them with instincts honed by years of training, the Elder Wand singing in his hand. Impressive, Voldemort acknowledged. Your skills are beyond what I expected. The goblins have trained you well. Not just the goblins. Harry struck back with magic that drew on the castle's power, forcing Quirrell's body to retreat. But Voldemort was strong, even weakened, even possessing a mediocre host, the Dark Lord was terrifyingly capable. You can't defeat me, boy. Not with power, not with cleverness. I have lived for 50 years through pure will. I have conquered death itself. You've avoided death. That's not the same as conquering it. Harry circled, looking for an opening. Your Horcruxes are failing, Tom. I've destroyed 3 of them already. How many more remain? How much of yourself have you sacrificed for an immortality that's slowly crumbling? For the first time, something like fear flickered across Quirrell's face. How do you know about, I know everything. Harry's voice was cold and final. I know about the diary you gave Lucius Malfoy. I know about your snake, waiting to be transformed. I know the desperate measures you've taken to cling to existence. He raised his wand. And I know you're going to fail. The final exchange happened almost too fast to follow. Harry drew on everything, his training, his power, his connection to the castle, the ancestral strength that flowed from the crown. He struck with magic that was older than Voldemort, older than Hogwarts, older than the ministry that had forgotten its true masters. Quirrell's body couldn't withstand it. The possession shattered, Voldemort's spirit screaming as it was torn from its host. The wraith fled, streaming through the walls, leaving behind only a dying man on the cold stone floor. Harry knelt beside Quirrell, watching the life fade from his eyes. "I'm sorry," Harry said quietly. "You deserved better than to be his puppet." Quirrell's lips moved, forming words that never quite became sound. Then he was gone. Harry stood, feeling the weight of another death, another life lost in the war that seemed to have no end. "Voldemort will be back," he said to the empty room. This was just a setback. But it was a victory. Another Horcrux identified, the diary, currently in Malfoy possession. Another piece of the puzzle sliding into place. The war continued. The end of first year brought reckoning. Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office 2 days after Quirrell's death. The headmaster sat behind his desk, looking tired and old. "You killed him," Dumbledore said quietly. "A man I was hoping to save. He was possessed by Voldemort. He was beyond saving. Perhaps. Perhaps not." Dumbledore's blue eyes held no twinkle now. "You've made yourself judge, jury, and executioner, Harry. At 11 years old. That concerns me." "Your concern is noted." Harry's voice was flat. "It doesn't change what had to be done." "Had to be? Or what you chose?" "Both." Harry met Dumbledore's gaze without flinching. "You set a trap using this entire school as bait. You knew Voldemort's servant was here. I suspect you knew from the start. You let the situation escalate because you wanted to see what would happen. I was monitoring, you were gambling with children's lives. The same way you gambled with mine when you left me with the Dursleys. The same way you've gambled with the wizarding world for decades." Harry's voice hardened. "I'm not your pawn, Dumbledore. I'm not anyone's pawn. Whatever game you're playing, I'm not interested in your rules." Silence filled the office. The portraits on the walls whispered among themselves. "You've grown," Dumbledore said finally. "More than I anticipated. More than I perhaps hoped." He sighed. "I made mistakes with you, Harry. I admit that freely. But everything I've done was for the greater good. I know. You've told me before." Harry stood. "The difference between us is simple, Dumbledore. You see individuals as means to ends. I see individuals as ends in themselves. That's why you'll keep making the same mistakes, and that's why I'll keep trying to clean them up." He turned toward the door. "Harry." Dumbledore's voice stopped him. "The Horcruxes. You're hunting them." "I am. The diary you mentioned, it's in Malfoy hands. If Lucius realizes what it is, Lucius is in prison. Narcissa has already agreed to surrender the diary to me." Harry looked back. "I'm not waiting for your guidance, Dumbledore. I'm not asking your permission. The Horcruxes will be destroyed, Voldemort will be stopped, and the wizarding world will have a future. That's what I care about. And the seal. The hungry dark. Still holding. Stronger than it's been in decades, thanks to my sacrifice." Harry's smile was thin. "You see, Dumbledore. I'm not just playing at being king. I'm doing the job, the actual job, not the ceremonial nonsense. Protecting Britain. Fighting the real threats. Being what the magical world needs. You're 11. And you're 150. Age hasn't given you wisdom, just more time to make complicated mistakes." Harry opened the door. "Goodbye, Dumbledore. We'll work together when our goals align. Otherwise, stay out of my way." He left the headmaster's office without looking back. Summer arrived with a sense of momentum. Harry returned to the Tonks cottage, where his family waited with open arms and worried questions. He told them everything, the Horcruxes, Quirrell, the confrontation with Dumbledore. They listened without judgment, offering support he hadn't known he needed. "You're doing well," Sirius said one evening, as they sat together watching the sunset. "Better than any of us expected. Better than you probably know. It doesn't feel like doing well. It feels like barely keeping up. That's how it always feels when you're carrying real weight." Sirius's hand gripped his shoulder. "Your parents would be proud, Harry. Everything you've done, everything you've become, they'd be so proud." Harry let the words settle into him. Not the overwhelming emotion they would have once triggered, but a quiet certainty. A foundation. "There's still so much to do," he said. "The other Horcruxes. Voldemort's eventual resurrection. The political battles that never end. And you'll handle all of it. One step at a time. One day at a time." Sirius smiled. "That's what Pendragons do. They keep going." "They keep going," Harry agreed. He looked out at the fading light, the first stars appearing in the darkening sky. Somewhere out there, Voldemort was plotting his return. The Awakened's remnants were regrouping. The seal was holding, but it wouldn't hold forever. But here, in this moment, with his family around him and the weight of the crown on his shoulders, Harry felt something like peace. "This is what I was meant for," he thought. "Not the power, not the titles, this. Protecting the people I love. Fighting for the world I want to build. Being exactly who I need to be." He was 11 years old. He was the Crown Prince of Magical Britain. And he was just getting started. Epilogue: 1 year later the Wizengamot chamber was packed. Harry stood at its center, dressed in formal robes bearing the Potter, Black, and Pendragon crests. Around him, the lords and ladies of Magical Britain watched with varying expressions, some supportive, some hostile, most simply calculating. "The petition before this body is unprecedented," Chief Warlock Dumbledore announced, his voice carefully neutral. "Harry James Potter, Crown Prince of Magical Britain, requests formal recognition of his title and limited authority to act on behalf of the throne until his majority." Murmurs rippled through the chamber. "This is absurd," Cornelius Fudge protested. "He's a child. The Ministry has governed Magical Britain for centuries. The Ministry has governed in the absence of a legitimate monarch," Ragnarok's representative interrupted. "That absence has now ended. The question before this body is not whether Mr. Potter has a claim, that has been verified beyond dispute, but how that claim will be acknowledged." The debate lasted hours. In the end, the vote was closer than Harry had hoped, but it passed. "Let the record show," Dumbledore announced, his expression unreadable, "that the Wizengamot formally recognizes Harry James Potter as Crown Prince Regent of Magical Britain, with limited authority to advise on matters of national security, represent Britain in international negotiations, and access information relevant to the defense of the realm." It wasn't the full restoration of the monarchy, that would take years more work. But it was a beginning. Harry stood, acknowledging the mixed applause and the hostile stares with equal calm. "I thank this body for its wisdom," he said, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber. "I do not seek to rule over you, I seek to serve alongside you. The threats we face, external and internal, require unity, not division. I offer my knowledge, my resources, and my commitment to the protection of Magical Britain. I ask only that you offer the same." He turned and walked out of the chamber, his allies falling into step behind him. Outside, in the Ministry atrium, Hermione and Neville were waiting. "It passed," Hermione said, relief evident in her voice. "It passed." Harry allowed himself a small smile. "The first step. What's the second step?" Harry looked at his friends, the brilliant Muggleborn, the unlikely Gryffindor, the first seeds of the alliance that would change everything. "We keep going," he said. "We finish the Horcruxes, we prepare for Voldemort's return, and we build the future we want to see. Simple as that. Simple as that." Harry started walking, and his friends followed. One day at a time. One battle at a time. One step at a time toward the world that should be. Behind them, the Ministry of Magic continued its endless bustle, politics and paperwork, power and compromise. Ahead of them, the future waited, uncertain but not unwritten. Harry Potter walked toward it without hesitation. He had been a boy in a cupboard. He had become a crown prince. And someday soon, he would become a king. But that was a story for another day.